Chapter 1423. The Rock Tribe. Yinchuan asked solemnly, "Don't worry. Since the Rock Tribe knows who you are, they won't stop you from developing. After all, the more powerful you are, the more you'll belong to Jiangchen when they take over your body." Ha ha ha. Yinshi laughed disdainfully. Yinchuan's expression grew more serious. "All right, let's begin. Let me strengthen you," Yinshi said, shaking his head. "Roar." Yinchuan roared and opened his mouth to devour Yinshi. At this moment, Yinchuan did not resist and allowed Yinchuan to devour him. Boom! Yinshi was swallowed by Yinchuan. Yinshi knew he was going to die, so he didn't resist. The power of Jiangchen's body surged into Yinchuan's body. Rumble! Corpse chi surged around Yinchuan. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was put away. The world lit up again, but there was still corpse chi in the center. As he refined Yinshi, Yinchuan felt his body change. His entire body seemed to have become denser. There was a sudden tremor on his back. Crack! 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 The skin on his back split open. Gradually, a pair of huge red wings emerged. Boom! They were the same dragon bone wings, but this time they were scarlet. Boom! Evil energy spread out in all directions. The entire sea suddenly sank. Roar! Yinchuan let out a long roar. Under the roar, there seemed to be a sound of pain. The time it took for an incense stick to burn past. Boom! Yinchuan's body made a muffled sound. An even more ferocious energy spread out. The 13th heaven. Within the corpse chi, Yinchuan's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Yinchuan sucked in a deep breath. The surrounding black chi was sucked into his mouth. Above the sea, the human-shaped explosive beast looked at Yinchuan in shock. Yinchuan now had 2 pairs of dragon bone wings on his back, one black and one red, making him look extremely ferocious. Buzz! With a shake of his body, Yinchuan gradually returned to his human form. "Congratulations, Yindi," the humanoid explosive beast exclaimed. The humanoid explosive beast could feel that the spies had disappeared, and Yinchuan seemed to have undergone a transformation. "Same to you, explosive beast kings." Yinchuan smiled. As Yinchuan's strength increased, the explosive beast king's strength also soared to the 15th level of the celestial plane. Exploding beast kings. You must have seen what happened at the East Sea today. Yinchuan smiled. "Yes." The explosive beast king nodded. "Your Excellency's theurgy is too miraculous. You have attracted the attention of many people. Those who dare to provoke you are all peerless experts. The former Golden Sovereign is despised today. I wonder which great emperor will be in the future. You have a good relationship with the great Jin country. Today, I invite you to join the great Jin country. As the Legion Commander, I sincerely invite the explosive beast king," Yinchuan said solemnly. "Legion Commander?" The explosive beast king looked at Yinchuan in surprise. In the end, it shook its head and said, "Sorry, it's okay. I was just making a suggestion. Our alliance is still in place. If you change your mind, just let me know," Yinchuan said. "Okay." The explosive beast king nodded, just as Yinchuan was about to leave. Rumble! The sky, which had just cleared up, darkened once again. For a moment, the black gas covered the sky, and the entire East Sea was shrouded in darkness. Yinchuan and the explosive beast king narrowed their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless heavenly demons appeared in the void. The moment the heavenly demons appeared, they immediately flew around the entire East Sea. Rumble! More and more heavenly demons appeared. In the blink of an eye, Yinchuan and the explosive beast king were surrounded. The Rock Tribe. Yinchuan swallowed the world of contempt. Pan Gung asked, "I didn't expect this, but it's good." Pan Ding shook his head. "Yes. I'm looking forward to the day when Allah returns." Pan Gung nodded. So many heavenly demons? The heavenly demon realm is open so soon? Is the Snake Tribe going to meddle in the affairs of the world? The Snake Tribe? Fushi? Pan Ding frowned. Above the East Sea, the heavenly demons swept toward Yinchuan and the explosive beast king. The two of them glared at the heavenly demons and forced them to retreat. The person who sealed you is finally coming out, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The explosive beast king glared at him with murderous intent. The two of them quickly looked around in the heavenly demons. Finally, after half an hour, a white figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman in white with a veil over her face. She carried a guqin on her back and slowly appeared. Rong Rong. Yin Chuan's eyes widened as he recognized her immediately. In the distance, surrounded by the heavenly demons, was Meng Rongrong, the sister of Meng Wenra, the great Zhen army's commander. Yin Chuan? Meng Rongrong was taken aback. The explosive beast king was looking at Meng Rongrong with murderous intent, but when it heard Yin Chuan, it raised an eyebrow. You know each other? Meng Rongrong waved her hand. Boom! The heavenly demons retreated behind Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and approached him. They had not seen each other for years. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong tenderly. Meng Rongrong looked at him tenderly as well. Only the explosive beast king was still in shock. After all, the explosive beast king could not tell if Yin Chuan was an ally or an enemy. How had you been all these years? Yin Chuan asked gently. I became Fushi's disciple, and he taught me the way of the guqin, Meng Rongrong said gently. The two of them were talking in a soft voice. The exploding beast king looked even more upset. Yin Chuan, you know her? What's she doing here? The explosive beast king shouted. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan and then at the explosive beast king. I'm here to take you to my master. Oh, he's the one who sealed me? He's the one who sealed all the explosive beasts? The explosive beast king asked. Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Yin Chuan, what do you say now? The explosive beast king looked at Yin Chuan with an angry smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I have to go back. I have to bring the explosive beast kings back. You still want to go back? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later, okay? Meng Rongrong said. Later? Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. I'm going back with the explosive beast kings. Don't stop me. Meng Rongrong said gently. Yin Chuan, are you going to break your promise? The explosive beast king shouted. Yin Chuan had promised to help the explosive beast kings stop all the enemies. However, the enemies were here. If he didn't help the explosive beast kings, he would be breaking his promise. But Meng Rongrong was also begging him. Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. For a moment, he felt bitter. Don't worry, Meng Rongrong suddenly said. What? Yin Chuan was confused. Let me play a song. If the explosive beast kings are willing to go with me, don't stop them. If they don't want to, I won't force them. I'll leave right away. Meng Rongrong said. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. Ha, girl, are you kidding? I'll go with you just because you play a song? The explosive beast kings didn't believe her. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan expectantly. Yin Chuan would have vetoed the idea if it had been someone else. No matter what, the great Zhen dynasty was determined to get the explosive beast king. There was no room for any accidents during the competition. But this person was Meng Rongrong. Maybe my master told me to come because he knew about our relationship. Please believe me. I will never do anything to harm you. Meng Rongrong said gently. Looking at Meng Rongrong's hopeful eyes, Yin Chuan's heart softened and he nodded. Yin Chuan, what's the meaning of this? The explosive beast kings asked. Exploding beast king, Rongrong is my fiancée. I don't think it's a big deal to listen to a song from her. If you don't want to leave with her after the song, no one will be able to take you away. Not even Fushi will be able to help you. Yin Chuan promised. The explosive beast kings felt strange. After a moment of silence, they nodded. Meng Rongrong sat down and took out the guqin from her back. She looked at the explosive beast kings and said, Fushi's guqin is called Fate. Fate. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Rongrong suddenly played the guqin. For a moment, hundreds of millions of heavenly demons flew around in fear. They scattered and tried to escape. However, they couldn't get out of Meng Rongrong's range. Once they did, they would run back. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons ran around in a panic. Yin Chuan and the explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes to feel the music. Yin Chuan's thoughts were suddenly stirred by the music. Wow, wow. It's born. It's a boy. It's a boy. Finally, I have a son. Bai. Bai. What are you shouting for? You'll scare little Bai. Grandpa. Dad and Mom said they would bring me delicious food. Why aren't they back yet? Grandpa, I want to learn the life-usurping derivation technique. That way, I won't end up like Dad and Mom. From now on, my name is Blue. From now on, my name is Ing. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. There were many scenes that Yin Chuan thought he had forgotten. However, at this moment, he recalled them in detail. Yin Chuan was so touched that tears rolled down his cheeks. The music was moving. On the other hand, the explosive Beast Kings didn't seem to be listening to the memories. The explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes in fear. After a while, the explosive Beast Kings began to tremble. Ding! The music stopped. The hundreds of millions of heavenly devils who were flying around in fear also stopped abruptly. Sweat appeared on Meng Rongrong's forehead. What did you see in fate? Meng Rongrong asked. The past. Yin Chuan opened his eyes. The future. The explosive Beast Kings said in fear. The future? Yin Chuan looked at the explosive Beast Kings in surprise. Why didn't he see it? Meng Rongrong smiled. It's just as Master said. Mythical beasts can see things in fate that others can't. Explosive Beast Kings, you saw the future. Are you still willing to come with me? Let's go. I want to go with you to see Fuxi. Let's go now. The explosive Beast Kings shouted. What? Yin Chuan stared at the explosive Beast Kings in shock. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Chapter 1424. Explosive Beast King. Yin Chuan frowned. How could he change his tone in the blink of an eye? Yindi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Let's part ways here. Maybe I'll come back in the future. The explosive Beast King said. All right, I'll keep the East Sea for you. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan apologetically. After all, Meng Rongrong wasn't stupid. She could tell that Yin Chuan wanted to tame the explosive Beast King, but she had ruined it. Yin Chuan, I'm sorry. Meng Rongrong said guiltily. Don't blame yourself. It's a blessing that the explosive Beast King is here, but it's not necessary. Also, I trust you. Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded firmly. Meng Rongrong took out a jade talisman in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Master has divined until today, telling me to give this to you, saying that you might be able to use it. Meng Rongrong said, Oh, this is a teleportation jade talisman. When you crush it, it can wrap everything within 100 feet of you in a ball of light and send you to the edge of the heavenly demon realm. You'll be sent back in 15 minutes. Meng Rongrong said. Oh, Yin Chuan took the 8 trigrams jade talisman. That's what Master said. Meng Rongrong explained. Fuxi knows what I'm going to do. Yin Chuan asked. Master's life-stealing technique can predict the future. Meng Rongrong said. Impossible. The future is always changing. How can he predict it? I don't know. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom. Behind him, the billowing heavenly devils were like a whale sucking in water. They were sucked into a huge hole and quickly entered the heavenly devil world. Master is calling us. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with worry. Are we leaving or not? The explosive Beast King asked anxiously. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan reluctantly. I will be back, Meng Rongrong said firmly. Then he stepped into the hole with the explosive Beast King. Rumble. The surging heavenly devils all entered. Who? The opening closed, and the East Sea suddenly became empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Yin Chuan looked at the place where Meng Rongrong had disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he turned around and headed back to the office. When zombie Yin Chuan returned to the imperial court, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. After refining to spies, his Jiangshan body had grown even stronger. Yin Chuan wanted to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. 2 years later, in the underworld's inner south continent, Big Dipper Palace, Outside the Big Dipper Palace, there was a group of humanoid monsters wearing black robes. They all had the heads of crickets, and they gave off an evil aura. Ming Tianhan walked through the group of monsters and entered the Big Dipper Palace. Within the Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper was discussing something with a few of his monster subordinates. Ming Tianhan? Big Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper, it's almost done. The inner South Continent has been completely taken over. The imperial capital of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has also been moved to a territory near the outer East Continent. It's only an ocean away from the Great Qin City. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Good, good. Big Dipper said excitedly. That's all I can do. You'll have to rely on yourself to fight Yin Chuan in the East Sea. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ha ha. Ming Tianhan, don't worry. With the power of your continent, Yin Chuan won't be able to reverse the situation. You've done well this time. Very well. Big Dipper said with a smile. Your business is my business. However, after this, please put a few good words for me in front of the Lotus Goddess. Ming Tianhan said with a smile. Of course. Fortunately, the Nether King was chased away. Otherwise, who knows how many problems that bastard would find with me. Oomph. Big Dipper said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan smiled, but didn't reply. Children, follow me. Prepare to destroy the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Big Dipper suddenly shouted. Roar. The group of cricket-headed monsters replied. Boom. The group of about 300 people soared into the sky and flew towards the northeast corner of the inner South Continent. After a few days, the group arrived at a huge city. Above the city, the sea of fate clouds churned. Heavenly Dragon Vein Power. Big Dipper shouted. Roar. Roar. On the ground, dragon roars resounded as the power of the Heavenly Dragon Vein surged and entered Big Dipper's body. Boom. 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 Most of the Heavenly Dragon Vein power entered Big Dipper's body, but some of it entered his subordinates, the cricket-headed monsters. Boom. The 300 monsters were surrounded by evil aura, dyeing the surroundings of the city black. So powerful, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Ha ha ha. These are the elites of my tribe. After absorbing the power of the Heavenly Dragon Vein, each of them is at least at the 12th heavenly layer. There's even one at the 14th heavenly layer. Big Dipper said confidently. The great evil world is indeed extraordinary. A single tribe has so many experts? Ming Tianhan exclaimed. Big Dipper nodded proudly. Let's begin, Big Dipper said. Ming Tianhan's face turned solemn as he suddenly shouted, Citizens of the Great Xingtian Court, listen up. Today is a big day in the Great Xingtian Court. I need you to raise your right hand and help me. Roar. Above the sea of providence, Ming Tianhan's statue suddenly roared. Boom. His voice spread throughout the Great Xingtian Court. The entire inner South Continent was filled with Ming Tianhan's voice. Countless citizens looked at the sky in shock. Although the Great Xingtian Court had only moved to the inner South Continent not long ago, it had already taken root. Many citizens quickly raised their right hand. Surging energy gathered toward the golden dragon of providence. Boom! The surging energy was like a golden river as it poured into the golden dragon of providence. The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down as if it wanted to merge with Ming Tianhan. Ha ha! Big Dipper laughed loudly. Change! Boom! Big Dipper's body suddenly turned into a dragon and charged toward the golden dragon of providence. Boom! The two merged into one. Big Dipper transformed into the golden dragon and absorbed the power of the entire city. Under his aura, all the citizens in the city were forced to kneel down. The golden dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld was filled with this dragon's roar. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch walked to the entrance of the Rosefinch Palace and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar. Outer West Continent. At the entrance of a palace, a white-clothed man frowned as he looked to the east. Outer North Continent. At the entrance of Chujiang Palace, Nether River Patriarch looked at the golden dragon with interest. At the entrance of another territory in the outer North Continent, a skinny old man with a long beard also looked at the golden dragon with a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the powerful golden dragon became the hope of the entire world. Good. Ming Tianha, many thanks. Big Dipper laughed. Ming Tianha nodded. Children, follow me to the great Qin city. Big Dipper laughed. Roar! The 300 monsters roared. Boom! The golden dragon flung its body and led the 300 subordinates towards the distant myriad ghost domain. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood at the top of a plaza and watched Big Dipper's group leave. Sejong walked behind him. Transcendence, immortality, and shape-shifting, Yang said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan nodded. Is everything prepared? There's nothing to prepare. You're the main person. Yang smiled. Ming Tianhan nodded. Rumble. The golden dragon's aura was vast and mighty as it quickly charged into the myriad ghost domain. It headed straight for the great Qin city. At this moment, the myriad ghost domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that someone had come to pick a fight. At the entrance of the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Big Dipper? He's going to cause trouble for Yin Chuan? Emperor Rosefinch's eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Stepping forward, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor wanted to go over again. After all, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor had always been looking forward to seeing Yin Chuan suffer a calamity. However, just as he took a step forward, he recalled the last time and instantly stopped. Emperor Qing Long hadn't invited him last time, and Big Dipper hadn't invited him this time either. If he went, he would lose face. Emperor Rosefinch stared at the great Qin city expectantly. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard. Big Dipper led his 300 subordinates and arrived outside the great Qin city. Boom! Billowing winds blew, but the great Qin city seemed to have been prepared, and all the formations were activated. Zombie Yin Chuan led his subordinates out of the central palace and stood in the plaza, coldly looking at Big Dipper. Big Dipper? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ha. Yin Chuan, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Big Dipper laughed. We don't have any great enmity with you, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No great enmity? You got the Snake Emperor to trick me, and you conspired with Emperor Qinglong to trick me out of my sword of force. This enmity is irreconcilable. Moreover, you've offended His Majesty again and again. Killing you is a great merit, and I can take back my sword of force, Big Dipper said in a low voice. If you didn't target us, would you have fallen for it? Moreover, you've already missed the best opportunity, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Big Dipper frowned in the form of a golden dragon. We don't understand. Transcendents are already immortal, so why are you still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? You can't be killed, so what are you afraid of? You could have come to the great Zhen nation to cause trouble in the past, but you waited for the great Zhen nation to grow stronger. Don't you think it's too late for you to come now? Perhaps you're someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong deep in your bones. Yin Chuan said. How bold? Big Dipper said coldly. The bold one is you, Big Dipper. The first world is not suitable for you. You should return to the Lotus God side, Yin Chuan said. At the same time, in the great Qing Heavenly Court's capital, Ming Tianhan looked at the clouds of providence and took a deep breath. Citizens of the great Qing Heavenly Court, listen up. We have something important to announce. Ming Tianhan yelled at the sky. Although there was no golden dragon of providence, everyone in the world heard it through the providence cloud sea. Even Big Dipper was stunned. What is Ming Tianhan trying to do? Big Dipper's expression changed. Big Dipper seemed to realize that something was wrong. We, Ming Tianhan, are called Fu Su. We are the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Jin Nation and serve Yin Chuan as Emperor and Yin Chuan as Father. The inner South Continent will belong to the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the sky. Boom! The surging Providence cloud sea suddenly collapsed, and boundless Providence surged towards the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Chapter 1425. This emperor, Ming Tianhan, is called Fu Su. I am the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Zhun Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Zhun Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Zhun Heavenly Court and worship Yin Chuan as the emperor and Yin Chuan as my father. The inner South Continent is now the territory of the Great Zhun Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the heavens. Boom! The surging Providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and boundless Providence surged toward the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Rosefinch Heavenly Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Ming Tianhan in shock. Fu Su, how did this happen? That young Master Fu Su who appears once every 100 years? Someone behind Emperor Rosefinch said in shock. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Palace. Ha ha ha. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be so boring. Patriarch Nether River laughed. Inner South Continent. Countless citizens were confused. What was going on? How did the Celestial the Arch suddenly become Fu Su? Didn't the Great Qing Heavenly Court have a huge grudge against the Great Zhun Heavenly Court? How did the Celestial the Arch suddenly become Yin Chuan's son? Countless citizens were stunned, especially the citizens in the capital. Many people didn't want to believe it, but boundless providence flowed toward the Great Zhun Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court disappeared. Boom! The heaven and earth altar under Ming Tianhan's feet suddenly exploded. If the Celestial the Arch was gone, the Celestial Thearcha's altar would also be gone. After Ming Tianhan announced this, he let out a long sigh as if his wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, Tian Gang was completely stunned. Tian Gang's aura was overbearing as he gathered the strength of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and prepared to kill Yin Chuan. However, as soon as Ming Tianhan finished speaking, the golden dragon around him seemed to deflate. It turned into streaks of golden light and surged into the Great Zhun Heavenly Court's providence clouds. Boundless power surged toward Yin Chuan from all directions. No, Ming Tianhan, you lied to me? Tian Gang shouted in despair. Yin Chuan's son? How is this possible? Having learned his lesson from the Snake Emperor, Big Dipper had put in a lot of effort into gathering information on Yin Chuan. He hadn't contacted Ming Tianhan at all. He had misjudged the Snake Emperor, and he thought that Ming Tianhan would not misjudge him again. However, in the end, Ming Tianhan was even more exaggerated. Yin Chuan's son? Surging power surged into Dezhun's providence cloud. People of the world, raise your right hands and borrow my strength to fight against the Nirvana-level experts. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of great accomplishment let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, Yin Chuan's voice spread across the outer East Continent. Countless citizens quickly raised their right hands. Rumble. Surging energy rushed towards Yin Chuan and entered Yin Chuan's body in the blink of an eye. This was not only the power to rule the world, but also the power to punish the world. As the providence flowed into Dezhun, all of Big Dipper's power quickly flowed into Yin Chuan's body. Surging energy surged. Yin Chuan didn't transform, but his aura was already surging. The power of the two continents, the outer East Continent and the inner South Continent, surged. Yin Chuan was unprecedentedly powerful. He slowly stepped out of the central palace and flew into the sky, looking coldly at Big Dipper. People of great accomplishment, I have something to announce. Fu Su will be the first crown prince of the Heavenly Court. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! His voice spread across the two continents. The citizens of the outer East Continent were shocked. Crown Prince? Fu Su. As for the citizens of the outer South Continent, they had completely given up. Indeed, Ming Tianhan was Yin Chuan's son. Why is it like this? Don't Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan have a feud? Emperor Rose Finch stood in Rose Finch's heavenly realm, unwilling to accept this. Everything had changed too quickly. The angriest person was Big Dipper. This sudden change told Big Dipper that he had completely messed up the Lotus God's plan. The inner South Continent was going to be used by the great evil world, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was his vision really that bad? No, he had been tricked by Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan, Yin Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Big Dipper, who had transformed into his human form, said furiously, "Oomph, capture these demons." Yin Chuan coldly harumphed. Yes. Chiliang Hua and the others immediately roared and rushed out of the great Qin city. Boom! The 300 monsters that Big Dipper had brought all faced off against the great accomplishment experts, and the battle outside the great Qin city was incredibly intense. Yin Chuan charged at Big Dipper. Around Tiangang, loud noises could be heard as well. Z, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, Hai. Boom! As 12 massive shouts sounded out, 12 massive pillars filled with killing intent formed a circle and surrounded Big Dipper and Yin Chuan. Boom! Billowing baleful qi rushed into the starry sky. The huge baleful qi quickly forced the surrounding experts to retreat. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent spread out, causing countless residents to panic. However, when they realized that this was the Celestial Emperor's attack, they felt much more at ease. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Emperor Rose Finch's expression darkened. Outer North Continent. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith trapping Big Dipper. Looks like Yin Chuan is determined to win this time. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice, "My lord, is this Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation very powerful?" The Ice Goddess asked curiously. In the second epoch, it was said that the Great Emperor karmic position appeared and a group of experts fought for it. In the end, a total of 9 Great Emperors were born. Among them, 12 experts from the Demon Tribe were the most likely to obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Unfortunately, they were defeated. However, their strength should not be underestimated as they were able to compete with the other Great Emperors. The 12 of them were unwilling to accept the fact that they did not obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Hence, they conspired to create a large formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position from the 9 Great Emperors. The Nether River Patriarch explained, "Oh, this is the formation? They want to use this formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position?" Yes. Unfortunately, there were only 9 Great Emperor karmic positions among the 12 of them. The 12 of them were already suspicious of each other before they even fought the other Great Emperors. In the end, they killed each other before they could fight the other Great Emperors. The Nether River Patriarch said, shaking his head, "What? That's impossible. Are they all fools? They started killing each other before they even got the item? Don't they know that the formation will be incomplete if one of them dies?" The Ice Goddess said in shock. Of course they know. However, do you really think that the Great Emperors will just ignore it? The Nether River Patriarch said, "Oh, no one knows how powerful the great formation of 12 divine beings of slaughter is, but the Great Emperors should still be careful, especially Great Emperors away." He set up a plan to sow dissension and make this group of people suspect each other, causing the group to fall apart from the inside. The 12 of them may have powerful cultivation, but their scheming was ultimately a lot weaker. Under the conspiracy of several Great Emperors, 2 of them died in the end. Then, the conflict became more and more intense. Under the guidance of the other Great Emperors, almost all of them died. In the end, only 3 of them are left. The Ice Goddess, however, revealed a look of extreme astonishment. The powerful formation of the second epoch collapsed just like that. Chapter 1426. Outer North Continent. In front of Chujiang Palace. "Master, how's Tiangang now? Ice Goddess looked at Nether River Patriarch and asked, I'm not sure. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation is indeed mysterious. It isolates the inside from the outside, making it impossible for others to see through. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Then, between Yin Chuan and Tian Gang, who will win? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Tian Gang is a transcendent after all. With Yin Chuan's strength, he might be a little weaker. However, with the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, it might not be the case. Nether River Patriarch said, Tian Gang, is that powerful? Ice Goddess asked in surprise. The strength of a transcendent is not to be underestimated. Back then, Emperor Qing Long snatched the treasure from Tian Gang because of Yin Chuan's scheme. Tian Gang was too complacent. Even so, Emperor Qing Long had to endure until the end to obtain it. Tian Gang's strength is not as strong as Emperor Qing Long, but the difference is not too great. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Oh, Ice Goddess's eyes narrowed. Back then, Emperor Qing Long fought against the Tongtian sect leader, Hua Qiliang Emperor and Yin Chuan. Tian Gang was not much weaker, so Yin Chuan alone could deal with him? No, even if Yin Chuan's cultivation had increased again, and he had the power of a nation and the 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith, he still couldn't deal with Tian Gang, right? Master, is Yin Chuan going to lose? Not necessarily. Oh, back then, in the Yang Realm's East Sea, Yin Chuan's world suppressing bronze coffin was extremely strange. Moreover, with Yin Chuan's temperament, he must be hiding something. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation must also be mysterious. After planning for so long, Yin Chuan wouldn't be able to deal with Tian Gang so early if he wasn't confident. Ice Goddess nodded. Outside the great Qin city, the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation's baleful aura made the sky dim. One could vaguely see 12 huge totems floating above the formation. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. The 12 demonic beast totems circled around the array, emitting a ferocious aura. The formation isolated the inside from the outside. Inside, it was Yin Chuan versus Tian Gang. Surrounding the two of them were 12 demonic beasts, each of them glaring fiercely at Tian Gang. The dragon bone wings on Yin Chuan's back had already reappeared. The corpse chi around him rolled and dispersed. The world-suppressing copper coffin slammed into Tian Gang from behind. Yin Chuan was facing Tian Gang. Boom! The two of them grabbed each other. Yin Chuan's palms pierced into Tian Gang's chest, but Tian Gang's hands also pierced into Yin Chuan's abdomen. However, when Tian Gang's hands collided with Yin Chuan's abdomen, a metallic sound rang out. Clang! Yin Chuan's body was too tough, and the Heavenly Dipper did not manage to pierce through. What? Tian Gang's expression changed. Roar! Yin Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. Boom! The Heavenly Dipper was instantly torn in half. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns cheered in unison. However, Yin Chuan was not happy because Yin Chuan felt that although the Heavenly Dipper was torn in half, he was not dead. Indeed, after a short while, the two halves of the corpse suddenly dissipated. As they dissipated, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A huge golden dragon charged out of the void. The body of a general is indeed extraordinary. The golden dragon said with a hateful expression. The golden dragon was Tian Gang, and he revived in the blink of an eye. Transcendents are immortal and powerful. No matter how I destroy you, you can revive in another form. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Umph. The golden dragon Tian Gang coldly snorted. Now, we finally understand why you only came to the great Qin city today. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Oh, Tian Gang said coldly. You're not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Instead, you're afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you came here with the greatest advantage. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Repeating the same mistakes. That's right. You're not afraid of death because you already have an immortal body. No one can kill you. What you're afraid of is a seal, an endless seal, and endless loneliness. After being sealed in the Great Thousand World, you were traumatized and were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you waited until today to deal with us with the greatest advantage. Am I right? Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Tiangang narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yin Chuan was right. So what? Tiangang said in a deep voice. Do you know? In the battle, just now, we only wanted to see the secrets of the immortal body. We saw it. Now, the Great 12, Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. The 12 demonic beast sovereigns roared. World Suppression Seal. Yin Chuan shouted. The World Suppression Copper Coffin descended from the sky. For a moment, the World Suppression Copper Coffin emitted a huge suppressive aura. The aura was so strong that it was not weaker than Tiangang's aura at all. As the World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns also activated the power of the formation. 12 different types of murderous aura rushed toward the center. It seemed to form a large cocoon that enveloped Tiangang. The golden dragon Tiangang's expression changed. He quickly shook his body, but the 12 types of murderous aura were extremely difficult to deal with. He could not shake them off at all. In fact, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns even urged all the murderous aura to surge over. In an instant, it was as if they wanted to drain the entire Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. As the World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, the murderous aura quickly condensed into layers of spherical formations, trapping Tiangang in the center layer by layer. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 10,000 layers, 50 million layers. Boom! The World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, compressing the 50 million layers of formations into the size of a watermelon. Boundless murderous aura condensed, and the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation retreated. Only Yin Chuan and the 12 demonic beast sovereigns were left in the air. Yin Chuan held a sealing sphere the size of a watermelon in his hand. Within the sphere, Tiangang furiously twisted his dragon body. With a swing of his tail, dozens of formations instantly shattered. With another swing of his tail, hundreds of formations shattered. However, the sphere had 50 million layers. If Tiangang wanted to break through it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar. Yin Chuan, just you wait. 50 million layers of sealing formations? At most, you could trap me for a month. When I break through this seal, I will slaughter all of your living beings. Tiangang furiously roared within the seal. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Yin Chuan coldly stared at the sealing sphere in his hand. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the jade talisman that Fushi had asked Meng Rongrong to give him. He gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light enveloped Yin Chuan. Whoosh! Yin Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, the golden sphere of light rapidly shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sky demons flew past the golden sphere of light. The world around them seemed illusory, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It gave off a suffocating feeling, making Yin Chuan feel very uncomfortable. However, Yin Chuan also knew where he was. He grabbed the sealing sphere and looked in a direction. It was boundless darkness. He could only feel that there was nothing in the darkness. The only thing he could see were 3 massive spheres. The 3 spheres seemed to be rapidly approaching him. Great evil world, great good world, great Kiliakosm world, where is this? Tiangang in the sealing sphere was slightly startled. This is our first world, the edge of the heavenly demon realm. Yin Chuan said, the edge of the heavenly demon realm? What? Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Tiangang suddenly exclaimed. This sealing sphere can only seal you for a month at most. I will help you to reduce this time by half. Yin Chuan said lightly. What do you mean? You want to expel me from the first world? Tiangang's expression changed. The edge of the heavenly devil world is beyond the limitless realm, which is the absolute nothingness. Even if a nirvana expert enters the nothingness, he won't die. However, where you float to will depend on your luck. Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, he threw out his hand. Boom! The sealing sphere flew quickly in the direction of the great evil world. No, bastard Yin Chuan. I don't want to go back. Tiangang said angrily. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tiangang flew into the darkness. After throwing Tiangang away, Yin Chuan no longer paid attention. Fushi's teleportation jade talisman would be sent back in half an hour. Yin Chuan looked at the other three worlds. The other three worlds are closing in faster. At this speed, the four worlds will merge into one in less than 100 years? Yin Chuan said solemnly. 100 years was an extremely long time for mortals. However, to Yin Chuan, it was too short. Would he be able to prepare for everything in 100 years? Looking at the endless darkness, Yin Chuan's heart was heavy. Boom! Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the golden orb of light brought Yin Chuan back to the great Qin city. Poof! The golden sphere instantly broke. Yin Chuan returned. Outside the great Qin city, the battle continued. Celestial Emperor, the group of national beasts said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He turned his head to look at the battle outside the city. Everyone go and help. Kill all the demons of the great evil world. Don't leave a single one alive. Okay. Everyone responded and flew over. Yin Chuan flew to the front of the central palace. Meow. Yin Chuan, where did you go just now? Meow immediately called out. There was a void in the infinite realm. Tiangang broke the seal from the inside, and the void also destroyed the seal from the outside. Finally, half a month later, the seal was broken. Boom! The seal was broken, and Tiangang was free again. Tiangang roared angrily. Yin Chuan. Standing in the darkness, Tiangang looked at the four worlds. Of the four huge worlds, three of them were closing in on the first world. Tiangang was in the middle of the first world and the great evil world. Tiangang looked at the great evil world and then at the first world. He turned around and was about to return to the first world. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tiangang, where are you going? The voice sounded in Tiangang's ears. Master, I am going to return to the first world to take revenge on Yin Chuan. Tiangang's expression turned serious. It was the Lotus Goddess voice. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Oomph. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded with a cold snort. I am Master. I was tricked by Yin Chuan. I had already considered the power of the great heavenly fiend formation, but I didn't expect Ming Tianhan to betray me. If I had the power of the great Xingtian heavenly court, I could have destroyed Yin Chuan. Tiangang hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. The first world isn't suitable for you for now. Come back. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded. I am Master. Tiangang said helplessly. Chapter 14:27. The battle in the great Qin city continued. Although Tiangang was defeated, there was still a group of demons. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Meanwhile, in the inner south continent, at the entrance of a city, a golden-robed man was surrounded by starlight that reached a star in the deep star layer. A group of black-robed men stood around the golden-robed man. Who are you? The golden-robed man shouted. The leader of the black-robed men said, You don't need to know who we are. You are a cultivator of the second epoch who was subdued by Tiangang and pledged your loyalty to him. Later, Tiangang planted you in some of the key cities of the great Qing heavenly court. Now that Tiangang has been defeated, there are only two paths ahead of you. Oh, the golden-robed man said in a deep voice. Submit to Dejun and return with us, or resist Dejun and be captured by us. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha, with just you? The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. It seems like you want to resist. That's good too. The black-robed man said directly. The golden-robed man's face stiffened. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so direct. Could it be that Dejun was more willing to capture him than subduing him? Attack! The black-robed man shouted. Boom! The group of black-robed men attacked at the same time. For a time, this scene happened everywhere in the inner South continent. Some second epic experts were prepared to sneak away, but the black-robed men seemed to have waited for a long time. None of them escaped. The former Great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was now Fu Su. He led a group of officials towards the Great Qin City. When Fu Su and Yang arrived at the Great Qin City, the battle outside the Great Qin City had already reached its end. All the demons had been killed. Fu Su flew in front. A group of Great Qing officials followed behind. The group of people was majestic. At this moment, Dezhun's guards did not stop them. They allowed Fu Su to lead a group of people to land in the central palace square. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yin Chuan stood in front of Dezhun's officials and looked at Fu Su. "Greetings, father." Fu Su knelt on one knee respectfully. "Your subjects greet the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years." The group of officials bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the officials in front of him, all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. This group of officials was not accumulated in this life. They were accumulated in the first life when he was still the winner. He entered the Purple Cloud Palace through the great method of heavenly secrets, which was also Earth. After that, he passed through a path left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace and was teleported into the first world. "My son has done well." Yin Chuan helped Fu Su up. "Thank you for your hard work over the years." Yin Chuan supported Yang Yang, the head of the Qing officials. The officials stood up one after another. "The Celestial Emperor is too kind. It's what we should do. To be able to reunite with the Celestial Emperor here is our fortune." Yang Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. "Father, over the years, all of you have helped me a lot, especially Lord Shangyang. Half of the plans of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court came from him. If it wasn't for him, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a joke." Fu Su said, "The Crown Prince is too humble. Compared to the Crown Prince's decisiveness and wisdom, I am far inferior." Yang Yang said, "All right, there's no need to be humble. I have heard about everything that you have done over the years. I will appoint Shangyang as the 11th Army Commander of the Great Jun. As for the other officials, they will be rewarded according to their contributions." Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Celestial Emperor." Everyone replied. Fu Su, Shangyang, Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them replied. "The Great Jun has just entered the inner South continent. The people's hearts are not stable. The two of you will assist Li Si to stabilize the hearts of the people and strengthen the inner South continent." Yin Chuan ordered. "Yes." The two of them replied. Li Si stepped forward and said, "Yes." Yifeng, organize the examination and continue to recruit talents from all over the world. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. "Yes, Your Majesty," Yifeng replied. After defeating the heavenly spirits, the Great Jun of the Netherworld suddenly showed their prowess. Rosefinch, Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. "Yin Chuan? Ming Tianhan? No, Fu Su? Father and son? They are father and son?" The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't figure out where this father-son relationship had come from. "Men," Emperor Rosefinch shouted. "Yes, Your Majesty. Investigate everything about Fu Su and how he is related to Yin Chuan." Emperor Rosefinch said. "Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the Heavenly Dipper incident served as a warning to me. Gather information on all the important officials of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm. I don't wish to repeat the Heavenly Dipper's mistakes." The Vermilion Bird Emperor said in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." Half a year later, in the Great Qin City upper study room, Celestial Emperor, the inner South continent is gradually stabilizing. The small internal conflicts are also being quelled. Li Si said, "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. The White Tiger Emperor of the Western Outer Continent established the White Tiger Celestial Realm. Tiger roars in the west. He controls the entire Western Outer Continent. Li Si continued. "The White Tiger Emperor?" Yin Chuan nodded. The Xuanwu Emperor of the Northern Outer Continent established the Xuanwu Celestial Realm. The Turtle Snake North. He controls the northern outer continent with the Nether River Patriarch. Li Si said, the Nether River Patriarch, the Xuanwu Emperor? They share the northern outer continent of the Netherworld, and there are no conflicts? Yin Chuan said, according to our spies, the Xuanwu Emperor personally went to the Yama Palace of the Ten Halls and talked with the Nether River Patriarch for a while before returning. He no longer has any ideas about the Ten Halls. Li Si said, it seems that the Xuanwu Emperor has hit a wall? Yin Chuan said seriously, yes. Although the Nether River Patriarch is from the beginning of the Third Era, his strength is unfathomable. Li Si said, what about the northern intercontinent? The Undying Dojo is still expanding. The Emperor's strength is getting fiercer and fiercer. The Rosefinch Celestial Realm, the White Tiger Celestial Realm, the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Great Jin Celestial Court, the 10 Halls of the Nether River, and the Undying Dojo. It seems like the major territories of the underworld have stabilized, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Now, all the forces are stabilizing their own territories. Li Si nodded. What about the Yang realm? Yin Chuan asked. Li Si stepped down, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I was just about to report. The Great of Ziwei established the Ziwei Celestial Realm in the Middle Heaven Continent. He has unified the Middle Heaven Continent. Moreover, he has occupied the Northwest Circumference Continent at an extremely fast speed. Yi Feng said, oh, he has occupied 2 continents in such a short time? Yin Chuan said solemnly, yes. The Great of Ziwei's methods are extraordinary. He used the Enlightenment technique to create a large number of ancestral immortal powerhouses to serve him. Yi Feng said, the Enlightenment technique? Celestial Emperor, do you still remember the Kong family's demon King Kong? When he first became an ancestral immortal, he was directly enlightened by Kong Huangtian to become a saint. Yi Feng said, that's right. The Great of Ziwei also used the same method. Therefore, in a short time, he has taken control of 2 continents and expanded the Ziwei Celestial Realm to 2 continents. According to the information from the spies, the Great of Ziwei seems to be unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to continue expanding. Yi Feng said, what a big appetite. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The Southwest Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Southern Dipper Longevity Emperor and established the Longevity Celestial Realm. The Southeast Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Golden Emperor and established the Golden Celestial Realm. The Northeast Circumference Continent is still a mix of good and bad for the time being. However, Dongfeng Bubi of the Eastern Dojo is the most famous and invincible. Yi Feng said, in the Yang realm, the East Circumference Continent is the land of Dejun. The South Circumference Continent is the land of the Kong family. The West Circumference Continent is the land of Wu Zhao, and the North Circumference Continent is the celestial realm of Qing Long. Yin Chuan said, yes. Chapter 1428. Yang Realm, Xianying. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace with a group of officials, looking at the starlight in the night sky. Something's wrong. Celestial Emperor. Hasn't the Alcade's star power been drained by the cosmic cycle star formation? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. The Alcade had been dim ever since Yin Chuan took Pajun to Xianying and deprived him of his star power. However, the Alcade was shining brightly at this moment. It was as if there was a huge force that was replenishing the star power that the Alcade had lost. The surrounding Ziwei stars shone brightly. It's Ziwei the Great, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Gang hurried over. Celestial Emperor, something has happened in the prison. Prisoner Pajun has disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Disappeared? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Pajun is almost a cripple, and his shoulder blade has been pierced. I thought nothing would happen to him. However, not long ago, a prison guard saw a sudden burst of purple light around the unconscious Pajun. Then, the purple light faded, and Pajun also disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Great move, Ziwei the Great. Yin Chuan said in a serious tone. Teleportation? It seems like Pajun has been teleported back. Then it's easy to explain what happened in the starry sky. Gigu Zi said in a low voice. Is this the power that Ziwei the Great gathered to help Pajun recover? Jindayu asked in surprise. Yanchuan looked toward the west solemnly. In the central territory of the Zhongtian continent, there was a huge purple palace called Ziwei Palace. Inside the Ziwei Palace, there were many officials dressed in luxurious robes, standing respectfully in 2 rows. A man in a purple robe sat on the dragon throne in the north. This man was none other than Ziwei's saint, who had resigned from his position as a saint. At this moment, he was dressed in a dragon robe with a dignified expression. Ziwei the Great. In the center of the palace was Pajun, who had disappeared from the Xianyang prison. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be when facing Zhanju. Now, he was all skin and bones and on the verge of death. Pajun sat cross-legged, his body exuding a purple light. 2 people stood beside him, continuously transferring power to help him recover. Buzz. Torrential energy poured into Pajun's body, and his shriveled body slowly recovered. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne and gently stroked the armrest. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the great hall. At this moment, the ceiling seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see into the depths of the starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold. In the depths of the starry sky, Ziwei's star shone brightly. As a north star shone brightly, the dim army destroyer star not far away slowly recovered. After an entire day, Great Emperor Ziwei finally retracted his gaze. The 2 people behind defeating armies also stopped channeling energy, and defeating armies became much more full. Everyone stared at defeating armies. Defeating armies adjusted his breathing for a while before opening his eyes. This sinner, defeating armies, has disgraced the Lord. Defeating armies knelt down, feeling moved and guilty. Behind him was a burly man with a short temper. He immediately asked, Pajun, what happened that day? Who took you? How did it end up like this? The other person was Tan Lang. Tan Lang shook his head and said, Wu Chu, don't ask anymore. Let defeating armies explain himself. Wu Chu looked at Tan Lang, and his expression darkened. No matter who it is, they must pay back 100-fold for injuring defeating armies to this extent. Defeating armies knelt in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, it was Yin Chuan that day. I was captured by Yin Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. What? Impossible. How can Yin Chuan be a match for you? This is not his home ground. No, even if he was in his home ground, he wouldn't be a match for you. You're at the 15th heavenly layer. What kind of lousy cultivation base does Yin Chuan have? Wu Chu shouted in disbelief. Great Emperor Ziwei did not speak. He just looked at defeating armies. Yin Chuan is indeed not a match for me. I was careless. At that time, Yin Chuan's cultivation base was only at the 11th heavenly layer, but for some reason, Yin Chuan knew the Mu clan's life chart sharing technique. The mystical 14th heavenly layer shared Yin Chuan's life chart, and Yin Chuan's cultivation base instantly reached the 14th heavenly layer. So, defeating armies said bitterly. Tan Lang raised his eyebrows. The Mu clan? Life chart sharing technique? Does this require the unconditional trust of another person before the other person's life chart can be fused with one's own life chart? This is a forbidden technique of the Mu clan. How can Yin Chuan know it? Is Yin Chuan also a descendant of the Mu clan? Wu Chu asked in surprise. You're saying that you lost to Yin Chuan at the 14th heavenly layer? Great Emperor Ziwei finally spoke. Yes, I was careless and fell for Yin Chuan's universe in a palm. I underestimated Yin Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. Universe in a palm? It seems to have been created by someone called Bai Huang from the Third Era. Great Emperor Ziwei pondered. Yes, I was careless. Defeating armies said bitterly. So it's really Yin Chuan? We should have thought of it that day. Tan Lang said with a frown. Yin Chuan? Humph. My Ziwei celestial realm has never suffered such a great loss. My lord, I request to bring some people to raise Xianyang to the ground. Wu Chu immediately took a step forward. There's no need, brother Wu Chu. I'll take revenge myself. Defeating armies said with a fierce look. Wu Chu finally nodded. Also, my lord, Dejun is extremely strange. They have a strange formation that can deprive the people of the second era of their astral powers. I'm in such a miserable state because my astral powers have been deprived. Astral powers strengthen the soldiers of Dejun. Apart from me, Yinchuan has also captured many people. A large number of second-era powerhouses are imprisoned in the same cell as me. Defeating armies reported. Deprive them of their astral powers? No wonder the number of Dejun's powerhouses increased during the battle with Great Emperor Qin Long. The birth chart sharing technique deprives them of their astral powers? We've indeed underestimated Dejun in the past. The officials were shocked. Great Emperor Ziwei tapped his dragon throne lightly with his finger. Left assistant. Great Emperor Ziwei called out. Yes, my lord. An official stepped forward. Announce this news to the world. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Understood. Left assistant replied. My lord, are you going to let the other great emperors find trouble with Yinchuan? Defeating armies asked curiously. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at defeating armies. That's right. Deprive them of their astral powers? Heh, Yinchuan will definitely become enemies with the world. As for you, defeating armies lowered his head. There are many things to do in the Ziwei celestial realm. I'm preparing to take over the western outer continent. Go and help Wenxiu. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Understood. Defeating armies replied. Xianyang City. Defeating armies had fled. The officials were still worried. However, Xianyang City welcomed another guest. It was Sun Wukong, who followed Tong Tian. Yindi, our benefactor asked me to pass this to you. Sun Wukong handed over a letter. Oh, Yinchuan took the letter. He opened it and quickly scanned through it. Tong Tian went to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Yinchuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. When Great Emperor Qin Long went to the northern outer continent, Wu Jiong sent someone to deliver a letter to our benefactor. It was a letter left behind by Hong Jun. Sun Wukong explained. A letter from Hong Jun? Yes. The letter described that Wu Jiong was Hong Jun's new disciple. He asked our benefactor to go to the western outer continent to assist Wu Jiong. Sun Wukong explained. And then? Our benefactor felt that his tribulation was approaching, so he came to ask for your help. Indeed, Sun Wukong said worriedly. Of course I'll go if Tong Tian sends a letter. However, I want to know where this tribulation comes from. Yinchuan asked curiously. Our benefactor didn't say the specifics, but the western outer continent is already bordering the Ziwei heavenly realm. Before I came, there was a small confrontation. Perhaps. Sun Wukong said in a low voice. I know. Yinchuan nodded. Go and tell Tong Tian that I'll be by his side before his tribulation comes. Yinchuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll thank Yindi on behalf of our benefactor. Sun Wukong smiled. Thank? He and I don't need it. When I invited him, he came without hesitation. This time, I won't stand him up. Yinchuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Yinchuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and quickly headed west. After Sun Wukong left, Giguzi said, Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei, is very aggressive. He has conflicts with the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, and Tong Tian has allied with Wu Jiong. This tribulation might come from Great Emperor Ziwei. I understand. Yinchuan nodded. Pejuan has escaped, and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ziwei Heavenly Realm have become enemies. Your trip might be dangerous. Giguzi advised. Opportunities only come when there's danger. I understand. By the way, did Dark Giguzi go to the Great Benevolence World? Yinchuan looked at Giguzi. That's right. Giguzi nodded. Let him find the Jiangqin's body. When the four realms merge, I need to recover to the peak of my first era. Yinchuan ordered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already sent a message. Giguzi said solemnly. Also, Continue to search for news of Dongfang Booby. Great Emperor Zhui didn't conquer the northeast continent and instead attacked the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This Dongfang Booby is definitely not simple in the Second Era, Yin Chuan said. Yes. 10 days later, Yin Chuan's six-dragon palanquin flew out of Xianying and quickly headed west. Not long after Yin Chuan left Xianying in his human form, the news of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court spread. Regardless of whether it was the Yang Realm or the Netherworld, Pujuan's encounter in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was everywhere. Netherworld, Nanwai Continent. Pujuan? Depriving the stars of their power? No wonder Yin Chuan suddenly had so many experts under his command. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. Yes, my lord. It seems like the 30 people who went to the Great Qin City with my lord were also. Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. My lord, the formation that deprives the stars of their power is too strange. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the number of experts in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court grows, Yin Chuan will be the strongest. That's right. Yin Chuan? Set up the palanquin. I'm going to meet Great Emperor's White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Qinglong. I want them to get rid of the formation that threatens us as soon as possible. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Apart from Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the experts in the Second Era who were connected to the stars were in an uproar when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone looked at the Great Zhou Heavenly Court with strong hostility. Chapter 1429. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. Golden Celestial Realm. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage stopped outside the central main hall, outside the Golden Palace. Who are you? A group of golden-armored soldiers rushed into the sky. Outside the dragon carriage stood Bai Qi and Jin Daiyu. The Celestial Emperor of Dezhun requests to meet the Golden Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi shouted. The golden-armored soldiers in the distance quickly flew back to report. However, after flying for a while, Quang, the Golden Palace's door opened. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Miao was pestering zombie Yin Chuan. Miao, Yin Chuan, you're going to the west. Why don't you let me go? I want to go too. Miao immediately shouted. Yin Chuan smiled. There's nothing fun in the dragon carriage flying. Let's wait for the future. After the sky burying coffin fuses, I won't be able to teleport items. However, you can teleport to my body. You have the black gold nest. If I need anything, I'll let you know. But Sister Yuxi is going too. Miao was still brooding. Yuxi and Wu Jiong are related by blood. Therefore, I'll bring her along. Yin Chuan smiled. Miao, I want to play too. Miao said, feeling wronged. Don't worry. If there's anything fun, I'll definitely call you. Yin Chuan coaxed. All right. Miao felt helpless. Yang Realm, South Sea. South Sea was located in the center of the South Outer Continent, the Southeast Continent, and the Southwest Continent. There was a huge dragon palace in the western part of South Sea. It was similar to the East Sea Dragon Palace in the past, just slightly smaller. Dragon Palace Main Hall, South Sea Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, an old man was sitting on a dragon throne. A group of subordinates stood on both sides. In the center, there was a thin man with an arrogant air. Old Dragon Emperor, Jizun asked me to invite you to the West Outer Continent. The thin man smiled. The old man took a deep breath and said, Didn't I pass down the South Sea Dragon race to that unfilial son? Didn't he already submit and become an ancestor? Why are you still here? You're the former South Sea Dragon King. Although you've given the dragon race to your son, don't you still have half of it? Moreover, the Supremes are also... The thin man laughed. Bastard, the old Dragon Emperor of the South Sea shouted. That's the responsibility of the Dragon Clan for generations. Ancestor Chung destroyed the seal of the East Sea's eye, and now he wants to destroy the seal of the South Sea? The old Dragon Emperor immediately rebuked. Haha, there's nothing we can do about it. The Western Outer Continent is facing an unprecedented crisis. That's why we want to open the seal. I hope old Dragon Emperor can help us. The thin man smiled. Crisis? Crisis? What kind of danger was this? He had become Wu Jiong's dog, and now he wanted to drag the entire dragon race down with him? No, Scram. The South Sea does not welcome you. The old Dragon Emperor angrily rebuked. Just as the old Dragon Emperor was about to chase them away, a loud sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. Boom! With a loud bang, the old Dragon Emperor's expression changed. The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace also changed their expressions. You traitor, you tricked us to be here, but you secretly broke the seal of the Ocean Eye? The old Dragon Emperor immediately cried out in alarm. Boom! A group of people quickly rushed out and rushed towards the place where the loud sound came from. Soon, they arrived at the place where the loud noise came from. On the ground, a large number of prawn soldiers and crab generals were lying haphazardly on the ground. A large amount of turbid sea mud stirred up the center of the sea, making it impossible to see what was inside. Squeak, squeak. Within the murky seawater, the sound of babies laughing could be heard. This is? The old Dragon Emperor's face sank. He waved his hand. Boom! The turbid sea mud quickly settled down, revealing a strange monster in the center. The monster's appearance was extremely cute. It had a huge pink head that looked like a jelly, 2 big sparkling eyes, and 8 huge tails that were 30 feet long. The 8 10-meter-long tails were of different colors, and as they swayed, the seawater churned. Yeah. The monster let out an adorable cry. There were hundreds of black-robed experts in the surroundings, and below them was a cavern. There was a dragon-shaped seal on the cavern, and there was a small crack in the seal. The monster came out from that crack. The seal was broken. The old Dragon Emperor's face changed. Catch it! The hundreds of black-robed experts immediately shouted. Boom! The group of people grabbed at the monster. Yeah. The monster seemed to be extremely happy as it pounced at the group of people. In the blink of an eye, the monster and the black-robed experts got closer. It was as if they were relatives that they hadn't seen for many years, and they were extremely happy. I'll do it, huh? An expert immediately rushed to the front and stretched out his hand to grab the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth, and its mouth strangely grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was bigger than its entire body. Whoa! It swallowed the expert at the front in one gulp. What? Everyone's face changed. The monster's mouth returned to its original size, and it seemed to be enjoying eating a person. Yeah. The monster quickly pounced at the group. World exterminating heaven slash. A massive sword beam cut through the waves and headed straight for the monster. Whoa! The sword light was swallowed. What? Let's attack together. Rumble. All sorts of saber lights and sword lights rushed towards the monster. Many heavy attacks hit the monster's body, but they were instantly repelled by the monster's elastic skin. But when they entered the monster's mouth, they were like the best nourishment. The monster ate happily and continuously. Any attacks that hit its body were repelled, and it ate everything that came close. Eat. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of experts were eaten. Boom! An expert who had merged with the heavenly Tao hid from the monster in fear. Yeah. The monster charged forward. It seemed to have bitten the heavenly Tao, and it swallowed the ancestral immortal who had merged with the heavenly Tao. No. Miserable cries could be heard all around. The monster was incomparably happy, and it swallowed everywhere. The old Dragon Emperor looked from afar, and his face turned pale. Heaven-devouring tail beast? The 8th divine beast? The old Dragon Emperor said in shock. Dragon Emperor, what's a heaven-devouring tail beast? Is it more powerful than the explosive beast that appeared in the East Sea? The explosive beast can only be considered the 9th divine beast in the world, but this is the 8th divine beast. What do you think? No, legend has it that the 8th divine beast is only temporary. This monster can devour everything, digest everything, and refine the abilities of other divine beasts. If it can eat the 7th divine beast, it will evolve into the 7th divine beast. If it eats the 6th divine beast, it will evolve into the 6th divine beast. In any case, it can evolve. Legend has it that when it first appeared, it was only ranked at the 15th. Evolve? Is it that powerful? The heaven-devouring tailed beast is called the heaven-devouring beast. It can eat anything, even the heavens. Its tyrannical attribute allows it to ignore everything and devour everything. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. The old dragon emperor said in horror. Boom! In the distance, at the seal, another tail emerged from within. Not good. There's more than one heaven-devouring tailed beast in the seal. The old dragon emperor's expression changed. What do we do now? I'll go reinforce the seal. You guys run to the surrounding weaves and report to the city lords. Tell them to evacuate the people. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is here. No one can escape. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The old dragon emperor roared. No, dragon emperor, it is dangerous. Only one came out now. If all of them come out, it will be over. If they continue to grow, no one in the world will be able to stop them. They will be invincible and devour everything. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The old dragon emperor shouted. Under the dragon emperor's orders, the dragon kings quickly flew to the various territories to report. The closest territory to this place was the eternal territory of the outer south continent. When a dragon king rushed into a city lord's residence and reported everything, the city lord had a disapproving look on his face. Devour everything? Are you kidding? There are many experts in the world. How can a divine beast compare to the lord of the outer south continent and the great emperors? The city lord was unconvinced. However, he still sent people to the southern sea to investigate. The dragon kings had no choice but to go to other cities. However, they did not believe that the heaven-devouring tailed beast was powerful. A few days later, a city in the eternal territory welcomed a heaven-devouring tailed beast. In one night, all the living beings in the city were gone. Not only were they gone, but the entire city was gone. All the palaces and formations were eaten. In the end, only a small number of cultivators managed to escape. They watched as the heaven-devouring tailed beast ate the entire city, then the ground. It drilled a huge hole and disappeared without a trace. When the news spread, the entire eternal territory was in an uproar. At the same time, news came from the southern sea. All the dragons in the southern sea, including the old dragon emperor, were eaten. Not a single one was spared. Even the richly decorated dragon palace was eaten. In the eternal territory, a heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Every time it appeared, it became stronger. Eat, eat, eat. No matter what cultivator it encountered, they were all eaten. Countless holes were gnawed on the ground. The appearance of the monster caused countless cultivators in the eternal territory to panic. At the same time, the news quickly spread in all directions. Outer South Continent, outside the Imperial Palace. The patriarch of the Kong family, Peacock Z, was reading a secret letter. Eternal territory, heaven-devouring tailed beast? Peacock Z's eyes narrowed. Patriarch, what's wrong? Inform the palace masters to follow me to the eternal territory to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z glared. Yes. Ring Southwest Continent. Celestial Longevity Realm. In a large hall, a black-robed man stood. He held a black longsword and had a dignified expression. My lord, 7 kills. One of the subordinates said, I've already looked into the matter. It's true. There are heaven-devouring tail beasts sealed in the sea, eye of the South Sea, and all of the South Sea dragonfolk have been eaten. One of the heaven-devouring tail beasts even entered the everlasting domain and devoured everything. Heaven-devouring tail beast? That heaven-defying divine beast? Ha! Inform the 12 fiends to follow me to the southern sea to capture the heaven-devouring tail beast. 7 kills said. Yes. Underworld, Great Qin City. Liu Gang respectfully reported to zombie Yin Xuan. Heaven-devouring tail beast? It's actually a heaven-devouring tail beast? Yin Xuan's eyes widened. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Is the heaven-devouring tailed beast really that powerful? Liu Gang asked curiously. Zhongshan, the transcendent of the greater thousand domains, refined a heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, it was no longer the eighth divine beast. It had devoured a large number of divine beasts. In my first life, I had already devoured the second divine beast and took its place. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The second divine beast in the world? That's right. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? There's actually a large number of heaven-devouring tailed beasts sealed in the southern sea? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. At the same time, ring southeast continent. Yin Chuan brought Mou Shi and looked at Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor, I'll take my leave first. See you again. Golden Emperor nodded solemnly. Yin Chuan, Mou Shi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage roared and flew into the sky. To the southern sea, the eternal territory, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Roar! The 6 dragons roared and flew towards the southwest. Chapter 1430. Emperor Micro, Celestial Realm, Middle Heaven Continent. Inside a large hall, defeating armies stood before a man in white scholarly robes. Wen Chu, my lord asked me to help you deal with the great Zhou imperial court. Defeating armies said with a frown. Wen Chu smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. Great Zhou is in a hurry right now. I know you followed my lord's orders, but everything can be changed. The West Outer Continent is in a stalemate, and you can't do anything for now. Right now, the most important thing is the humiliation you've suffered all these years. Defeating armies frowned. According to the scouts, Yin Chuan came out of the Gold Celestial Realm and headed southwest. It seems that he also received news of the heaven-devouring beast. Wen Chu said solemnly, that should be it. Defeating armies nodded. Go. It has always been the Emperor Micro, Celestial Realm bullying others. We've never been bullied. Since Yin Chuan came out to seek death, we'll deal with him. Wen Chu said. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with gratitude. Many thanks. Ha ha ha. You and I have worked together since the second epoch. There's no need to be so polite. I have to watch over the West Outer Continent and not leave. Otherwise, I'll accompany you to take revenge. Wen Chu laughed. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Yin Chuan? Since he came out, he can forget about going back. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with a vicious light. We'll go with you. A voice suddenly called out from outside the hall. 3 tall and sturdy men slowly walked in from outside the main hall. Greed, Wu Chu Jumen. Defeating armies was taken aback. One accident is enough. This time, we'll go with you and let the rascals of the world understand the consequences of offending the Emperor Micro, Celestial Realm. Greed said, Okay. Defeating armies nodded. The 4 captains of the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm soared into the sky and headed for the South Outer Continent. Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain was currently facing a calamity from the heavens. Ya. The heaven-devouring beast let out a joyful, baby-like cry. It was like a demon had descended. Everywhere it went, it devoured everything. One city after another was devoured, one mountain after another was devoured, and one piece of land after another was devoured. It was as if there was nothing it wouldn't eat. As time passed, the Eternal Domain had long since become a living hell. In a huge city, countless Xiuzha ran out of the city in terror. Ya. In the void, the 8 shadows condensed into 8 huge tails. As the tails swayed, the void shook. Some experts who wanted to fly out of the city were immediately pulled back by the swaying tails. Help! Don't eat me! Father, mother, save me! Master, The entire city was filled with cries of grief. Outside the city, Peacock Z rushed over with nearly 1,000 Xiuzha. Right here, Peacock's eyes lit up. Far off in the distance, a 300-meter-long heaven-devourer-tailed beast could be seen swinging its tail, stirring up everything around it. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast opened its mouth wide and devoured everything around it. Didn't the letter say that the heaven-devourer beast was at most 30 meters long? Why is it 1,000 feet now? A person at the side asked with a frown. The sky-devouring tailed beast has grown stronger and bigger. Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. It is indeed a good treasure. With this divine beast, we are no different from an army. Everyone, follow me to capture this heaven-devourer tailed beast. Peacock Z called out. Okay, the Shioja replied. Boom! The Shioja rushed into the city. The heaven-devourer tailed beast had been happily devouring the people in the city, and countless buildings flew into its mouth. Suddenly, it sensed experts approaching and looked over. Nearly 1,000 peerless experts. The stronger they were, the more the heaven-devourer tailed beast liked them. The sudden arrival of experts naturally made the heaven-devourer tailed beast happy. Yeah. Ignoring everything around it, the heaven-devourer tailed beast pounced, looking as happy as if it had met a family member. Boom! The two sides clashed. 6 hours later, Peacock Z led 500 experts and fled the city in a sorry state. They were all covered in wounds and shocked. How is this possible? How can the heaven-devourer tailed beast be so strong? It's only been a while, and half of us are dead? Peacock Z muttered. Patriarch, that heaven-devourer tailed beast, is too strong. If not for the fact that we split up and ran, we would have been wiped out. Someone said bitterly. The more it is so, the more I want to get it. As long as I can refine one heaven-devourer tailed beast, I will use unlimited resources to make it stronger and stronger. In the future, I won't have to live under the protection of the ancestors. Peacock Z's eyes flashed with determination. But we are no match for it. It's fine. Isn't there another eye in the South Sea? There must be weaker heaven-devourer tailed beasts there. You, inform the others to head to the South Sea Dragon Palace. Peacock Z said. Yes, let's go to the eye of the South Sea. Peacock Z shouted. Above the South Sea. Roar, roar. The 6 dragon carriage roared, and Yin Chuan and the others arrived at the eye of the South Sea. For this trip, Yin Chuan only brought Jin to you, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. Stop! Bai Qi yelled. The dragon carriage stopped abruptly. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage and looked at the eye of the sea in the distance. At the eye of the sea, 2 forces were fighting. One of them was led by Peacock Z, who held the peacock plume in his hand. Behind him were close to 10,000 cultivators. On the other side was a man in a black robe, who held the hilt of a black sword in his hand. He looked very handsome. Behind him were a group of subordinates. Heavenly Emperor, that's the commander of the 6th Army under the Longevity Emperor, Qi Sha. Rumor has it that he is slightly weaker than Junpe, but he is still at the 15th tier of the martial heaven, about the same as Ju in the past. Bai Qi explained. Qi Sha, Yin Chuan said solemnly. In the distance, Peacock Z glared angrily. Qi Sha, the heaven-devourer tailed beasts here are ours. Ha ha, this is the South Sea between our 2 forces. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? There's a heaven-devourer tailed beast in the eternal domain. Why don't you go and capture it? Qi Sha sneered. Although Peacock Z had brought 10,000 people, Qi Sha was not afraid. In fact, he did not even care about them. If not for Kong Huantian, he would not have wasted his breath on Peacock Z. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded in the distance. It was Yin Chuan and his group. Peacock Z and Qi Sha looked over coldly. Yin Chuan. Peacock Z frowned. Qi Sha stared at Mo Yushi. More accurately, he was staring at the purple crystal between Mo Yushi's eyebrows. Dark Phoenix. Qi Sha looked at Mo Yushi in the distance with a serious expression. Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? Do you want to fight with my Kong family for the heaven-devourer tail beast? Peacock Z glared. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. I already know about the eternal domain. Peacock Z asked. Peacock Z? Qi Sha? I think you're both determined to get the heaven-devourer tailed beast. Yin Chuan smiled. What? You want to interfere too? Qi Sha suddenly smiled evilly. Peacock Z frowned at Yin Chuan. The heaven-devourer tailed beast is still sealed. Why don't you take it out and take a look before deciding who it belongs to? Yin Chuan smiled. What do you mean? Peacock Z did not understand. I'm sure everyone has their own sources of information. The Dragon Emperor of the South, C, sacrificed himself to repair the seal. But before this, do you remember that only one heaven-devouring tailed beast came out? Why is there only one? Are the others slow to react? Yin Chuan asked. Chisha's face darkened. He looked down at the huge seal in the depths of a sea that they had forced open. Only one heaven-devourer tailed beast came out from the crack. Is it because it was the smallest one? Chisha's face darkened. That's what I think. Yin Chuan nodded. That was the weakest heaven-devourer tailed beast? Peacock Z was confused. If the two of you fight to the death, will you be able to subdue all the heaven-devourer tailed beasts here? This place doesn't belong to any side, and the heaven-devourer tailed beast doesn't belong to anyone. Moreover, there must be more than one heaven-devourer tailed beast inside. Why don't we use our own methods? Yin Chuan said. Peacock Z and Chisha looked at each other. Okay, the two answered at the same time. They knew that Yin Chuan had arrived after a short delay. If they delayed any longer, more experts would arrive. They had to be quick. I'll break the seal. 12 fiends, stand by. Chisha said. Yes, the 12 subordinates answered. As he spoke, Chisha unsheathed his longsword. Peacock Z and Yin Chuan stood by. Break, Chisha roared. A dazzling ray of sword light shot towards the seal. Boom! The huge seal exploded, revealing a huge cave entrance. This time, unlike the East Sea, the surrounding seawater did not rush in. Instead, a large number of tails emerged from the cave. Heaven Devourer, tailed beast. Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. Squeak! Whoosh! The first Heaven Devourer, tailed beast charged out of the cave. Boom! 8 tails swung, and the surrounding void shook violently. This is a Heaven Devourer, tailed beast? An expert behind Peacock, Z exclaimed. The Heaven Devourer, tailed beast in the eternal domain was 1,000 feet long. When it first appeared, it was less than 10 feet long. Now, there is a Heaven Devourer, tailed beast in front of them. It really is a Heaven Devourer, tailed beast. Chisha's eyes flashed with excitement. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyelids were twitching. The voice of the heaven-devouring tailed beast could be heard from the cave again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Numerous voices rang out. Rumble. One by one, the heaven-devouring tail beasts rushed out of the eye of the sea. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts flew out. The big ones were around 2,000 feet in size, while the small ones were around 300 feet in size. Yeah, the heaven-swallowing tail beasts kept calling out, looking very cute. Moreover, these heaven-swallowing tailed beasts excitedly pounced towards the practitioners in all directions. 200 heaven-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yin Chuan's expression changed at this moment. So many. Chapter 14:31. 200 sky-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yin Chuan's expression changed at this moment. That many? Yin Chuan had received news from the everlasting domain in a steady stream. A 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast was practically invincible in the everlasting domain. Some of the major cities in the everlasting domain were guarded by ancestral immortals. Even then, a 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast could eat them all. Now, the largest was 200 meters, while the smallest was 300 meters. Were these sky-devouring beasts free? Was this Fushi's seal? That's a lot. Peacock Z's expression darkened. 7 Kill's expression changed as well. Yeah. The 200 sky-devouring beasts pounced on the scattered crowd in excitement. As soon as they appeared, countless delicacies appeared. Naturally, the sky-devouring beasts fought to be first. Peacock Z's group led the charge. With more than 10,000 people, it was a sumptuous feast. Most of the sky-devouring beasts pounced on Peacock Z. The sky-devouring beasts seemed to be able to tell which ones were stronger and which ones were tastier. Chi was a strong cultivator of the 15th level of the celestial plane. Although he had just entered the 15th level of the celestial plane, he was the strongest person there. Therefore, the largest sky, swallowing-tailed beast rushed towards Chi. Aside from that, there was another 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast following behind. 7 kills was powerful, and the 12 fiends he brought were all peerless powerhouses. Even if the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast couldn't eat meat, it could at least eat soup. It charged at 7 kill subordinates. Yeah. The 2 giant, sky-devouring beasts charged. 7 kills immediately drew his sword and slashed at them. Sky-severing art. 7 kills slashed at the largest divine beast. The largest divine beast's 8 tails met the attack. Boom! 7 kills of the 15th layer didn't kill the divine beast, but only sent it flying back 1,000 meters. Yeah. The largest divine beast charged at 7 kills with excitement. How can this be? 7 kills exclaimed. On the other side, the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beasts also charged at the 12 fiends. Die! One of the earthly fiend star powerhouses slashed. A sword ray sliced through the void and headed straight for the tailed beast. Oh, the sword light was instantly devoured. What? Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's speed instantly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, swallowing that earthly fiend star in one gulp. 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Yeah. Swallowing an earthly fiend star expert, that heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited and cheerful. Spit out my 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Boom! A group of energy swords slashed at the 1,000 feet long tailed beast. However, the tailed beast's body was too tough, and it instantly deflected the energy swords. Yeah. The tailed beasts cheerfully continued to pounce, and one of the earthly fiend star powerhouses looked at the starry sky in horror. An earthly fiend star in the starry sky suddenly emitted a ray of red light and then dimmed. 12th brother is dead, digested by this monster? That powerhouse's expression changed. 12th brother is a 13th firmament ancestral immortal. How can this be? Another powerhouse said in fright. Look, it was 100 feet just now. After eating 12th brother, it became 110 feet. It became bigger. It wants to eat us to strengthen itself. Kill it and avenge 12th brother. Kill. 11 earthly fiend star powerhouses furiously fought. Yeah. But the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was not afraid at all. Instead, it was even happier. After eating one, it seemed to be addicted. The 11 before it also wanted to eat, because the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could see that these 11 were not only 13th firmament ancestral immortals, but also 14th firmament ancestral immortals. Yeah. There were sounds of pursuit in all directions. 7 kills against the strongest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. In the distance, Peacock subordinates were completely unable to withstand a single blow from the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. They were completely abused and eaten. Save us! Monster! Close to 10,000 cultivators were quickly scattered and chased by the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts happily chased after them toward the eternal domain. A single heaven-swallowing tailed beast in the eternal domain was already a living hell. Now, close to 200 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were charging over. Even Peacock, who was running at the front, felt a chill run down his spine. One could foresee that the eternal domain was finished. At the same time, Yinchuan attracted a heaven-swallowing tailed beast. It was a 300-meter-long heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced. Boom! Bai Chi slashed with his saber, sending a vast astral saber at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Oh, the heaven-swallowing Bai Chi's astral saber in one gulp. Not good. Bai Chi's expression changed. Clang! Jean Diyu's divine emperor bell rang loudly, sending out a surging sound wave. A woo! The heavens swallowing by cheese sound attack in one gulp. Roar! Roar! The dragons were horrified. Yin Chuan stepped forward and met the heaven-swallowing tailed beast head-on. Seeing Yin Chuan charging over, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was overjoyed. Yeah. Its two huge tails swayed rapidly. Slash! Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the Jade Emperor sword appeared. He slashed at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. A blood-red energy sword shot out. Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast swallowed it in one gulp. Bastard? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. His hands glowed with white light. He used the hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot out. Whiz! Suddenly, the energy palm grabbed a huge tail. Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast bit off the energy palm's finger and escaped. You can eat that? Yin Chuan said in surprise. Roar! Yin Chuan had no choice but to transform. A head of blood-red hair appeared. A sea of blood instantly filled the surroundings. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced on the sea of blood excitedly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast sucked the sea of blood. The sea of blood rushed into its mouth. Fuck me. You can eat that? One of the dragons on the dragon carriage exclaimed, "The heaven-swallowing tailed beast eats everything? Monster!" Jin Dayu exclaimed. Yin Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His eyelids twitched. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan reached out with his right hand. Whiz! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast did not resist. It was instantly pulled into Yin Chuan's palm. Countless stars appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. The stars connected to the stars, and the power of the stars surged into Yin Chuan's palm. Rumble! The power of billions of stars gathered in Yin Chuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, trying to crush it. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited. It suddenly opened its mouth. Die! Yin Chuan shouted. The power of billions of stars crashed into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast ate billions of stars in one gulp. Yin Chuan was speechless. Yin Chuan stood in the air, dumbfounded. It ate? That was the power of the stars. It ate it all in one gulp. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast happily digested the power of the stars. In a short while, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's body changed from 100 feet to 110 feet long. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was getting stronger. The universe in the palm was useless against it. The divine beast's attributes were too insane. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast wasn't quite satisfied yet and began to fly around Yin Chuan's palm. However, there was nothing Yin Chuan could do about it. The power of the stars was useless, and all he could do was keep it flying around. Yin Chuan stared blankly at his palm, his face full of shock. Mou, she seemed to have noticed Yin Chuan's strange behavior. She quickly flew to him. What's wrong? Mou, she asked curiously. Mou, she was curious. Yin Chuan didn't know how to explain. However, in the next moment, Yin Chuan's expression changed again. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast had crushed the space inside the universe in the palm. Crack! The universe in the palm was crushed. Was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast about to escape? What? Yin Chuan was shocked. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's ability was too insane. Wouldn't it be bad if it escaped? On the other side, Peacock Sun's people either ate or ran away. Only 7 kills, and his men were left. 7 kills heaven shocking slash. 7 kills slashed at the largest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was sent flying. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast saw how disgusting it was to eat 7 kills. It turned around and chased after the rest of the group. 7 kills sighed. He turned to look at his subordinates. Oh, another heaven-swallowing tailed beast had swallowed another one of his subordinates. What? Brave Earth! 7 kills shouted. He only had 7 subordinates left. 4 of them had already been eaten, including the one in front of him. Sir, The 7 subordinates ran to 7 kills in fear. Sir, Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. How could he be eaten? Sir, please save Big Brother. One of the subordinates shouted in fear. In the sky above, the brave star suddenly shone with a red light. It then dimmed. Dead? Big Brother is dead? Big Brother can't even resist this? Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. He's been refined in such a short time? No. Everyone shouted in fear. As they shouted, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast grew to a size of 140 zhang. 14th layer of heaven. Open its mouth and swallow. Ya. The divine beast pounced on 7 kills and the others again. Bastard die. 7 kills slashed at the divine beast angrily. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's huge tail was cut off. Not only that, the huge impact sent the heaven-swallowing tailed beast flying in the direction of Yin Chuan and the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it reached Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi. What? Everyone's expression changed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast, whose tail had been cut off, steadied itself. Ya. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Mo Yushi. She was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing tailed beast in a flash. Yin Chuan, save me. Mo Yushi screamed in fear. Mo Yushi was going to be eaten? Yin Chuan had seen how fast the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could refine people. His expression changed, and he stopped using the universe in his palm. He quickly threw the heaven-swallowing tailed beast out of his palm. Yin Chuan blocked the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's mouth with one hand and grabbed Mo Yushi with the other. Mo Yushi was already in despair when Yin Chuan grabbed her. The happiness in his heart instantly gushed out. In her despair, she finally had Yin Chuan by her side. This was an indescribable happiness. Get out! Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he exerted force. Whoosh! Mo Yushi was thrown out. Woo! Mo Yushi, who was sent flying, suddenly saw the 140-foot heaven-devouring tail beast suddenly open its mouth and swallow Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi, who was flying in the air, was stunned. Yin Chuan was eaten. Chapter 1432. Yin Chuan was eaten? Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Mo Yushi was thrown into the air, staring blankly at the 104-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the 6 dragons widened their eyes in shock. In the distance, 7 kills was still slashing with his sword. His 7 subordinates also widened their eyes. A 110-foot-long heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yin Chuan's universe in the palm was thrown into the air. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the center where the mythical beast with a broken tail swallowed Yin Chuan. It had eaten Yin Chuan. No. Mo Yushi cried at the top of her lungs. Squeak! The heaven-devourer beast seemed to be frightened by the loss of its tail. It immediately flew toward the eternal domain in a panic. No! Yin Chuan! Mo Yushi cried as if she had broken down. Yin Chuan had been eaten by a monster to save her. As for that monster, even if it was a 14th heavenly layer expert, it would still be digested very quickly after swallowing it. Yin Chuan's previous moves had no effect on it. Was Yin Chuan doomed? Had she killed her husband? Mo Yushi screamed in despair. No. Jin Diyu, protect the Empress. You fly the fastest. If necessary, take the Empress away. Dragons, follow me to the eternal domain to find the celestial emperor. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! Bai Qi led the dragons toward the eternal domain. The last heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yin Chuan's universe in the palm was still charging towards 7 kills and the others. Squeak, squeak. The last heaven-devourer beast pounced. You're courting death. 7 kills sneered. 7 kills couldn't do anything to a 200-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. He could cut off a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast's tail. Now, a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast wanted to eat him? Empress, Jin Diyu shouted. Mo Yushi was still in a daze. Was Yin Chuan dead for sure? Although there was also a zombie Yin Chuan, and although they were the same person, She only recognized the human Yin Chuan. All the physical contact was between the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan. It was just that their minds were the same, and they were only communicating mentally. Her husband had died, trying to save her. Yushi's mind collapsed. No, no, no. Yushi screamed. As he howled in grief, his body suddenly emitted billowing black gas. The deep purple crystal between her eyebrows, the symbol of the dark phoenix, suddenly merged into Yushi's body. Rolling deep purple energy spread out. Boom! The dark purple aura emitted and actually forced Jindayu to retreat. I caused Yin Chuan's death. I caused Yin Chuan's death? As Yushi collapsed, the dark phoenix crystal in her body seemed to quickly dissolve and merge with Yushi. Screech! With the phoenix's mournful cry, Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge black phoenix. Of the 12 huge phoenix tails, 4 of them were connected to 4 different reincarnations. Screech! Yushi let out another phoenix cry. Under the phoenix cry, the surroundings suddenly darkened and a dark aura enveloped the sea. As the phoenix tail swayed, the void trembled. Then, 8 huge blue whirlpools suddenly appeared around the huge black phoenix. 8 more reincarnations? Jindayu cried out in shock. The black phoenix swung its tail fiercely. The other 8 tails that were not connected to the reincarnation channel instantly merged with it. Boom! Boom! The aura around Yushi's body was constantly rising. What's going on? Why is the queen's cultivation increasing so quickly? She's getting stronger and stronger? Jindayu exclaimed. The black phoenix was in a daze. Its eyes were filled with grief. Suddenly, the black phoenix saw 7 kills in the distance. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. In an instant, the black phoenix recalled that it was 7 kills who attacked the heaven-devouring tail beast. It was 7 kills. It was him. You caused Yin Chuan's death. I'll kill you. The black phoenix screamed hysterically. Screech! The black phoenix let out a furious cry and charged at 7 kills. As it charged, the void shattered where it passed. Even Jindayu, who was at the side, was sent flying by this terrifying aura. Level 15? How is that possible? The queen only reached level 12 when she was deprived of the astral power of the second era. How did she reach level 15 in the blink of an eye? Yes, it must be level 15. It's the same aura on the 7th of June every year. How is that possible? Jindayu looked at the black phoenix charging at 7 kills in shock. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. The beast was a piece of cake for 7 kills. He had already cut off 3 of its tails. When he was about to attack again to take down the heaven-devouring tail beast, a violent aura suddenly rushed toward him. 7 kills turned his head. Dark Phoenix? Merged? 1/6 of the Phoenix's power? 7 kills was shocked. The ferocious black phoenix was right in front of him in an instant. Boom! 7 kills, who was suppressing the heaven-devouring tail beast, was sent flying. Screech! The black phoenix was not satisfied. It spread its wings angrily. Endless black flames immediately surrounded 7 kills. I'll kill you! The black phoenix screamed at the top of its lungs. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills shouted. Boom! The black phoenix charged again, and the void shattered. She swung her tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation swept towards 7 kills like 12 huge pillars. Boom! The entire South Sea was filled with the sound of a huge impact. 7 kills subordinates opened their mouths in shock. Jindayu also opened his mouth wide in shock. Wasn't Yushi's current strength too fearsome? Dark Phoenix? What was going on? How did she become so strong in the blink of an eye? The last heaven-devouring tail beast had 3 of its tails cut off by 7 kills. Now, that 7 kills was knocked away by the black phoenix. The heaven-devouring tail beast swallowed the tail that was cut off. In the blink of an eye, 3 new tails grew out. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rushed toward the eternal domain. Clearly, the battle just now had made it feel a certain amount of fear. all the heaven-devouring tail beasts rushed toward the eternal domain. Above the South Sea, Jindu anxiously watched the battle, worried that something had happened to the Empress. On the other side, Bai Qi quickly used his life token to send a message to the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. The moment Yin Chuan was eaten by a heaven-devouring tail beast. Zombie Yin Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. All the officials stood in the central hall, and Li Si was reporting to Yin Chuan. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan stood up abruptly, his expression changing. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Li Si asked in surprise. I need to go into seclusion. Don't disturb me. Crown Prince, you'll be in charge for now? Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan disappeared. This was the first time that Yin Chuan had lost his composure like this. Crown Prince Fu Su, Li Si, and the others were all shocked. The court meeting was temporarily suspended. Crown Prince. All the officials looked at the Crown Prince. Fu Su frowned and said, Father is in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Contact the Yang realm. Also, contact Bai Qi and the others. Yes. It didn't take long for Bai Qi to report back. 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts? Something bad happened to the Celestial Emperor. How could this be? All the officials exclaimed. Something must have happened to Father. However, tell Bai Qi not to panic. Find that heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. Fu Su immediately said. The officials nodded. Lu Gang. Fu Su called out. Crown Prince. Lu Gang stepped forward. Immediately inform all the guards near Eternal Domain to search for the heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. The guard and the surrounding weaves should rush to Eternal Domain as well. Hurry, Fu Su ordered. Yes. Also, send a message to Jin Dayu. Swear to protect Mother's safety. Fu Su ordered. Yes. The news quickly spread to the Yang realm. Zhao Afong, Zizi, and Lur immediately received the news. What do we do? What do we do? Lur asked anxiously. Afong, quickly divine how husband is doing. Zizi said anxiously. I've already informed Mr. Gue Guzi. My divination isn't enough. I need his help. Zhao Afong nodded worriedly. Meow, meow, big sis, it's bad, it's bad. Meow immediately cried out. What's wrong? Zizi asked in surprise. I can't contact Yin Chuan. I have a contract with him, so I can't teleport over. Will Yin Chuan die? Meow. Meow was on the verge of tears. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Zizi comforted, her eyes red. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was comforting Meow or herself. For a moment, the news of Yin Chuan being eaten affected the hearts of countless people in Great Jin. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu had initially been worried that something would happen to Mo Yushi. However, the Dark Phoenix's strength was simply too ferocious. Coupled with Mo Yushi's suicidal attacks, both sides were heavily injured. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills fought for a while. His entire body was char-black, and he spat out blood. Ming, I'll take your life. Black Phoenix shed tears as she fought desperately. Boom. Finally, 7-kill sword was shattered by Black Phoenix. The two 15th Heavens powerhouses clashed violently. Jin Dayu and the 7 earthly fiend stars were all sent flying by the shockwaves. It was a heavy blow that injured both sides. Cough, cough, cough. Just you wait, crazy woman. 7 kills clutched his chest and immediately fled towards the north. Stop. Cough, cough. Black Phoenix also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as she chased after him. Empress, let's not chase after him. Let's go find the Celestial Emperor first. Jin Dayu shouted from his side. Jin Dayu's shout made the crazy Mo Yushi suddenly come to her senses. She paused. Just you wait. I'll be back, crazy woman. 7 kills flew towards the celestial longevity realm under the protection of his subordinates. Mo Yushi, on the other hand, turned to look at the eternal domain. Jin Dayu sent a letter to the Great Qin City and asked how Yin Chuan is doing. Mo Yushi forced herself to calm down and said, The great Qin city sent a letter saying that the zombie celestial emperor immediately went into seclusion. There's no news at all, Jin Dayu said. No news at all? Nothing at all? The big phoenix's eyes turned red again. An intense sense of regret welled up in her heart. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have gone to the West Outer Continent. If I hadn't come, nothing would have happened to Yin Chuan. Nothing would have happened to him. Mo Yushi's eyes were red with regret. Empress, Crown Prince Su sent a letter asking me to comfort you. No news is the best news. Jin Dayu said, Right. If there's no news, that means that Yin Chuan might not necessarily be dead. I'm going to find him. I'm going to find Yin Chuan. Mou, she said anxiously. Mou, she endured her grief and flew towards the eternal domain. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1433. Yin Chuan was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. The sky-devouring tail beast did not have a body. All it had was an adorable head and 8 huge tails. There was no abdomen, but after Yin Chuan was swallowed, he entered a huge space. The space was suffused with red light, and streams of flowing energy quickly swept out in all directions. 3,000 pillars of light of different colors were erected in all directions of the space. 3,000 heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Was it the arrangement and color of the 3,000 pillars of light exactly the same as the 3,000 heavenly Taos? Of course, the attributes of each strand of the heavenly Tao were slightly different from those in the outside world. They were also different from Yin Chuan's replica of the heavenly Tao in the greater world, but they were very close to the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Furthermore, Yin Chuan's 3,000 clones of the great path of the heavens were all fighting on their own. However, the 3,000 light pillars in front of him were exuding waves of energy that were circulating according to a specific trajectory. The cycle of the heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. However, his 3,000 heavenly Tao clones had never been able to circulate it. Thus, he was unable to unleash its full power. Yin Chuan had also tried to arrange the cycle, but it did not work at all. Every heavenly Tao had 2,999 possibilities to connect to other heavenly Taos. Similarly, there was also a sequence. Furthermore, there was also the order of the positive and negative cycle of energy, or it would change at certain times. There were also differences in the strength of the connection. One heavenly Tao was enough for Yin Chuan to study for a long time. To study 3,000 heavenly Taos at the same time was not 3,000 times, but a system project so huge that no one could imagine. Did the heaven-devouring tailed beast have such a cycle? Although his eyes were dazzled, Yin Chuan quickly recorded it down in an instant. No matter what the reason was, the first thing was to record it. Yin Chuan needed to be highly focused. Therefore, zombie Yin Chuan immediately chose to go into seclusion. He could not be disturbed in the slightest. At the same time, zombie Yin Chuan transmitted what he saw to silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan also put down everything he was doing and quickly comprehended the countless cycles. However, all of this was only the first scene that Yin Chuan saw. Some of the experts that came in earlier all died very quickly. Sure enough, in just an instant, countless different kinds of energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. Blood sea. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom! A sea of blood appeared, but it was quickly divided up by all kinds of energy. It was as if the blood was flowing through the veins. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent flow of energy rushed into the 3,000 pillars of light. It was digested and broken down, turning into the power of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. What? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Boom! The turbulent energy continued to rush towards Yin Chuan. The blood sea was completely useless. The Jade Emperor's sword slashed out. What? The turbulent energy once again shattered the sword aura and was absorbed by the 3,000 light pillars. Hanadao, a huge astral palm appeared, but it was instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy and disappeared. The turbulent energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. A protective shield appeared around Yin Chuan, and a large number of ancestral immortal artifacts he had collected were thrown out. Boom! They were once again destroyed by the turbulent energy. They rushed into another light pillar, and a part of them was consumed. The turbulent energy continued to rush into the next light pillar, and another part was consumed. Nearly 100 ancestral immortal artifacts were instantly digested by the 3,000 light pillars, turning into the heaven-devouring tailed beast's power. Understand now, this is the heaven and earth furnace, smelting everything in the world. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach is the heaven and earth furnace? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Bai Huang's memories of the past instantly echoed in his mind. Grandpa, are you the strongest in the world? How could I be? Little Bai Yi, you haven't even started cultivating and you're already thinking of being the strongest in the world? Then who is? No one. Then there must be someone who's the strongest. The strongest? The strongest in the world is still heaven and earth. The heaven and earth furnace, refining everything. What's the heaven and earth furnace? That's a general description. It's heaven and earth. As long as you don't transcend, you'll die one day. No matter how you die, whether you're killed, die of old age, or die of exhaustion, nothing can escape the heaven and earth furnace's refinement. Heaven and earth is a huge furnace, and everyone is inside, constantly being smelted. Oh, but don't worry. Although the heaven and earth furnace can refine everything in the world, it operates very slowly. You can also enjoy the process of being refined. Of course, if you could transcend, then don't be afraid. Transcendents are immortal. No matter what they refine, they can recover. It operates very slowly. Enjoy the process of being refined. Yin Chuan suddenly had an idea. The heaven and earth furnace, the heaven-devouring tailed beast's interior, is an imitation of the heaven and earth furnace. It refines everything inside, but it operates much faster than the outside world. Yin Chuan's expression changed. In a short while, the turbulence's impact on Yin Chuan grew stronger. Blood Sea, Yin Chuan said anxiously. Whoosh! The blood sea was quickly washed away. No matter what moves Yin Chuan used, they were all washed away by the turbulence in the blink of an eye, and their strength was absorbed. Cypress tree? Yin Chuan did not dare to use it, because Yin Chuan knew that the cypress tree would only be quickly refined and strengthen the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The next turbulence would be even stronger. The explosive beast's mystique? Yin Chuan did not dare to do it. Yin Chuan was sure that once the explosive beast's mystique exploded, he would be turned into countless pieces that would be washed away by the turbulence. They would rush into the light pillars and be quickly digested. By then, everything would be gone, and there would be no way to restore it. Gradually, Yin Chuan became anxious. He did not dare to use his Dharma treasures, because the turbulence here was all-encompassing. Dharma treasures could be destroyed in an instant. Boom! A turbulence broke through the blood sea and reached Yin Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan quickly dodged. Suddenly, his arm was hit by the turbulence. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's right arm was badly mutilated in the blink of an eye. His strong physical body could not withstand a single blow. It was like a mortal being corroded by acid. His right arm was exposed to the bone. Blood Sea! Yin Chuan shouted in horror. He kept urging the blood sea to protect his surroundings. However, the turbulence around him was getting stronger and stronger. Yin Chuan became more and more anxious. At this moment, rumble! A large number of cultivators suddenly fell into the outside world again. Obviously, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had reached a city in the eternal domain and was devouring crazily. Help! Countless cultivators who were swallowed into the space screamed. Boom! The turbulence suddenly hit, and a large number of cultivators were smashed. Some experts were rushed into the light pillars like blood flowing quickly in their meridians. In the blink of an eye, this group of cultivators was digested. Mountains poured into it, and rivers poured into it. They were all broken down and digested. Anything could be smelted. Yin Chuan became more and more anxious. Break! Yin Chuan punched out, hoping to break the heaven-devouring tailed beast body. However, the fist aura was immediately washed away by the turbulence. Boom! Another wave of turbulence washed away the sea of blood around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's body rushed into a light pillar in an instant. Boom! The power of the turbulence here was even stronger, and it crazily eroded the sea of blood around Yin Chuan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood sea was digested to Yin Chuan's skin. Previous heavenly vein. Yin Chuan shouted immediately. Buzz! Yin Chuan's surroundings suddenly emitted green light. It was the previous heavenly vein that Yin Chuan mastered. Suddenly, Yin Chuan was rushed into another green light pillar. The first world's way of heaven was the most primitive. The 3,000 light pillars in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach could only be regarded as a simulation of its form. However, there were still some differences. As soon as the previous heavenly vein appeared, Yin Chuan's pressure was greatly reduced. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be fixed in a green light pillar. The power of the 3,000 light pillars seemed to be all rushing to Yin Chuan. Boom! The turbulence rushed straight to Yin Chuan. It washed away everything around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's previous heavenly vein could not resist it. The blood sea was quickly exhausted, and the turbulence reached Yin Chuan's skin in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The turbulence rushed over. A layer of Yin Chuan's skin was immediately washed clean. His body was badly mutilated, and he no longer looked like a human or a ghost. Am I going to die here? No. Yin Chuan roared in grief and indignation. However, the power of this large furnace was too strong. No, I can't die. I can't die. Yin Chuan roared. Whoosh! Another turbulence of energy washed over. Another layer of Yin Chuan's body was dissolved and digested. Against the heaven and earth furnace, all methods seemed to be useless. In the distance, in the great Qin city, the zombie Yin Chuan was originally closing his eyes. Roar! An unwilling roar came from Yin Chuan's training room. Was it over? Was his body going to be finished? A few more times, and his body would be completely digested. I can't die. I can't die. The badly mutilated body of Yin Chuan roared. As he roared, green veins popped out. Under the mutilated body, he looked even more ferocious. Grandpa gave me the chance to live. I can't die. I still have Afong. I still have ZZ. I still have Yushi. I still have Lur. I still have my son. I still have my ministers. And I still have Dajin. I can't die. I can't die. I still have to transcend. I can't die. I still have to fight with Zhongshan. I can't die. Yin Chuan roared again and again. Another round of turbulence of energy washed over. Yin Chuan was digested again. If it were anyone else, they would have been finished long ago. However, a surge of resentment made Yin Chuan struggle even more. On the line between life and death, the biggest crisis in his life had appeared. Soon, another round of turbulence was about to rush over. I can't die. Roar! Yin Chuan roared in grief and indignation. As he roared, the light around Yin Chuan suddenly changed. The original blood-red color instantly turned into emerald green. Under the effect of the blood sea divine ability, the blood-red hair instantly underwent a strange change and turned into emerald green hair. His green hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Boom! As Yin Chuan's green hair fluttered in the air, a gigantic peacock plume suddenly appeared around him. Buzz! In an instant, the peacock plume emitted a dazzling green light that filled the entire space. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tail beast, which had lost one of its tails, was happily devouring a city of cultivators. Suddenly it paused. Yeah, the heaven-devouring tail beast's face stiffened. The heaven-devouring tail beast widened its eyes in shock. Then it suddenly started to feel pain. Rumble! The heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rolled around in the city. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beast seemed to have eaten something bad. Its painful movements caused the entire city to be in chaos. In an instant, countless cultivators escaped, leaving the heaven-devouring tail beast rolling around in pain. Dust covered the city, but no one dared to stay and check. At the same time, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, where zombie Yin Chuan was. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly stood up. My body is unconscious? I can't feel the touch of a human body? Is he dead? No, he's not dead. He's still connected. He's definitely not dead. Zombie Yin Chuan frowned. But I can't sense other parts of his body. What happened? Zombie Yin Chuan asked anxiously. Chapter 1434. Rumble. The seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast writhed in pain in the city. Yeah. Countless civilians escaped, but no one dared to stay behind to see what was going on. No one knew what was wrong with the heaven-devouring beast. It seemed to have eaten something bad. Rumble. Wisps of green light appeared in the billowing dust. The citizens who had managed to escape the city looked as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They watched the crazy, sky-devouring tail beast from afar. The dust could not stop the curiosity of the cultivators who were safe. Just as countless cultivators hid in safe places outside to watch. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the city. Another heaven-devourer beast appeared. The new one was only 280 meters long. Seeing a large number of cultivators gathered outside the city, it became excited. Its 8 tails swung quickly. The spatial ripples tossed countless cultivators toward it. Awoo! The new heaven-devouring beast cried out happily. Another one! Help! Help! Countless people were calling out to the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, but it was useless. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast quickly killed the cultivators. After a long time, it finished eating everyone. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast looked around the city with its big eyes. Boom! There was a loud bang in the city, and the seven-tailed beast stopped moving. The dust settled. The seven-tailed beast seemed to have fainted. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast flew closer. It poked the seven-tailed beast with its tail. However, the seven-tailed beast was still unconscious. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth, about to swallow the seven-tailed beast. However, right at this moment, the seven-tailed giant beast abruptly opened its eyes, and its large black eyes suddenly turned green. Boom! The seven-tailed beast knocked the 800-meter heaven-devouring beast away. The 800-foot long-tailed beast pretended to be innocent. The seven-tailed beast's eyes glowed with a green light. Gradually, its pink head turned green. Roar! A ferocious look appeared on the seven-tailed beast's face as it lunged at the 800-meter-tall heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast's expression changed. Boom! The two gigantic devourer tails tangled together. In the end, the green-headed tail beast was much stronger. The two-tailed beasts fought for several hours. The 80-foot long-tailed beast was swallowed by the green-head-tailed beast. Roar! The green-head-tailed beast's eyes glowed with green light. There was no longer any normal light in its eyes. It was as if it had turned into a wild beast, revealing a ferocious glint. Boom! It opened its mouth and bit down on the ground. Then it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Zombie Yin Chuan frowned as he sat in the training room. He could no longer feel anything from the human body, but he could feel that the human body was still alive. Not dead? What was happening now? Zombie Yin Chuan frowned. He calmly waited for the next reaction from his body. Xianyang City. Heaven Pavilion. In Heaven Pavilion, silver-eyed Yin Chuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Buzz! 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 Light pillars quickly appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 3,000 of them. Whoosh! Some energy quickly surged out of each light pillar. In an extremely complicated cycle, some parts of the cycle were wrong and immediately exploded. However, silver-eyed Yin Chuan's insane analytical skills were still being perfected. Heaven Pavilion emitted bursts of light. Xianyang City, Gui Guzi and Zhao Afong had the Heaven Evolution Disc in front of them. The two of them kept activating the disc. Zilu and Miao waited anxiously. After a long while, Gui Guzi took a deep breath and stopped the calculations. How is it? ZZ asked anxiously. It's very strange. I can't calculate it. Gui Guzi frowned. What do you mean you can't calculate it? Lu immediately asked. I just can't calculate it. I don't know how it is, but I think the Sky Emperor should be fine. Gui Guzi shook his head. Why? How do you know? Miao asked anxiously. Because of you. Gui Guzi looked at Miao. Me? Yes, your contract with the Sky Emperor is a symbiotic contract. If something happens to the Sky Emperor, you will die too. Gui Guzi explained. Yes. Miao, Yin Chuan is not dead. That's great. Miao immediately cheered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent, Imperial Palace. When Yin Chuan's body emitted a green light and his hair suddenly turned green, Kong Huangtian, who was in the Imperial Heaven Palace, opened his eyes. Kong Huangtian opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Creak. The doors of the Imperial Palace opened. Kong Huangtian slowly walked to the entrance of the palace. Kong Huangtian came out of seclusion. Naturally, it was a big matter for the Kong family. Blind Kong and the other elders of the family rushed over. Old ancestor, Blind Kong said respectfully. Kong Huangtian looked towards the northwest and said, What happened in the eternal domain? Old ancestor, Peacock led a group of experts to the southern sea. After opening the eye of the sea, 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts came out. Now all of them are wreaking havoc in the eternal domain. Blind Kong said concisely. As for how they wreaked havoc, Kong Huangtian naturally saw it clearly with his eyesight. Heaven-devouring tailed beasts, the 8th divine beast in the world? Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Yes. Blind Kong nodded and stood at the side without saying anything else. Looking at the eternal domain, Kong Huangtian said, Blind Kong, do you know the special characteristics of my peacock race's divine ability? Yes, the Kong family's divine ability, the peacock's plume. The divine light is divided into the 5-color divine light, the 10-color divine light, the 15-color divine light, and the 20-color divine light. When the divine light is thrown out, it can wipe out anything. When facing an enemy, no matter how powerful the opponent's Dharma treasure is, as long as the 5-color divine light is used, the 5-color divine light can take the opponent's Dharma treasure as his own. Blind Kong said, What kind of divine ability is this? Kong Huangtian asked again. The disciples of the Kong family waited with rapt attention, because everyone knew that at this moment, the old ancestor was giving them guidance on the divine ability. This guidance was definitely better than cultivating countless times. Blind Kong shook his head. This is the divine ability of the old ancestor. Our bloodline has inherited the divine ability of the old ancestor. Kong Huangtian shook his head. You haven't understood it yet. The divine light is just a manifestation. This divine ability is called deprive. What? Everyone suddenly looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Deprive? The 5th divine ability in the world? Blind Kong said in surprise. Kong Huangtian nodded. Kong Huangtian nodded, and his descendants instantly revealed expressions of wild joy. Deprive divine ability, as the name suggests, deprives the opponent of their divine ability for your own use, deprives the opponent of their treasure, and deprives the opponent of everything. Blind Kong said excitedly. What kind of perverted divine ability was this? 5th, one had to know that the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability was only ranked 10th. In the past, the Hongjun Patriarch's time divine ability was only ranked 9th. The reason why the deprived divine ability was so powerful was because it could deprive the divine abilities ranked below it, just like the time divine ability. When Kong Huangtian fought against Hongjun, he might have been able to deprive the other party of his divine ability. His divine light was actually the deprived divine ability? Because your bloodline is thin, the deprived divine ability is constantly weakening. It can only produce some divine light that can wipe out everything. It can wipe out the opponent's treasure, but it can only take away the control of the treasure. You have already obtained the foundation of this divine ability. You need to cultivate continuously to improve it. Kong Huan Tian said. Yes. Also, the top 10 divine abilities in the world are just a general ranking. It mainly depends on the depth of one's cultivation. The deeper one cultivates, the stronger one is. I can deprive the 10th divine ability of the spatial divine ability, but I can only deprive the mysterious spatial divine ability. After that, I can't continue to improve the spatial divine ability. As for the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability, I can't deprive him. Therefore, you need to continue to improve it. Kong Huang Tian instructed. Yes, we will definitely study this divine ability. We won't let down the precious wealth that the old ancestor left for us. Blind Kong said. Yes. Do you know the ranking of the divine beasts in the world? Kong Huang Tian said. I know a little, but it's not comprehensive. I only know that the exploding beast is 9th, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast is 8th, the identical beast is 7th, the metal beast is 4th, the cricket is 3rd, and the gold beast is 2nd. Blind Kong said, just like the divine abilities, the ranking of the divine beasts is not absolute. The ranking can be constantly changed. Kong Huan Tian said, yes. Blind Kong nodded. My peacock race is ranked 5th. Kong Huan Tian explained. The Kong family disciples were shocked. His peacock clan was actually the 5th divine beast? The top 10 divine beasts each have more than one divine ability. The exploding beast has the divine abilities Restore and Merge. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast has the divine abilities Swallow All and Refine All. The identical beast has the divine abilities Transform and Duplicate. Kong Huan Tian said. Then what about my peacock race? Blind Kong asked excitedly. Could it be that the Kong family bloodline had other divine abilities besides the deprived divine ability? Deprive, parasitize. Kong Huan Tian said. Parasitize? What's that? Blind Kong frowned. Not to mention seeing it. He had never even heard of it. His bloodline had such a divine ability. How come he had never noticed it? Kong Huang Tian did not explain and continued to look in the direction of Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain. As the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts continued to wreak havoc, the entire Eternal Domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts devoured the earth, and huge craters appeared one after another. They continued to devour and eat until they reached the depths of the earth, and lava shot up into the sky. A sea of fire spread, and earthquakes continued. The entire Eternal Domain seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Under the assault of water and fire, fog rose into the sky. Mou, she had already transformed into her human form. She clutched her chest and flew around. Empress, you were heavily injured in the battle with 7 kills. You should rest for a while. Jin Dayu advised. I'm fine. I want to find Yin Chuan. I want to find Yin Chuan. Mou, she shouted anxiously. In the distance, 2 heaven-swallowing-tailed beasts were fighting as if they wanted to devour each other. The way the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other was different from the way the exploding beasts did it. The exploding beasts had merged into one, and their strength would increase exponentially. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other as if they were devouring an expert. Mou, she quickly flew over. No, these two aren't either. Mou, she said anxiously. Whoosh! Once again, Mou, she flew away. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1435. The sound of the Eternal Domain crumbling could be heard without end. Countless cultivators fled to the outside world, but there was also a large number of cultivators flying in. Great Zhun's East factory guards and scouts from various factions were pouring into the Eternal Domain. Seawater and volcanoes collided, and mist rose into the sky. The entire Eternal Domain was like a huge boiler, boiling and chaotic. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Kong Huang Tian stared northwest at the Eternal Domain. Middle Sky Continent's border. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Zhu Min, and Wu Chu, the four commanders of the Purple Micro-Celestial Army, stood at the peak of a mountain and looked coldly to the south. With their 15th layer eyesight, they could naturally see through most of the world and see everything in the Eternal Domain. Yin Chuan has already been eaten by the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Do we still want to go? Defeating armies frowned. Yes, why not? Tan Lang said solemnly. Look at the sky above Xianyang City in the outer East Continent. Tan Lang said solemnly. Everyone looked at the sky above Xianyang. Above Xianyang, the Sea of Providence was still churning. As long as Yin Chuan is alive, the Providence will not be extinguished. If the Sea of Providence continues to churn, Yin Chuan will definitely still be alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. But that's because there are two Yin Chuan. One is dead, and the other is alive. That's why the Sea of Providence is fine. Wu Chu frowned. Even so, the Sea of Providence only shook for a while before recovering. So, I'm guessing that Yin Chuan is still alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. Yes, everyone nodded. However, that heaven-devouring tailed beast is truly powerful. The brave star of the celestial longevity realm is a 14th layer expert. After swallowing it, it was digested in the blink of an eye. Zhu Min frowned. That's why we have to go. Why isn't Yin Chuan dead? Tan Lang frowned. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Boom. A group of people charged straight towards the everlasting domain. Middle Sky Continent, Purple Micro Palace. Great Emperor Purple Micro sat on the dragon throne with Wen Chu standing in front of him. The four of them went to the Eternal Domain. Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Yes, I allowed it. If you want to blame someone, you should blame me. It's just that when Pajuan came back that day, he was in such a miserable state. Our Ziwei celestial realm has always been the ones bullying others. We have never been bullied before. Wen Chu said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath and did not reprimand Wen Chu. Instead, he looked to the south, as if his gaze had already followed defeating armies and the others to the Eternal Domain. Southwest Region, Celestial Longevity Realm. 7 kills brought his injured subordinates to the entrance of a territory. Sir, should we report this to the Lord? A subordinate asked. Of course. Your 72 earthly fiend stars have never suffered such a great loss. 5 of you have died. How are you going to explain this to the Lord? What face do I have left in front of the other corps commanders? Moreover, the 5 of them have gone through life and death with me. If I don't take revenge, how can I face the 5 of them? 7 kills said. Yes. The subordinates clenched their fists and nodded. Sir, you were fighting with Mo Yushi earlier, and you look quite battered. Shouldn't you tidy up your clothes before going to see the Lord? There's still blood at the corner of your mouth. A subordinate said. Tidy up? Of course not. We were bullied, so the Lord intervened. Blood? 7 kills wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. He immediately smeared the blood from the corner of his mouth on his face. Then, he messed up his tidy long hair, making him look even more miserable. The subordinates looked at 7 kills blankly. Quick, find a door plank. Carry me to the Longevity Palace. 7 kills said. The subordinates were speechless. Longevity Palace, Celestial Longevity Realm. Great Emperor Changsheng was presiding over a court meeting. Report. Great Emperor, Lord 7 Kills is back, a subordinate shouted. Report when you're back? Have you learned your manners? Little brat, you must have caused trouble again. Great Emperor Changsheng scolded from his dragon throne. Great Emperor Changsheng did not have the majesty of an emperor like Great Emperor Ziwei. Although he scolded, the subordinates knew that Great Emperor Changsheng was very close to his subordinates, especially 7 Kills. Great Emperor Changsheng Shang treated him like his own son. He had valued him greatly since the beginning of the Second Era. Lord Seven Kills was carried back. He's seriously injured and on the verge of death. The subordinate said softly. What? Everyone in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Bring him in. Great Emperor Chong, Shang shouted. Soon, Seven Kills was carried into the Longevity Palace with a broken door plank. Seven Kills' face was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely battered. The 7 subordinates behind him were no longer as tidy as before. Their hair was also disheveled by 7 Kills. 7 Kills. A group of officials rushed out of the hall and shouted. 7 Kills. How did you end up like this? Who did this? Bastard, I saw the 5 earthly fiend stars being destroyed. I didn't expect this. Bastard. There was an uproar in the hall. Who would have thought that the commander of the 6th Army would be bullied to this extent? 7 Kills seemed to be quite good at acting. He squeezed out a tear with difficulty. My lord, you have to uphold justice for me. 7 Kills said, as if he had been wronged. Great Emperor Chong Shung panicked. He quickly stood up from the dragon throne and took 2 steps forward with his fat body. He immediately walked in front of 7 Kills. My lord, you have to avenge me. And my 5 brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 Kills said as he wiped away the tears that were rolling down his face. How dare you? What's going on? Old 6, who bullied you? A few Legion commanders immediately shouted. 7 Kills subordinates lowered their heads as much as possible and blushed. They were too embarrassed to let others see their shame. Their lord was too good at pretending to be pitiful. The commanders were filled with righteous indignation. Great Emperor Chong Shung's mouth twitched. He muttered to himself, Little bastard, you even lied to me? It's the sky-devouring tail beast. And that Empress of the Great Jun Imperial Court, Mo Yushi. She's the Dark Phoenix. My lord, brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 Kills said pitifully. Mo Yushi? Little bastard, I don't know Mo Yushi. She's such a polite person. Why would she bother you if you didn't provoke her? How many times have I told you not to cause trouble for those from the Great Jun Celestial Court when you see them? You're still trying to trick me? Tell me the truth. Great Emperor Chong Shung shouted. My lord, I'm really not hiding anything. I've been bullied. 7 Kills was speechless. He didn't know why his lord was so nice to the Great Jun Imperial Court. Bully my ass. Don't you think I know you're a troublemaker? When I was in the Great Jun Imperial Court, I saw Mo Yushi many times. If you weren't a bastard, why would Mo Yushi bother you for no reason? Besides, how could Mo Yushi be stronger than you? You don't even know how to tell on her now. Great Emperor Chong Shung's face was full of disappointment. 7 Kills was speechless. Get up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Great Emperor Chong Shung scolded. 7 Kills felt helpless. Back in the celestial longevity plane, none of the army commanders would be able to see through his feigned illness. Only Heavenly Emperor Longevity would be able to see through his feigned illness. It was as though Heavenly Emperor Longevity knew better than the worm in his stomach. 7 Kills couldn't keep up the act anymore. He slowly climbed up from the door. He grunted as he got up. He no longer looked like he was on his last breath. All the Legion commanders were speechless. My lord, how did you see through it? I already used a secret technique. 7 Kills said strangely. Great Emperor Chong Shung didn't say anything, but a trace of disdain appeared in his heart. How did you see through it? These are all leftovers from my past games. Chapter 1436. As time passed, the Eternal Domain was on the verge of collapse. Much of the coastline had collapsed, and seawater had flooded into the interior. When it came into contact with the lava, steam rose into the sky, and torrential rain fell. Over the past few days, the Great Jun had been searching for Yin Chuan's whereabouts. 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured countless cultivators. The goal of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts was to quickly grow stronger and stronger. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts didn't belong to a tribe. Thus, when there was a shortage of cultivators, they could only devour each other. Each heaven-devouring tail beast represented a tremendous amount of power. Although they didn't have the ability to merge with others like the exploding beast, eating one heaven-devouring tail beast was more beneficial than eating countless cultivators. Boom! Of the 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts fighting each other, only the strongest would be enough. The Great Jin factory guards risked their lives to enter the everlasting domain and send news back to Xianyang City. Lu Buwei was in charge of receiving all kinds of information. The seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast that devoured the Celestial Emperor hasn't appeared yet. Lu Buwei frowned. Yes, Minister Lu. The seven-tailed divine beast has appeared a total of 4 times. Each time, it devoured a heaven-devouring tail beast. Now, it's 200 meters long. However, it burrows into the ground each time, making it difficult for the factory guards to find it. An official said respectfully. And the others? News keeps coming in that large groups of heaven-devouring tail beasts are killing each other. There should only be 10 of them left, but each of them is over 200 meters long. The largest is 240 meters long. They're searching for each other and hunting each other down. Pass on my orders. Continue to search for the Celestial Emperor. Lu Buwei said, yes, in the everlasting domain. The few remaining heaven-devouring tail beasts were gnawing on mud as they searched for each other. At this moment, a loud cry rang out from somewhere in the heart of everlasting domain. Screech! The void of the eternal domain began to tremble violently. Ya! The heaven-devouring tail beast's eyes lit up. From the sound of the cry, they could tell that it came from a peerless expert. Ya! The heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately stopped gnawing on mud and rushed toward the source of the cry. Rumble! At the same time, the rumbling sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. It was Mo Yushi by Qi and Jin Diyu fighting against the 2,000 zhang long heaven-devouring tail beast. Killing Path, Golden Body, the Bell of Chaos. Ming, by Qi and Jin Diyu, one on the left and one on the right, interfered with the sky-devouring tail beast. Mo Yushi turned into a streak of black light and slammed into the back of the sky-devouring tail beast. Boom! The heaven-devourer beast didn't suffer any injuries from the collision, but it was even more enraged. It swung its tail wildly, trying to swallow everyone. The heaven-devouring tail beast is still chasing after us. How troublesome. Bai Qi frowned. That's right. If the Empress wasn't here, both of us might have been swallowed. Jin Diyu smiled bitterly. We can't go on like this. If this drags on, the other heaven-devouring tail beast will be attracted here. Ya! The heaven-devouring tail beast waved its tail anxiously. Mo Yushi had turned into the Black Phoenix, but she couldn't do anything. The heaven-devouring tail beast was too difficult to deal with. Neither of them could do anything to the other, but they could keep Mo Yushi busy. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, back off. I'm going to use my secret technique. Mo Yushi shouted. Yes. The two of them quickly backed off. Without the two of them, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had a much easier time. Ya! The heaven-devouring tailed beast's tail grew so long that it covered the sky, wrapping the Black Phoenix in the center. 12 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yushi shouted. The 12 huge tails spread out, and the 12 paths of reincarnation surged towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast didn't care about anything. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the 12 tails along with the paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation collapse, explode. Mo Yushi shouted. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation exploded in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's mouth. The huge explosion caused the surrounding space to collapse. The heaven-devouring tail beast was sent flying in pain. A huge crack appeared in its mouth. 3 of its 8 tails were broken. Its entire body was smashed. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was finally heavily injured. Mo Yushi's 12 tails were instantly blown to smithereens. The recoil caused Mo Yushi to spit out a mouthful of blood. She hurriedly flew out of the collapsed black hole. She transformed into her human form. However, Her human form was extremely pitiful. Her back was a mess of flesh and blood, and her face was extremely pale. Empress Yu, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu shouted. Cough, cough. Let's go. The heaven-devouring tailed beast recovers quickly. Once it recovers, we won't be able to escape. Mou, she said bitterly. Yes. The two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly summoned a cloud for Mou, she to land on, just as the three of them were about to escape. Yeah, suddenly, there was another cry. A heaven-devouring tailed beast blocked their path. How is this possible? How did it recover so quickly? Mou, she cried out in shock. No, not that one. This one is 210 feet tall. Jin Dayu shouted. Yeah, whoosh. Another heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Yeah, a third heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Yeah. In just a short while, the three of them were surrounded by 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts. Mou, she and the other two's escape came to an abrupt halt. One 200-foot heaven-devouring tailed beast had already caused Mou, she to pay a heavy price to escape. Now, there were 9 of them. Even the smallest was 200 feet tall. How were they supposed to deal with them? The three of them landed at the foot of a mountain. They looked up at the 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts in the sky. All of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts are here. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. The first person the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts took a liking to was Mou, she. Mou, she was heavily injured, but the heaven-devouring tailed beasts could taste her deliciousness. Although they didn't know who the Dark Phoenix was, they knew that Mou, she was the strongest. Eating her would be very beneficial to them. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts cried out happily. However, their joyful cries were jarring to the ears of Jin Dayu and the others. Is it over? Mou, she said bitterly. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu also held their breaths. Jin Dayu sent a message to Xianying. If Yin Chuan comes back alive, tell him that if there's a next life, I'll still be his wife. Mou, she said with a sad smile. Maybe the Empress will be fine. The Heavenly Emperor will be fine. Maybe the Empress will be fine too. Even if Jin Dayu comforted her. Send the message. Mou, she shook her head. They were in a desperate situation. There was no way to escape. This wasn't Xianying. There was nothing they could do. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts glared at each other for a while. Then, they pounced on Mou, she, Jin Dayu, and Bai Qi. Mou, she was heavily injured. There was nothing she could do. After asking Jin Dayu to send a message to Xianying, Mou, she closed her eyes. She recalled how good Yin Chuan was. At the moment of death, Mou, she's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. Yeah, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts charged. The one at the front was about to swallow Mou, she whole. Boom! Beneath Mou, she's feet, the ground suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a large piece of land exploded. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from beneath the shattered earth. A huge creature broke out of the ground. It was a 7-tailed heaven-devouring beast that was 2,000 feet long. However, its head was green, and its eyes shone with a sharp green light. There was also a pair of dragon horns on its head. The dragon horn-tailed beast charged at the heaven-devouring tailed beast at the front. Boom! Under the huge impact, the surrounding void suddenly became chaotic. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's rhythm was disrupted by the dragon horn-tailed beast. All the heaven-devouring tailed beasts froze. They looked at the strange creature in front of them in shock. Mou, she was prepared to die. However, when she saw the dragon horn-tailed beast, her expression changed. Yin Chuan, Mou, she shouted in joy. The dragon horn-tailed beast stood on the ground with 3 tails. It seemed to be protecting Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and Mou, she. The Emperor of Heaven. Jin Dayu and Bai Qi were overjoyed. Mou, she was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. The dragon horn-tailed beast looked down at the 3 of them. Its eyes were still cold. It looked at them blankly as if it did not know them. However, it was instinctively protecting them. The dragon horn-tailed beast turned its head. It did not seem to like this feeling. Roar. It roared at the three of them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast looked at the dragon horn-tailed beast curiously. Roar. The dragon horn-tailed beast roared at the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was as if it was provoking all the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. The dragon horn-tailed beast provocation angered the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. They looked ferocious. The dragon horn-tailed beast did not care. It swung its huge tail, and it instantly grew. In the blink of an eye, it reached the heaven-devouring tailed beast that she had injured. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was covered in wounds. However, its wounds were healing quickly. Suddenly, it wrapped its tail around the dragon horn-tailed beast. Yeah, the dragon horn-tailed beast cried out in confusion. Whoosh! It was pulled to the dragon horn-tailed beast. Oh, whoa! The dragon horn-tailed beast opened its mouth and swallowed it. Rumble! The dragon horn-tailed beast's body slowly expanded. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts on the other side looked even more ferocious. After all, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts would devour the other beasts when there were other beasts around. This was the common understanding of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was also the reason why they were only fighting for Immerse in the beginning. This dragon horn-tailed beast had gone too far. In an instant, the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts saw the dragon horn-tailed beast as their enemy. They looked ferocious and were ready to kill the dragon horn-tailed beast. Chapter 1437. In the everlasting domain, sea fog filled the sky. At the north coast, boom, 4 figures appeared at the seaside. Pujuan, Tamlang, Ju-min, and Wu-chu. We've been delayed for a while. We're finally here, Tamlang said. Unfortunately, the fog is so thick that we can't see them clearly. Wu-chu frowned. It's okay. We'll find Yinchuan soon. Let's go in, Tamlang said. Okay. Boom. The group of people rushed into the everlasting domain. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared and pounced on the 9 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Boom! The 10 tails tangled together. The dragon horn-tailed beast knew that it was 1 against 9, so it tried its best to stay together. Ah! The dragon horn-tailed beast bit down on a group of tails. Its own tail was bitten as well. Yeah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts cried out in pain. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately let go of their tails. However, the dragon horn-tail beast did not seem to be afraid of pain and continued to bite down on the group of tails. 2 of its own tails were bitten off again. Yeah. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts waved their huge tails in pain. For a moment, the void around them shattered. Immerse, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu quickly took the opportunity to escape to a safe place. The 3 of them knew that they could not help at all. Even if they stayed, they would not be of any help. They might even affect the dragon horn-tailed beast battle. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared angrily. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless blood seas appeared in all directions. As soon as the blood seas appeared, they drowned the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts. At this moment, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts did not have the mood to devour the blood seas. Their tails were bitten off, and they wanted to take revenge on the dragon horn-tail beast. The blood seas were in chaos. Suddenly, they could not tell who was who. Yeah. Roar! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts roared angrily. Suddenly, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts saw a tail beast sweep over. Rumble! The blood seas continued to fill up the void. The original battle suddenly became chaotic. No one knew who they were fighting, but that was no longer important. They just needed to eat the other party. Boom! Boom! In the blood sea, a group of heaven-devouring tailed beasts fought each other. The sea of blood filled the sky, surging with invincibility. Awoo! Awoo! After fighting for a while, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Waves of powerful auras were constantly being emitted. Clearly, some of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts were growing stronger. In the outside world, Imoyushi's eyes were filled with worry. Blood Sea divine ability. This is Yin Chuan's divine ability. As expected, Yin Chuan is still alive. Imoyushi was worried, but her eyes were filled with joy. Everyone waited patiently for an unknown period of time. Boom! All of a sudden, the sea of blood exploded and dispersed. The original 10 heaven-devouring tail beasts had all been used up. Only 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts were left, biting each other. 2 heaven-devouring tailed beasts that were 250 feet long. 1 dragon horn, the other 8 tails. They bit each other's tails and stared at each other, glaring at each other. Roar! Roar! The 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts continued to compete. Neither was willing to give in. Neither was able to eat the other. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and 4 figures appeared in midair. Defeating armies, Tanlang, Jumin, and Wu Chu had all arrived. Ha, I told you. Tanlang sneered. Yin Chuan. Defeating armies suddenly roared. The dragon-horn-tailed beast was stunned for a moment, as if it was very sensitive to the name Yin Chuan. This slight pause gave the other tailed beast a chance to attack. Crack! Another tail of the dragon-horn-tailed beast was bitten off. At the same time, the tailed beast chased after the dragon-horn-tailed beast, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. No! Imoyushi screamed in horror. The tailed beast that Yin Chuan was in was eaten again? Oh! Defeating armies frowned. Rumble! The 8-tailed heaven-devouring tail beast body suddenly expanded again. Soon, its body grew from 250 feet to 280 feet. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast cried out happily. However, after just 2 cries, his face suddenly revealed a pained expression, and he quickly rolled on the ground in pain. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast rolled on the ground in pain. As it rolled, it was surrounded by smoke and dust. What's going on? Tanlang frowned. Yin Chuan and Imoyushi flew over anxiously. Bai Qi and Jindayu followed closely behind. The Empress of Dezhun and 2 generals of Dezhun? Defeating armies looked at them with hatred. Boom! Another loud noise came from the smoke and dust. The noise gradually subsided, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. 2 huge dragon horns appeared on the head of the heaven-devouring tail beast. It opened its eyes and 2 beams of green light shot out. Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei had been watching defeating armies and his group. His vision pierced through the fog, and he instantly saw the new heaven-devouring tail beast. Yin Chuan? He's controlling the new heaven-devouring tail beast? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a dark expression. In the distance, the new heaven-devouring tail beast turned its head and looked at Imoyushi and then at defeating armies and his group. It was as if it didn't recognize Imoyushi, but it could tell who was hostile towards it. The hostility came from defeating armies, Tanlang, Jumin, and Wu Chu. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared at the 4 of them instinctively. Ha! You think you can escape just because you've turned into a beast? Today, I'll pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation you've suffered back then. Defeating armies shouted angrily. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast acted on instinct and didn't waste time talking. Its 4 huge tails immediately rushed towards the 4 of them. The 4 of them were stunned. 1 against 4? Yin Chuan really didn't want to live anymore. They each took out their weapons and slashed at the 4 huge tails. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the space shattered. The weapons and the huge tails retreated. However, the huge tails weren't injured at all. What? The 4 commanders' expressions suddenly changed. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei also narrowed his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared and rushed towards the 4 of them again. Rumble! 8 huge tails broke through the space and swept towards the 4 of them again. Watch out! Tanlang yelled. Boom! 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 After another collision, the heaven-devouring tail beast became fiercer and fiercer. The four of them attacked with all their might. Only Tanlan's attack left a huge wound on one of the huge tails. The other three couldn't even move the huge tails. The heaven-devouring tail beast was in pain. It twisted its head and opened its mouth to swallow Tanlang. You're asking for it. Sky-breaking sword. Tanlang stabbed his sword into the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. Oh, whoa. The huge sword energy was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. It didn't back down and pounced again. Bastard. Tanlan's expression changed. He struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, the shadow of a huge wolf seemed to appear in the air. It pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast. Oh, whoa. It swallowed the heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast was getting closer and closer to Tanlang. What? Tanlang exclaimed. The other three's expressions changed. Seeing that Tanlang was in trouble, they immediately stabbed their weapons at the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 heavy attacks, the heaven-devouring tail beast was finally stopped. Tanlang immediately escaped. However, the heaven-devouring tail beast had too many tails. One of them instantly wrapped around defeating armies and tied him up. Defeating armies' expression changed. Let go of defeating armies. Tanlang exclaimed. Jumin and Wuxiu's expressions changed as well. They had just escaped when they pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast again. Their weapons were even more ferocious. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, at this moment, another tail wrapped around Jumin. Jumin screamed. He was immediately tied up by the tail and could not move. Cut off his tail and save defeating armies and Jumin. Tanlang exclaimed. Tanlang and Wuxiu cut off one tail each and slashed at the heaven-devouring tail beast's 2 huge tails. Boom! Before Wuxiu could use his full power, another tail wrapped around him. However, Tanlan's attack was powerful. It shattered the void and cut off defeating army's tail. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, another tail bound defeating armies who had just escaped once again. In just a short while, only Tanlang was left of the 4 powerhouses. The other 3 were caught in the tail and looked terrified. Defeating armies. Jumin, Wuxiu. The 3's astral energy could not break free from the heaven-devouring tail beast's power. Let them go, Tanlang said anxiously. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast looked fierce. It blocked Tanlang's attack while preparing to send the 3 into its mouth. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu looked at the heaven-devouring tail beast in front of them in shock. The 4 of them are all level 15. How can the Celestial Emperor be so powerful? Jin Dayu said in shock. Isn't this too fierce? Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed when he saw that his 4 subordinates were about to be killed. Heaven-devouring tail beast? Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei glared. He sat on the dragon throne and suddenly emitted a purple light. The purple light left his body and formed a transparent human figure of Great Emperor Ziwei. When Chu guard my body, I'll send my projection over. Great Emperor Ziwei's projection shouted. Yes. When Chu answered, the transparent projection of Great Emperor Ziwei dashed forward. Whoosh! It disappeared from a spot. As for his real body, it sat on the dragon throne without moving. Eternal Domain. Tanlang's sword slashed down fiercely. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast did not care at all. It sent the 3 cultivators into its mouth in the blink of an eye. It was not afraid of the energy saber. It would eat them all. No! Tanlang roared in despair. The 3 brothers from the second epoch were going to be eaten right in front of their eyes. Tanlang, save me! Pajun, Jumin, and Wuxiu cried out. But Tanlang could do nothing. Just as the 3 of them were about to be eaten, suddenly, a purple light appeared from the north and slammed into the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! A force several times stronger than Tanlan's collided. The heaven-devouring tail beast was sent flying from the center of Eternal Domain. The huge force shattered the void and sent it flying to the seaside of Eternal Domain. A super heavy blow. Chapter 1438. Boom! A force that was several times stronger than Tan Lang's hit sent the heaven-devouring tailed beast flying from the center of the everlasting domain. Under the huge force, it shattered the void and flew to the seaside of the everlasting domain. A super heavy blow. It crossed half the domain. Under the huge force, Pajun, Jumin, and Wu Chu were freed and sent to different places. They were all overjoyed. One had to know that they were almost eaten just now. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's digestive ability was obvious to all. Although they had never eaten a 15th-level celestial plane cultivator before, they could not guarantee that they would not be digested. Boom! The heaven-devouring tailed beast only stopped after destroying a large mountain range. In the distance, everyone flew towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was buried in a pile of ruins. It was stunned by the sudden attack. After a while, crack, crack. The heaven-devouring tailed beast slowly stirred the ruins and got up. In the outside world, 5 figures were standing in the air. Tan Lang, Ju Min, Pajun, Wu Chu, and a purple transparent figure exuded a majestic aura. Under the purple transparent figure's feet was a vast triangular arched altar. The Great Emperor's altar. Thank you, my lord. Pajun and the other 2 bowed gratefully. Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's attack had saved everyone just now. The transparent figure in front of them was a projection of Great Emperor Ziwei. He had arrived in the everlasting domain from such a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was indescribably fierce. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold as he looked at the heaven-devouring tailed beast that had crawled out of the ruins. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast growled. The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Its eyes flashed with anger. It had almost eaten something delicious just now, but had been ruined by him. Yinchuan. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared. Swinging its 7 tails, the sky-devouring tail beast looked like it was going to eat all 5 of them. My lord, this beast is really powerful. This subordinate is at the middle stage of the 15th heavenly layer. With the help of Army Destroyer, Jumin, and Wu Xiu, I barely managed to cut off one of its tails. Tan Lang said bitterly. They had thought that they would be able to tear down all obstacles before them. But after encountering this monster, they realized that other than themselves, they had nearly been wiped out. Master, this monster is very strange. It doesn't seem to have Yin Chuan's intelligence, but it can use some of Yin Chuan's abilities. Defeating armies said. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast let out another roar. Its huge tail stretched out with a loud rumble. It grew longer and charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. He wanted to take revenge for the previous attack. The giant tail lashed out like a heavy sword. It tore through the void and arrived in front of Great Emperor Ziwei in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes turned cold. He extended his right index and middle finger and pointed them at the giant tail. Between Great Emperor Ziwei's right index and middle finger, a blood-red ball of light suddenly appeared. It was like a blood-red demonic star shooting out from his fingertips. It was extremely beautiful. His 2 fingers touched the giant tail. Boom! The sky-devouring tailed beast's tail suddenly exploded. Ya! The sky-devouring tailed beast suddenly cried out in pain. 2 fingertips to break one of its tails? Tan Lang and the others all looked extremely impressed. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength had long become a legend in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sky-devouring tail beast was left with only 6 tails. After being hit by Great Emperor Ziwei again, not only was it not afraid, but its eyes became even more ferocious. Roar! Roar! As it roared, the sky-devouring tailed beast pounced towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. When it opened its mouth, its expression was ferocious. It was as if it would only be satisfied after swallowing Great Emperor Ziwei completely. Beast, you're courting death. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He extended his right palm. There were 7 large red moles on his right palm. It was extremely beautiful. His right palm struck out. Boom! Above the void, a huge purple energy palm suddenly appeared. However, this energy palm was different from other energy palms. Within Great Emperor Ziwei's energy palm, there were 7 blood-red light spots. They were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and there were 7 demonic moles on his palm. Boom! The energy palm struck the sky-devouring tailed beast's head, and the 7 demonic moles instantly shot out 7 beams of scarlet light. Bam! 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 The 7 beams of scarlet light instantly pierced through the sky-devouring tailed beast. In an instant, 7 large holes were pierced through its body. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast cried out in horror. On the side, Tan Lang and the others were shocked. One should know that when their attacks landed on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body, they all rebounded. Even if they attacked with all their might, they could not do anything to the beast's powerful defense. However, the 7 demonic moles on their master's palm instantly pierced 7 large holes through the beast's head. The 7 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's head looked extremely ferocious. PFFDT. The energy palm dissipated. Countless colorful gases suddenly emitted from the 14 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. It was like a balloon that had deflated. Plop! The sky-devouring tailed beast fell to the ground from midair. It could not even withstand a single attack from Great Emperor Ziwei. The ferocious sky-devouring tailed beast was no match for Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. Sizzle! Colorful gases continued to emit from the 14 bloody holes. The sky-devouring tailed beast gradually lost consciousness. Was it dead? Was it dead, just like that? Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi's despairing cry suddenly came from afar. Mo Yu, she was severely injured. Jin Dayu had transformed into the Golden Crow and rushed over with Bai Qi and Mo Yushi in tow. However, when they arrived, they saw the sky-devouring tailed beast killed by Great Emperor Ziwei with a single palm strike. No! Enduring the pain, Mo Yushi roared and flew toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. Yin Chuan, don't die! Yin Chuan! Mo Yushi pounced on the sky-devouring tailed beast in horror. However, the sky-devouring tailed beast kept leaking spiritual essence. Celestial Emperor! Jin Dayu and Bai Qi also rushed over in horror. The previously invincible sky-devouring tailed beast was killed with a single move. Everyone rushed toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. In midair, Pajun and the others admired Great Emperor Ziwei even more. My lord is invincible, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. So what if it was the sky-devouring tailed beast? He killed it with a single move? Their lord was too powerful. No wonder he was the most powerful great emperor. However, Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. There's still signs of life. Huh? Everyone was slightly stunned. As the sky-devouring tailed beast leaked spiritual essence, its entire body seemed to be rapidly decaying. The sky-devouring tailed beast was dead. It had been killed by Great Emperor Ziwei. Its body was decaying. Mo Yushi rushed over with tears streaming down her face. She kept calling out Yin Chuan's name. Just as Mo Yushi was calling out, cough. A soft cough came from the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. Mo Yushi's crying stopped slightly. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Cough, cough. There were 2 more coughs. The sky-devouring tailed beast's body was rapidly decaying. Mo Yushi quickly dug through the rotten flesh. Soon, she found a sack inside. A naked man was wrapped in the sack. The man seemed to have fallen into a coma. He was slowly waking up. Cough, cough. The man coughed again. Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi cried out excitedly. Rip! Mo Yushi tore open the sack, revealing Yin Chuan's head. Yin Chuan, that's great. You're fine. MOU, she hugged Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was in MOU's arms. He slowly opened his eyes. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, zombie Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Phew, I can finally feel my human body again. Eternal Domain. Yin Chuan, defeating army shouted. Yin Chuan, who was in MOU's arms, suddenly focused his empty eyes. Yin Chuan in human form had awakened. Zombie Yin Chuan transmitted his will, and Yin Chuan in human form had regained his consciousness. Yin Chuan in human form frowned as he looked at the 5 people in mid-air. Tamlang, defeating armies, Wu Xiu, and Juman. There was also a transparent person in purple imperial robes. He was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. His identity was obvious. Great Emperor Ziwei. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Yin Chuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yin Chuan, how have you been since we last met? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Back then, in the heavenly sea of the outer North Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei had accepted the position of a saint. Although he didn't talk to Yin Chuan back then, they still met once. Great Emperor Ziwei, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Just now, how did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked curiously. Although the heaven-devouring tailed beast was nothing to Great Emperor Ziwei, he was still curious about it. Yin Chuan's cultivation was only at the 12th layer of heaven. How could a 12th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven? To be able to control a heaven-devouring tailed beast with a gap of 3 layers, there must be something special about it. Control. Yin Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Stop pretending. What's the point? Defeating armies suddenly shouted. Do you have a right to speak? Yin Chuan looked at defeating armies. Bastard, what did you say? Defeating armies shouted angrily. The humiliation in the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was humiliating him in front of Great Emperor Ziwei again. If it weren't for Great Emperor Ziwei, defeating armies would have killed Yin Chuan immediately to take revenge for the past. Yin Chuan naturally didn't need to be polite to defeating armies. Now that the situation was bad, it didn't mean that he needed to curry favor with defeating armies. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Obviously, he was also very dissatisfied with Yin Chuan's attitude. Yin Chuan, I'll ask you again. How did you control the heaven-devouring tail beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly again. As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Yin Chuan and the others. Boom! The rotten corpse of the heaven-devouring tailed beast was instantly flattened. A powerful aura rushed towards everyone. But at this moment, a beam of green light shot out from the southeast. Boom! The green light collided with Great Emperor Ziwei's aura with a powerful aura. It brazenly blocked the impact of Great Emperor Ziwei's aura. A green transparent figure instantly blocked in front of Yin Chuan and the others. It was another projection. The number 1 person in the 3rd era, Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's face darkened. Chapter 1439. In front of the Imperial Celestial Palace in the southern outer continent, Kong Huangtian stood quietly with a group of Kong family members. Kong Huangtian had been paying attention to the Eternal Dominion. Most importantly, he was paying attention to Yin Chuan. Parasitism? Most of the Kong family members possessed one of the 2 divine abilities of the peacock. However, no one else had ever possessed the parasitism divine ability. Yin Chuan was the first one. Kong Huangtian looked into the distance solemnly, observing Yin Chuan. When Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared and Yin Chuan was on the verge of death, Kong Huangtian finally made a move. Blind Kong, protect my body, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Buzz. Kong Huangtian's body emitted a green light as a projection stepped out of his body. Yes, Blind Kong said respectfully. Boom. Kong Huangtian's projection shot towards the Eternal Dominion and disappeared in an instant. The number one person in the third epoch, Kong Huangtian, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. Kong Huangtian's body was covered in green light, and his expression was indifferent. He stood in front of Yin Chuan and the others, blocking Yin Chuan and the others behind him. Middle Heaven Big Dipper, Great Emperor Ziwei, I've long heard of your great name. Kong Huangtian nodded. The two peerless experts stared at each other. Yin Chuan, who was behind Kong Huangtian, frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Huangtian solemnly. One had to know that although he had a trace of the Kong family's bloodline, he didn't have much interaction with Kong Huangtian. At this critical moment, Kong Huangtian was blocking in front of him. Why? Screech. A group of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was the Kong family's patriarch, Peacock. Peacock had long been paying attention to the battle of the heaven-devouring beast, but he didn't dare to show himself. The battle here was also his main focus. It just so happened that this place wasn't far from where he was originally. Peacock Z had arrived early and hid in the dark until Kong Huangtian appeared. "Greetings, old ancestor," Peacock and his subordinates said. Kong Huangtian nodded, but he kept looking at Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian with a puzzled expression. "Kong Huangtian, I'm doing something. Why are you blocking me?" Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. "Great Emperor Ziwei, may I know what you need to do?" Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. "Do I need to report to you when I do things?" Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, "I know what Great Emperor Ziwei wants to do, but I want to protect Yin Chuan. I hope Great Emperor Ziwei can show mercy." Amen? Everyone looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. "Protect?" Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly. "Yes, Yin Chuan has our Kong clan's bloodline." Kong Huangtian nodded. At this moment, no one dared to interrupt the conversation between Kong Huangtian and the Great Emperor of Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he was merely interrogating Yin Chuan about the secret technique that he had used. Yet, Kong Huangtian suddenly came here to prevent him from interrogating Yin Chuan. Could it be that the secret technique was something shameful? Oh, the Kong clan's bloodline? Heh, it's a pity that he doesn't acknowledge your bloodline. Otherwise, why didn't he join your Kong clan when he was in the heavenly court? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Kong Huangtian didn't say anything. Peacock Z suddenly turned to look at Yin Chuan. "Yin Chuan, are you willing to join my Kong clan?" Great Emperor Ziwei's excuse was exactly what Peacock Z wanted. Peacock Z had always been thinking about how to strengthen the Kong clan and how to bring Dejun into the Kong clan. Now that the opportunity had come, he was naturally anxious. Although Yin Chuan was weak, he wasn't stupid. He smiled coldly and said, "Clan leader Kong, you must be joking." Peacock Z's expression suddenly changed. He was angry that Yin Chuan didn't cooperate. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly and said, "Did you see that? He doesn't acknowledge your Kong clan. Kong Huangtian, get out of the way." Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, "I didn't say that he acknowledged the Kong clan. I only said that he has the Kong clan's bloodline." Great Emperor Ziwei's expression turned cold. At the side, Peacock Z also looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Yin Chuan didn't even acknowledge the Kong clan as his ancestor. Why did the old ancestor still want to protect him? The more Kong Huangtian protected Yin Chuan, the more curious Great Emperor Ziwei became. At the same time, he became more and more serious about the previous question. "Great Emperor Ziwei, please leave," Kong Huangtian said again. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and shook his head. "What if I don't leave?" Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere around them gradually changed. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei looked at each other coldly. It was as if they would immediately fight if they made the slightest move. "Great Emperor Ziwei, this is the southern outer continent. Please leave." "I, Ziwei, have never failed to take away anyone that I want." Their auras continued to rise as they collided with each other. Rumble. The collision of their auras created a series of sonic booms. Just as their auras reached their peak, boom, from the north, another beam of white light suddenly rushed over. A violent aura instantly dispersed the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. Whoosh! A white figure stopped. A fat, transparent, white-clothed man was standing on a huge Great Emperor altar. Pajun, Peacock Z, and the others' expressions changed. What day was it today? Why was there another Great Emperor here? Everyone looked over. Eastern Orthodox sect? Yin Chuan suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. Wasn't this the director of the Heavenly Court's Foreign Affairs Department? Why? Great Emperor Chang Sheng? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Ha ha ha! Great Emperor Ziwei, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You're still a real man. Great Emperor Chang Sheng laughed. Great Emperor Ziwei. Peacock Z and the others were confused. This was Great Emperor Chang Sheng? But why was his tone so strange? What are you doing here? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. You can come, but I can't. There, that Yin Chuan is my brother. I'm here to see him. Great Emperor Chang Sheng said with a smile. Brother? Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. The others also looked at Great Emperor Chang Sheng in shock. Of course, when Yin Chuan and I were in the sealed realm, we peaked at a... Great Emperor Chang Sheng stopped halfway through his sentence. On the other hand, Yin Chuan's face turned black. This was because Yin Chuan already knew what Dongfang Zhengpai was talking about. In the sealed world, Dongfang Zhengpai would often peek at women bathing. The first time they met, Yin Chuan bumped into him. In short, Yin Chuan and I are good brothers. Great Emperor Ziwei, what are you trying to do? Great Emperor Chang Sheng stood in front of Yin Chuan, looking as if he was supporting Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes and stared at Great Emperor Chang Sheng. The Longevity Emperor replied with a grin. Although Great Emperor Chang Sheng said it casually, it was obvious that he wanted to protect Yin Chuan. Kong Huangtian's attitude also made it clear that he wanted to protect Yin Chuan. A single Yin Chuan had actually used 2 peerless powerhouses to protect him, defeating armies. Tan Lang and the others all looked surprised. Even Peacock Z was at a loss at this moment. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully. All right. For your sake, I'll spare Yin Chuan for now. In the future, Yin Chuan won't be so lucky. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei, you're really a good person. Great Emperor Chang Sheng said seriously. Great Emperor Ziwei, let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, Great Emperor Ziwei led his 4 subordinates and shot towards the north. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought Ziwei was really going to fight. Great Emperor Chang Sheng patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Everyone, Great Emperor Ziwei left. At this moment, Great Emperor Chang Sheng looked at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan. He had no intention of bringing him back to the Kong family. Don't die too early, Kong Huangtian said lightly. Boom! Kong Huangtian instantly shot towards the imperial palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Great Ancestor! Great Ancestor! Peacock Z's expression changed as he chased after Kong Huangtian. Everyone followed and left. Peacock Z still looked at Yin Chuan with some reluctance. How good would it be if Yin Chuan was his subordinate? However, this person was too insensible. Everyone left, leaving Great Emperor Chang Sheng alone. Dongfang Zhengpai? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Haha, you should just call me Chang Sheng or Zhengpai. It was fine in the past, but now I'm still using the surname Dongfang. I feel weird. After all this, I've actually become Dongfang Booby's grandson. Great Emperor Chang Sheng laughed. Oh, Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Let's go. To support this projection of mine, we have to constantly spend money. Follow me to the Longevity Palace. There's no need to stay here anymore. Great Emperor Chang Sheng said. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. He slowly stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a set of dragon robes appeared on his body. Jindayu, stay here. Gather the 6 dragons and wait for me at the Longevity Palace. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Let's go. Great Emperor Chang Sheng flicked his sleeve. Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi immediately shot towards the celestial longevity realm. Along the way, Mo Yushi quickly took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them to recover from her injuries. Yin Chuan's body was still weak. Bai Qi supported him by the side. Underworld, Great Qin City. Clang. Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out of the training room. Celestial Emperor. The civil and military officials stood respectfully outside, looking nervously at Zombie Yin Chuan. Celestial Emperor is everlasting domain, all right? Li Si asked worriedly. Inform everyone that the crisis has been resolved. I'm safe. Zombie Yin Chuan said. Yes. Li Si smiled excitedly. News of Zombie Yin Chuan's safety quickly spread to Xianyang. Immediately, Xianyang's ministers and empress cheered. Meow. That's great. It's finally all right. Meow cried. But what happened? Luo was still worried. Let's go to the underworld and ask Yin Chuan. ZZ smiled. Okay. Zhao Afong nodded immediately. With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Xianyang's heavenly pavilion, silver-eyed, Yin Chuan sat in the center of the Great Hall. There were 3,000 pillars of light in the Great Hall, each surging with energy. Compared to when he first started, he was much more proficient. Gradually, his form became the same as the space in the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is indeed mysterious. The 3,000 heavenly Tao can finally merge into one. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sighed. Chapter 1440. Yang Realm, Southwest Continent, Celestial Longevity Realm. The officials were guarding Emperor Changsheng's body. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Emperor Changsheng's projection returned. Along with him were 3 haggard figures, Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. Welcome back, my lord, the official said. Among them, Qi Sha's eyes lit up. My lord, you've captured Mo Yushi. That's great. Thank you, my lord. Qi Sha was overjoyed. He thought that Emperor Changsheng had gone there to avenge him. Mo Yushi frowned. Emperor Changsheng scolded. Get out of my way. This is my brother's wife. If you dare disrespect her, I'll punish you by sending you to the mines. Huh? Qi Sha's face froze. Whoosh! Emperor Changsheng's projection took a picture with his body. Yin Chuan, you're all heavily injured. Rest first. We'll talk after you've rested. Emperor Changsheng said. Yin Chuan nodded. Emperor Changsheng arranged for Yin Chuan and the others to rest first. Mo Yushi's injuries were the most serious. She would need a long time to recuperate. Bai Qi's injuries were not serious. He stood guard for the two. In a quiet room, Mo Yushi and Yin Chuan sat together with their legs crossed. Peak Tier 12. Just one more step and I'll reach Tier 13. What a pity. Yin Chuan sighed. Yin Chuan reached out and a pink bead appeared in his palm. A transparent sky-devouring tail beast was sealed in the bead. 201 sky-devouring tail beast soul essences? Huh! Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Yin Chuan put away the pink bead. He looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was still recuperating. Yin Chuan stood up and took out a pool of water. He took a bath and changed his clothes before walking to the door. Quang. Opening the door, Yin Chuan stepped out of the main hall, dressed in a soft black robe. Heavenly Emperor, Bai Qi said respectfully, guard the outside of the palace. No one is to disturb Yushi. Yin Chuan instructed. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Yin Chuan strode towards the longevity palace. Not long after, 7 kills walked toward him. Indeed, I'm really sorry about that day. I just made a mistake. Fortunately, Yindi is fine. Otherwise, I would have sinned. Qi Sha immediately stepped forward with a smile. Originally, he had wanted to take revenge, but a mortal emperor's attitude made 7 kills realize that revenge was futile. His lord was the first to disagree. He immediately thought of repairing their relationship. Looking at 7 kills, Yin Chuan nodded. I saw it clearly that day as well. It was all a coincidence. Haha. Yindi is still the most sensible. I've been scolded by my brothers for a long time. Yindi, our Lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Let me bring you to him. 7 Kills smiled. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yin Chuan also wanted to meet Dong Fangzhen's sect. Immortal Emperor? Yin Chuan was really surprised when the two of them joined forces. Yin Chuan finally met Immortal Emperor on a large balcony. You can leave now, Immortal Emperor said to 7 Kills. Yes, 7 Kills left, leaving only Yin Chuan and Immortal Emperor. Haha, Yin Chuan, you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this, did you? Immortal Emperor smiled proudly. The Longevity Emperor's personality was extremely carefree and easygoing. He treated his subjects like this, and Yin Chuan like this as well. Although there was a slight difference between him and the Eastern Orthodox sect, his easygoing personality was still similar. Indeed, I didn't expect this. When Renshu said you were someone from the Second Era, I did make a lot of guesses, but I didn't expect you to be Immortal Emperor. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yin Chuan smiled wryly. Of course. Can't an emperor be fat? Who made that rule? I'm fat, so I'm proud. Immortal Emperor said immediately. Yin Chuan nodded strangely. Speaking of which, your identity is very strange. Your body in the mortal realm is related to Bai Huang, Mingyi, and Kong Huangtian. Your body in the netherworld is related to Great Emperor Jiangchen. Jiangchen isn't someone to be trifled with. Take it easy. Immortal Emperor said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. After all, Immortal Emperor's tone was one of concern. Yin Chuan took out a pot of tea, poured 2 cups, and drank. Immortal Emperor didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the other cup and drank as well. Not bad. Golden Ganoderma tea that ripens once every 3,000 years. Immortal Emperor smiled. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Can you tell me about the Second Era? Also, how did you obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank? Yin Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era? The Second Era is divided into the early, middle, and late periods. Today's emperors were born in the middle and late periods. Back then, one Great Emperor karmic rank after another kept popping up. I snatched one and became Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor said, Oh, snatch one? You didn't obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank through cultivation? Yin Chuan asked curiously. That's just a lie. How can you refine something like this yourself? The Longevity Immortal Emperor laughed. Born from heaven and earth. Immortal Emperor shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's strange. According to the pattern on the Great Emperor altar, there should be as many as 9. However, I only know 8 of them. There's still one more, but I don't know who it is. There's still someone you don't know? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Of course. There are countless conspiracies hidden in the secrets of heaven and earth. How can I know all of them? Immortal Emperor said matter-of-factly. That day, I have to thank you for your help. That's why Great Emperor Ziwei retreated. Yin Chuan said. Great Emperor Ziwei? He was born in the middle of the Second Era. You'd better not provoke him. Other than Great Emperor Jiangchen, whose whereabouts are still unknown, he's the strongest among the great emperors. He's extremely arrogant, powerful, and supercilious. He probably had other concerns that day, so he didn't bother you. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Then, do you know anything about the early part of the Second Era? Yin Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era was full of talents. You know Cao Cao. Back then, he was even more talented than me. Unfortunately, for some reason, his cultivation stagnated. In the end, he came up with something as monstrous as fate. The early part of the Second Era is still a mystery. First of all, we don't know who the first great emperor was, but we do have a guess. Immortal Emperor frowned. Oh, the strongest person in the Second Era. 1.5. 1.5. Yin Chuan listened to the name with a strange expression. Yes. Although he rarely shows himself. Haha. You know about the 3,000 stars of the Second Era, right? Immortal Emperor asked. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. He was the one who created the 3,000 stars. Anyway, he's elusive. Immortal Emperor said. He was the first great emperor? I don't know. Because he was the strongest in the second era, we all have some guesses. Because he was recognized as the strongest person in the early part of the second era, he didn't show up in the middle and late part of the second era. He only showed up when the second era was about to end. The moment he appeared, he created the 3,000 stars, so 1.5? What a strange name. 1.5. Our Tai Chi, the meaning of this name, is more than a complete world. There's an extra heaven. This person was extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Now, his whereabouts are unknown. Immortal Emperor said. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. That day, I heard you mention Dongfang Bubi. Could it be that Dongfang Bubi was also a powerful person in the second era? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Dongfang Bubi was too pretentious. I don't like him. He was also from the early part of the second era. At the beginning, he was a great emperor. Immortal Emperor said. He was also a great emperor? Yes. The great emperor's karma position under Great Emperor Qinglong's feet belonged to Dongfang Bubi. After Dongfang Bubi had it for a while, he suddenly didn't want it anymore. So, he cut it out of his body. That was how Great Emperor Qinglong got it first. Immortal Emperor said. Oh, he didn't want the Great Emperor's karmic position? Why? Yin Chuan asked curiously. No one knows. Later on, I want to ask him. However, that bastard pulled a long face and said arrogantly, the Great Emperor's altar is too ugly. Immortal Emperor said unhappily. Yin Chuan was speechless. Ugly my ass. I worked so hard to get the Great Emperor's karmic position. How dare he insult it and say it's too ugly? Isn't he saying that I have no taste? At that time, I fought with him. Immortal Emperor said angrily. And then? Yin Chuan asked. There's nothing else. Emperor Chang Sheng said unhappily. Obviously, Immortal Emperor had lost. Yin Chuan didn't continue asking. At that moment, Yin Chuan finally understood why Great Emperor Zhui would rather take over the Great Zhou dynasty than touch Dongfang Bubi's sphere of influence for the time being. Haven't you thought of combining all the Great Emperor's altars? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Who hasn't thought of that? Of course we have. But how? It's fine if you have this idea. Once you take action, you will definitely be surrounded by all the Great Emperors. However, it seems like Great Emperor Ziwei has this idea. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Then, do you know about the Grave Clan? Yin Chuan asked. Grave Clan? Of course, they're a clan that was born in the early part of the second era. However, their numbers are very small, and they are an extremely strange clan. Moreover, they are a group of perverted lunatics who commit suicide for no reason. Damn, Immortal Emperor said strangely. Commit suicide for no reason? Yes. Once I was fighting with someone from the Grave Clan. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha, I finally know where I'm lacking." He stabbed a knife into his stomach, and then he died. I was scared out of my wits. I've never seen such a self-harming lunatic. Immortal Emperor said, with a conflicted expression. Yin Chuan was speechless. Forget Immortal Emperor. Even Yin Chuan felt that it was extremely strange when he thought about it now. He was fighting with his opponent, and in the middle of the fight, he suddenly killed himself while laughing. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned for a long time. Chapter 1441. Yin Chuan and Emperor Chang Sheng discussed the situation of the second era. What? You're going to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Emperor Chang Sheng exclaimed. That's right. That place is going to become a place of conflict. That's Great Emperor Ziwei's next target. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned. With a slight smile, Yin Chuan looked at Emperor Chang Sheng and said, just as you said, Great Emperor Ziwei already has the ambition to rule the world. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned. After the Western continent is stabilized, where will he expand his territory? Your celestial longevity realm might not be able to escape either. Yin Chuan laughed. But that's a matter for the future. A matter for the future? It's not a matter for the future. The four realms are about to merge. There's not much time left. So what if we make a big splash this time? So what if the other great emperors hate us? There's not much time left. We can't afford to think twice. Yin Chuan shook his head. Emperor Changsheng frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Emperor Changsheng's expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled and said, Yin Chuan, if you can get more than 2 great emperor karma ranks, I will also give you mine. Huh? Yin Chuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Boom! A huge altar suddenly appeared under Emperor Changsheng's feet. This is the Great Emperor Altar. Take a look, Emperor Changsheng said. Yin Chuan took a closer look. This Great Emperor's altar looked even more perfect than his Heavenly Emperor's altar. There were traces of gentle and perfect light flowing over it. What's wrong? This Great Emperor altar seems to be affecting my mind. Emperor Changsheng said solemnly. Affecting your mind? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. That's right. I used to live a happy life. When I was free, I would go to the lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery. But now, this hobby of mine is gradually disappearing. Emperor Changsheng said seriously. Yin Chuan. Beautiful scenery? That was peeping. The longevity monarch's hobby was too wretched. It's true. I realized that sometimes I would have some inexplicable ambitions. I want to dominate the world. The longevity immortal emperor frowned and said, Isn't that good? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. What the hell? I don't want to live such a tiring life. But now my mentality has changed. I have to think so much every time. How can I have the time? The longevity immortal emperor said strangely. Yin Chuan, if you can get 2 emperor karmic ranks, it means that you have the desire and ability to do so. I will give you my emperor karmic rank. When you collect all the emperor karmic ranks in the future, just show me what's so special about them. Emperor Changsheng said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at Emperor Changsheng strangely. This is too strange. It's true. I won't lie to you. I'll lie to you. Every time I peek, it'll be an old and ugly thing. Emperor Changsheng swore. Yin Chuan. In the netherworld, outside a huge palace in the North Outer Continent. The palace was called Xuanwu Palace. Outside Xuanwu Palace, an old man in a gray robe stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. The old man had a long beard and a slightly stooped figure. However, he looked very energetic. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Emperor Xuanwu, are you really not going to do anything? De Zhen's secret skill is completely targeted at us. Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. The old man, Emperor Xuanwu, smiled and shook his head. Emperor Rosefinch, you worry too much. Yin Chuan might not be targeting me. Why should I seek revenge? Can't you see? Emperor Ziwei deliberately spread this news. Why doesn't he deal with Yin Chuan himself? Emperor Ziwei has the fewest subordinates. We have the most subordinates in the Second Era. Emperor Rosefinch defended himself. But the enmity between the Ziwei, Celestial Realm, and De Zhen's Heavenly Court is even greater. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch's eyelids twitched wildly. He was unhappy. I know that you're unhappy that Yin Chuan captured a batch of your subordinates. However, you found the wrong person. You should find Emperor Qing Long. Half of his subordinates have been captured by Yin Chuan. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Emperor Xuanwu with suppressed anger in his heart. Emperor Rosefinch flung his sleeves and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. He was prepared to go to the world of the living to find Emperor Qing Long. After Emperor Rosefinch left, Emperor Xuanwu's expression froze and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! In the distance, a white light shot over. It was a man in a white robe. The man was extremely dignified and had a ferocious aura. He instantly appeared beside Emperor Xuanwu. What's the matter? Rosefinch came to find you. What did you say? The white-robed man laughed. Emperor White Tiger, he also want to find you. What about you? Emperor Xuanwu laughed again. Emperor White Tiger smiled and shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Emperor Rosefinch still can't see through it. That's right. However, this is also good. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. However, we have to send someone to investigate the method of depriving the power of the stars as soon as possible. Our power is stored in the stars. Although we can use it, it's best to keep it in our hands. Emperor White Tiger said in a deep voice. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. Outside Qinglong's palace in the North Outer Continent, in the world of the living, a group of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Seclusion? Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. Yes, please forgive us, Emperor Rosefinch. After His Majesty took over the North Outer Continent, he began seclusion. No one is to disturb him. A subordinate said. Seclusion? Seclusion at this time? He couldn't break through for so long in the Second Era. How can he break through now? He's just brushing me off, right? Emperor Rosefinch said hatefully. Emperor Rosefinch, you've misunderstood. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he wanted to refine a sword. Please forgive him. The subordinate said. Refine a sword? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yes. Don't you know about Emperor Zhui? We know. We also want to save our brothers, but what's done can't be undone. It's useless to go now. At least they're still alive. Everything will wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of Qinglong's palace. After flying out of Qinglong's palace, Emperor Rosefinch didn't choose to return immediately. Instead, he looked toward the southeast. Xianyang? An array that deprives the stars of their power. Very well, if you don't want to go, then I'll go myself. Yinchuan isn't in Xianyang now. Who could do anything to me? Emperor Rosefinch said angrily. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch shot toward Xianyang. Chapter 1442. Yinchuan looked at Emperor Changsheng with a strange expression. You still don't believe me? Emperor Changsheng was shocked. It was not that Yinchuan did not believe him, but it was too unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Yinchuan would never have thought that a great emperor would give up his great emperor karmic title to someone else. Moreover, the great emperor was giving it to him. Emperor Changsheng scratched his head and said, How about this? I will leave a mark on my great emperor altar for you. Oh, Yinchuan was puzzled. Boom! The great emperor altar landed on the ground, and Emperor Changsheng's body emitted white light. Open! The longevity immortal emperor shouted. Bang! Emperor Changsheng jumped out of the great emperor altar. Yinchuan, hurry up. It will only take a while to leave the great emperor altar. Stand on it and leave your mark. You will become the second successor. If anything happens to me, it will automatically teleport to you, Emperor Changsheng said while panting. Obviously, there was a price to pay for leaving the great emperor altar without leaving. I believe you. There is no need for that. Yinchuan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Emperor Changsheng to be so direct. Hurry up. Otherwise, this separation will be for nothing. Immortal Emperor Changsheng shouted. Emperor Changsheng's urging made Yinchuan smile bitterly. He then nodded gratefully. Slowly, Yinchuan stepped onto the great emperor altar. Buzz! The moment he stepped onto the great emperor altar, a solemn and majestic aura rushed into Yinchuan's mind. It made Yinchuan feel as though he was looking down on all living things. It was a special thought. It was as though everything in the world was in the palm of one's hand after stepping onto the great emperor altar. Inhale. Yinchuan took in a deep breath. Just like what Emperor Changsheng had said, the great emperor altar was interfering with Yinchuan's state of mind. However, Yinchuan liked it. Hurry up, Emperor Changsheng shouted. Yinchuan nodded. Boom! The heavenly emperor sacrificial altar suddenly appeared beneath Yinchuan's feet. The two altars collided and Yinchuan's imprint poured into the great emperor's altar. Buzz! The great emperor sacrificial altar trembled violently as a ferocious intent rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Boom! The huge consciousness seemed to be quickly washing over Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's expression turned sluggish, and his face sank. He quickly gathered his will and collided with this sudden thought. Rumble! As the two wills clashed, Yin Chuan's expression turned wary. As he nervously resisted, his entire body was drenched in sweat. See, I was the same back then. The longevity immortal emperor waved his hand. Buzz! Yin Chuan only felt his mind suddenly become clear. He seemed to hear countless trembling sounds in his ears. Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body as a gust of wind swept up from Yin Chuan's body in all directions. Huff! Yin Chuan came back to his senses as determination flashed across his eyes. Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar? One day, I will get one that belongs to me. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Huff! The Heavenly Emperor's sacrificial altar beneath Yin Chuan's feet disappeared as he stepped down from the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. On the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, there seemed to be an additional mark. The longevity immortal emperor quickly stepped onto the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar and waved his hand. The Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar then disappeared. You broke through? The longevity immortal emperor stared at Yin Chuan. That's right. I have to thank your Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. It's really amazing. In just an instant, it helped me break through to the 13th level of the heavens. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and exclaimed, "You're luckier than me." When I obtained the Great Emperor's Sacrificial Altar, I did not break through. The longevity immortal emperor exclaimed. I was at the peak of the 12th level of the heavens and was only a step away from breaking through. Compared to you, my cultivation is still lower. That's why it was so easy for me to break through. Yin Chuan smiled. How do you feel? Very good. The willpower of the Great Emperor's Sacrificial Altar seems to have amplified my willpower. If I obtain the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, my strength and willpower will be greatly enhanced. Yin Chuan said confidently. See, I said that it would affect one's mind. The longevity immortal emperor smiled bitterly. A little. Maybe your ambition does not lie here. But to me, the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar is my confidant. Therefore, I will obtain a Great Emperor Karmic rank as soon as possible. Yin Chuan said firmly. All right. If that's the case, I will give you my Great Emperor Karmic rank when you obtain two. The longevity immortal emperor said firmly. Looking at the longevity immortal emperor, Yin Chuan finally nodded his head and said, All right. It would be impolite for me to decline. All right. The longevity immortal emperor nodded his head. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Bai Qi stayed in the longevity palace for a period of time. Jin Diyu also arrived at the longevity palace with his dragon carriage. During this period of time, Mo Yushi's injuries had also healed. After staying for a few days, Yin Chuan and the rest bade farewell to the longevity palace. The longevity immortal emperor and his subordinates sent off Yin Chuan and the rest. Qi Shao walked at the front and said to Mo Yushi, Madam Yin, I am really sorry for what I did that day. It was indeed unintentional. In order to make up for my mistake, I have the 6 Phoenix treasured mirror here. Consider it as my apology. That day, Mo Yushi was indeed angry. However, as long as Yin Chuan was fine, all her anger dissipated. Later on, Mo Yushi calmed down and understood that Qi Sha had done it unintentionally. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Dongfang Zheng faction. Mo Yushi did not hold a grudge against him. That day, I was also in the wrong. You don't have to blame yourself. Mo Yushi said with a smile. No, a mistake is a mistake. Here, this is the 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. It's useless to me, but it should be useful to you. 6 Phoenix treasured mirror? That's right. Legend has it that the Phoenix of the First Era was the ancestor of all Phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all Phoenixes and the ancestor of all Phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all Phoenixes. She was worried that the Phoenix race would go extinct without her protection. Thus, she passed down the 6 great guides, which can mobilize the power of the 72 reincarnations. Your Supreme Dark Phoenix is one of the 6 great guides. There are also 5 Supreme Fire Phoenixes, Supreme Ice Phoenixes, and so on. Some Phoenixes migrated to the other 3 realms. They each have their own specialties. You might encounter them in the future. 6 Phoenix, treasured mirror. MOU, she took it gently. Thank you. MOU, she nodded. Ha. As long as you don't blame me. Lady Yin. 7 Kills laughed. MOU, she nodded. All right. Emperor Chong Sheng, we'll meet again. Yin Chuan said. Emperor Chong Sheng nodded. Yin Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar, roar, roar. The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. Emperor Chong Sheng watched as Yin Chuan and the others left. Ziwei Palace, Zhongtian Continent, Ziwei Realm. Pajun, Wenchu, Wuchu, Tanlang, Jumin, and the others stood respectfully on both sides. My lord, Yin Chuan has left the Celestial Longevity Realm. Wenchu said respectfully. Emperor Chong Sheng? Heh, I didn't expect his reincarnation to be so powerful. Emperor Ziwei said with a hint of disdain. My lord, with your strength that day, even Kong Huangtian and Emperor Chongsheng were no match for you. Pajun said with a puzzled expression. I know, but I've been planning this for a long time. I don't want anything to happen at that time. Emperor Ziwei said as he tapped his fingers on the dragon throne. Oh, Pajun was puzzled. When Shu seemed to know everything and said respectfully, My lord, are you going to take action? Yes. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Then I'll mobilize the troops and change the direction of the attack. When Chu said respectfully, No need. The Great Zhou Imperial Court will be destroyed sooner or later. You continue with your work. I'll personally take charge of this. Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. Yes. When Chu replied, What is it? Pajun was puzzled. When Shu took a deep breath and said, My lord wants us to take down the Celestial Longevity Realm immediately. Pajun was surprised. Since the beginning of the Second Era, my lord has planted chess pieces in the Celestial Longevity Realm. It's time to end it. Once we take down the Celestial Longevity Realm, my lord will unify the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. Who in the world will be able to stop him? The other great emperors? They're not worth mentioning at all. Wen Shu laughed. Moreover, Great Emperor Chongsheng's personality is too casual. He's not suitable to be a great emperor at all. Zhuofu smiled. Pajun and the others' eyes lit up. We'll go through fire and water for my lord. We won't hesitate, everyone said excitedly. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Zhuofu informed them to prepare for action. Zhuofu stepped forward. Yes. Outside the East Continent, Xianyang, Great Emperor Rosefinch had tried to persuade a group of great emperors, but none of them were willing to fight against Great Zhun with him. He was very unhappy. If he returned to the celestial realm of Rosefinch now, he would feel even more humiliated. Therefore, he came to Xianyang alone. If no one else came, he would do it himself. He was a great emperor. How could he lose to Yin Chuan? Moreover, Yin Chuan wasn't in Xianyang right now. Xianyang was empty. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Great Emperor Rosefinch stood on the peak of a mountain and observed Xianyang city coldly. He had failed once in Great Zhun. This time, he didn't want to fail again. Yin Chuan isn't here. The empresses aren't here either. That stupid cat isn't here either. This Xianyang city is really empty. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news that the formation that deprives the stars of their power should be in the Yang realm. What kind of formation is it? How can it have such an effect? If I can get my hands on this formation, I'll take back my power from the stars. If I leave it in the galaxy, there will be too many variables. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a low voice. After patrolling around Xianyang, he didn't find the formation that deprived the stars of their power. However, he saw the road to the underworld not far away. Road to the underworld? I'll seal your road to the underworld first. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. As he spoke, he stomped his foot. Rosefinch's seal. Boom! The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned red in an instant. Flames suddenly appeared on the ground, and the shape of the flames was that of a vermilion bird. Ah, what's going on? Why is the ground as hard as metal? There are so many rosefinch flames. For a moment, Xianying was in an uproar. Rosefinch's seal not only blocked the road to the underworld, but even if ZZ was in the Yang realm, the road to the underworld wouldn't be able to reach this place smoothly. A large number of officials rushed to Skyward Palace anxiously. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the panicking Xianying city. Chapter 1443. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Boom! A loud explosion came from the direction of the Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road has been cut off. ZZ's face darkened. At this moment, Zombie Yinchuan was describing everything that had happened in Eternal Domain to the girls. The sudden change caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Soon, Giguzi walked over. Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Rosefinch has sealed the land of Xianyang City in the Yang realm. Feng Shui masters can't travel between the two realms. Giguzi said solemnly. They're finally here. How many people are there? Yinchuan asked in a low voice. Just as we guessed, there's only Great Emperor Rosefinch. Giguzi said solemnly. That's good. Yinchuan nodded. Ever since Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, Great Jun has been paying close attention to the news of the various factions. Great Emperor Rosefinch visited the various Great Emperors, wanting to consign Great Jun to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, the various Great Emperors had their own plans and failed to fulfill Great Jun's wish. Giguzi said, in the end, Great Emperor Rosefinch still went to Xianyang City. Yinchuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, why did you wait until today? Giguzi frowned. Great Emperor Rosefinch traveled everywhere. I knew that there would be a battle with Great Jun. He wanted to destroy Great Jun, so I naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, my first stop in the west was the Golden Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against him. Only by persuading him can we teach Great Emperor Rosefinch a painful lesson. Yinchuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, although Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against Great Emperor Rosefinch, he might not be willing. Giguzi frowned. No, he'll definitely be willing. After all, Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm's faction is too isolated. Yinchuan said with a smile. Each of the Great Emperors had a group of powerful subordinates. However, the Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were pitifully few. There are only a handful of them in the Second Epoch. Furthermore, he had just subdued them not long ago. The Heavenly Emperor passed the Cosmic Star Formation to the Golden Great Emperor. Giguzi was slightly taken aback. That's right. Although the other Great Emperors didn't agree with Great Emperor Rosefinch, everyone is staring at this formation. Dajin is at the center of the whirlpool, so he needs someone to resist the whirlpool with him. Moreover, the more experts of the Second Era captured by Great Emperor Huangjin, the more benefits it will be for me. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Understood. Gue Guzi nodded. But why wait until now? If Emperor Rosefinch comes to Xianyang, my Xianyang... Gue Guzi was confused. Don't worry, Xianyang will be fine. The only reason we delayed it until today is so that Emperor Rosefinch will have to pay a greater price. Yinchuan said coldly. Yes, send the message. Yinchuan said. Yes. Underworld, South Outer Region, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Rosefinch Celestial Realm's capital, Rosefinch City. Outside Rosefinch City, Desolation Hua led a group of Dajin's national beasts and experts to stand in a valley. Beside him stood Golden Great Emperor in a golden robe. Golden Great Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor, means that the experts of the Second Era who besieged Rosefinch Celestial Realm will be divided equally. You are the strongest, so you can use your strongest power to break through all obstacles and severely injure the experts. We will take advantage of you and capture those who severely injured you. We will divide them after we return." Desolation Hua said. Golden Great Emperor immediately laughed and said, "Ha, good. Ha." A jade pendant in Desolation Hua's hand shattered. The Heavenly Emperor has sent a letter. We can take action now. I wish Golden Great Emperor a great harvest. Desolation Hua smiled. Good. Let's go. Golden Great Emperor immediately flew into the sky and rushed toward Rosefinch City. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from outside Rosefinch City. However, Golden Great Emperor soon arrived in front of Rosefinch City. Not good! Quick! Activate the Rosefinch Guardian Array. Exclamations suddenly came from the city. Buzz! A huge fiery red light shield blocked the outside. You want to stop me with the little Rosefinch Guardian Array? Break for me! Golden Great Emperor shouted. He stretched out his hand and punched the array. Boom! With a deafening sound, the surrounding heavenly Tao trembled. In an instant, the loud sound spread throughout the underworld. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Boom! Under the seal of Rosefinch, a large number of officials quickly gathered at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Right Minister Lu Buwei stepped in front of the officials. Great Emperor Rosefinch. Lu Buwei stared and shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch sneered. I heard that someone from the Rosefinch celestial realm was captured by Dejun and used the star power deprivation technique to deprive them of their star power. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Lu Buwei's eyes were gloomy. Great Emperor Rosefinch, who did you hear this from? Ha! It doesn't matter who I heard it from. What's important is that you release my subordinates and those who use the star power deprivation array. Follow me back to the Rosefinch celestial realm and accept the punishment of the Rosefinch celestial realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted coldly. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. Lu Buwei sneered. Joking? The underworld gate has been sealed by me. Lu Buwei, what else can you do? Even Yin Chuan should be in the west now. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. You can't resist. You're just a bunch of ants. I can stomp you to death with 1 foot. Humph! Hand over everyone before my patience runs out. Hurry! Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted immediately. Boom! As he shouted, a shock wave rushed toward the great formation of Xianyang, causing it to fluctuate. Countless commoners also revealed anxious looks at this moment. They couldn't connect to the underworld, and the celestial arch was out. What should they do? Even a large number of officials were looking at Lu Buwei anxiously. What should they do? This was not an ordinary person of the Second Era. This was Great Emperor Rosefinch, one of the 6 strongest of the 3,000 stars. Just as everyone was panicking, Kwang, not far from the Skyward Hall, the door of a hall suddenly opened. Everyone looked over. Forbidden Zone, Heaven Pavilion. Heaven Pavilion? Countless officials revealed looks of astonishment. Lu Buwei, however, looked at Heaven Pavilion with a hint of respect. Thud! 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 Footsteps were heard. A man in a white robe slowly walked out of Heaven Pavilion. The man slowly stepped out. His pair of silver eyes gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Celestial Arch? Someone was the first to exclaim. Celestial Arch. Everyone looked surprised. Of the 2 celestial thearchs, one went to the west outer continent, and the other was in the underworld. Why did another one appear in front of them? Moreover, his aura was even more extraordinary. Greetings, Celestial Arch. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. For a moment, Yin Chuan's appearance made all the officials' worries disappear. Their blind worship made it seem as if as long as Yin Chuan was around, they could cross any hurdle. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan slowly walked to the front of the officials and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch outside the city. Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch also looked surprised. Weren't there only 2 Yin Chuan? Weren't there only 2 of them? His scouts had also sent news that one was in the underworld and the other was in the west. Why was there a 3rd Yin Chuan? At this moment, Great Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one paying attention to Xian Yang. Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu had also arrived in the Yang realm. They stood at the entrance of the Yellow Spring in the North Outer Continent and stared at Xian Yang. Another Yin Chuan? That's impossible. I can only deduce two of them with my divination technique. How can I not deduce him? Great Emperor Xuanwu said in surprise. The Great Zhun Heavenly Court is indeed very strange. Chapter 1444. Yang Realm, Shiwai Continent, Luoyang City. On a tall balcony. The people around them were all gone. Only a man and a woman were sitting at a stone table, sipping tea. They were Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tong Tian. Wu Jiong poured a cup of tea for the sect leader of Tong Tian. There's news from the front line. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage has entered Shiwai Continent. Can you see him? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. The sect leader of Tong Tian shook his head. My body is at the 15th heaven. I can see the world with my eyes. However, the world is too big. I can only see it when there's a huge focal point. As for Yin Chuan's body, it's too insignificant in the vast world. It's like a speck of dust in the sky. How can I find him? Wu Jiong nodded. Since Yin Chuan can capture Guopejuan, he'll be of great help to us. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. This is our stage, our world. Sooner or later, everything in this world will be ours. The sect leader of Tongtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. Wu Jiong nodded with a smile. What number did Yin Chuan take this time? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. 108. The sect leader of Tongtian thought for a while. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Shiwai Continent, Xianyang City. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan stepped out of Heaven Pavilion and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Yin Chuan? There's another one? That's good. I'm sure you can't mobilize the power of the world. Wait for me to take you down. Great Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of excitement. Whoosh! Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan stepped out of Xianyang City. Heaven Emperor. Some officials were worried. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan flew in front of Great Emperor Rosefinch in the blink of an eye. What? You want to fight me like this? Great Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Not only Great Emperor Rosefinch, but Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger of the Outer North Continent were also at a loss. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan's eyes were still as cold as ever. He didn't even seem to be interested in what Emperor Rosefinch was saying. Lin Bing Doja, get into formation and advance. Int Tong, Yin Chuan shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, 9 enormous heavenly veins appeared around the two of them. The moment the heavenly vein appeared, the surrounding space shook. The heavenly Tao, clone from the great thousand realms, rejected the first world. Ha ha ha, just because of this? Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. 3,000 heavenly Tao appear. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Emperor Rosefinch's gaze was still filled with disdain. Based on this, previously, when the four of you fought against Emperor Qinglong, this wasn't enough. Why? Do you want to repeat the same mistake? Ha! You must be out of your mind. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one. Even Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu weren't optimistic. There was another person looking at Xianyang. It was Nether River Patriarch, who was at the entrance of Chujiang Hall in the Netherworld. Nether River Patriarch seemed to be extremely concerned about Yin Chuan. Now that Xianyang was in trouble, Nether River Patriarch cast his gaze over again. 3,000 heavenly Tao of the great thousand realms? If they don't form a cycle, they're just a pile of trash. Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. However, this silver-eyed Yin Chuan is really strange. Even I didn't predict it. Ha! Nether River Patriarch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. In the Yang realm, Emperor Rosefinch looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan with disdain. He didn't waste any time and immediately reached out his hand to grab silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Sins committed by the heavens can still survive, but sins committed by oneself cannot be spared. Boom! A huge fire-shaped energy palm tore through the void and grabbed at silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, and a silver light shot out from his eyes. Buzz! The 100 heavenly Tao in the surroundings suddenly trembled. Then, a large amount of turbulent energy of different colors surged out from the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy was extremely domineering. It instantly dispersed the fire-red energy palm and poured into the heavenly Tao. Nether River Patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. The White Tiger and the Black Tortoise Great Emperor were also confused. Emperor Rosefinch was the most surprised. Although that palm strike just now was very casual, it couldn't have been so casually dispersed by Yin Chuan. Rosefinch's roar, 10,000 flames run. Emperor Rosefinch roared. Roar! Suddenly, a huge phantom of Rosefinch appeared behind Emperor Rosefinch. Rosefinch's phantom roared at the sky. Then, rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. The flames turned into Rosefinch's appearance. 1,000,000 flames of Rosefinch went straight for Yin Chuan. 3,000 heavenly Tao array digest. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the 3,000 heavenly Tao was enveloped by thousands of rays of light. Then, countless turbulent energy rapidly shot out and swam around the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. As they swam, the void shattered. Countless Rosefinch's flames were instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy. Then, they poured into the 3,000 heavenly Tao and were further digested. The turbulent energy went straight for Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's face changed. He activated his spiritual power to form a huge shield. However, the turbulent energy was quickly digested layer by layer like food being digested by gastric juices. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. You actually mastered the cycle of the heavenly Tao? Impossible! Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yin Chuan ignored Emperor Rosefinch. Instead, he took a step and jumped out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy grew stronger. The cycle of the heavenly Tao was completely simulated in the stomach of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, Yin Chuan used the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World. It was even stronger than the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Rumble! The turbulent energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Whoosh! Suddenly, it broke through the shield and washed over Emperor Rosefinch's arm. Rip! Instantly, a piece of flesh was torn off his arm. Emperor Rosefinch's arm was badly mutilated. Emperor Karmic rank. Boom! A huge Emperor altar suddenly appeared beneath Emperor Rosefinch's feet. Once the Emperor altar appeared, a fiery red energy enveloped Emperor Rosefinch and blocked all the turbulent energy. The cycle of the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the Emperor altar? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's face darkened. Even so, you can forget about leaving. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Rumble! The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards the great Emperor altar, preventing the great Emperor Vermilion Bird from leaving. Heaven and Earth Furnace, refining Emperors. Nether Realm Old Ancestor Nether River squinted his eyes. As he spoke, Nether River Old Ancestor's eyes suddenly turned golden. His golden pupils opened, and his eyesight increased tremendously. It was as if he could see the scene within the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan sensed something and turned around abruptly. Wong! His silver pupils suddenly shot out countless silver lights. It met Nether River Old Ancestor's golden pupils. Whoosh! The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They looked at each other for a moment, and then stopped looking at each other. Silver-eyed, ha! Interesting. You can see through illusions? Nether River Old Ancestor laughed with a hint of surprise. In the Yang realm, silver-eyed Yin Chuan pondered for a moment before turning back to look at the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. How is this possible? The cycle of the heavenly Tao? How can you make the heavenly Tao array cycle of the heavenly Tao array? Emperor Rosefinch was trapped within and was extremely anxious. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and stared at the great emperor altar. Under his silver pupils, everything was in the state of particles. However, at this moment, the emperor altar was a complete entity. Even his silver pupils could not see through it. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan frowned at the emperor altar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was trapped within, suddenly changed his expression. Rosefinch's celestial realm is in trouble. Emperor Rosefinch suddenly exclaimed. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and continued to operate the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Bastard, Yin Chuan, it's you. It's you, isn't it? You sent someone to ambush my Rosefinch's celestial realm? Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yin Chuan still did not say a word. Emperor Rosefinch anxiously sent out energy to fly. However, the moment he left the emperor altar, he was instantly destroyed by the turbulence. Even Emperor Rosefinch, who was at the peak of the 15th heaven, could not do anything about the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. Bastard! Emperor Rosefinch roared angrily. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array continued to trap Emperor Rosefinch. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch had used many methods, but he could not resist the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. This was not something a human could resist. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Any other power would be laughable in front of it. Emperor Rosefinch was only protected by his emperor karmic rank, which was on par with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, without his emperor karmic rank, even if Emperor Rosefinch used all his strength, he would still be digested one day. In the distance, Emperor White Tiger and Emperor Xuanwu frowned as they watched. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array? The Great Zhen Heavenly Court has gained a firm foothold in the outer East continent. Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Yes, but it's a pity that Emperor Rosefinch will have to return empty-handed again. Emperor White Tiger nodded. Just like that, an entire day passed. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch became more and more anxious as he sensed that Rosefinch's heaven realm was getting more and more damaged. No, bastard. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch roared. He no longer cared about the chaotic flow of the outside world. He gave up on the protection of the emperor altar and only protected his heart and soul as he flew out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent flow washed away a large amount of flesh and blood from Emperor Rosefinch's body. At this time, he did not dare to hesitate. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Boom! Emperor Rosefinch rushed out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. However, he was in a miserable state. His flesh and blood were all over his body, and his right arm was gone. He looked like a skinned corpse standing on the emperor altar. Roar! Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will be back. Roar! Emperor Rosefinch, who was badly mutilated, shouted in grief and indignation. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch shot towards the south. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan waved his hand and put away the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. He looked in the direction that Emperor Rosefinch left with a cold gaze. Emperor karmic rank? Emperor altar? What is it? Even I can't see through it? Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan sighed. Long live! Long live! Cheers could be heard from Xianyang City. Dazhen's officials were also excited. Although Dazhen had always been tyrannical with the emergence of a group of great emperors, back in the underworld, the Celestial Emperor had to work together with 3 other powerhouses to drive away one great emperor. Ultimately, they were still weaker than the heavenly realm. Now that the Celestial Emperor had driven away the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor, Dazhen had finally become the overlord of the world. Chapter 1445. Great Emperor Rosefinch had left. Xianyang City was filled with cheers. Although it had happened many times, it was different this time. The pressure of the awakening of the second epic's powerhouse had made countless people worried. Now, Yinchuan's strength had made everyone less worried. The Yin-Yang Road opened again, and many people from the netherworld quickly entered the Yang realm. Miao was the first to pounce, wanting to see what silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked like. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan didn't like the noise. After dealing with Great Emperor Rosefinch, he turned around and flew back to the Skyward Palace. He walked towards Heaven Pavilion. Meow, don't go, let me see. Meow pounced. Quang. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan closed the door of Heaven Pavilion. Meow, bad guy. Meow immediately shouted. Outside North Continent, Yellow Spring Road. Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. Finally, they stepped back into the Netherworld. Netherworld, Rosefinch's Heaven Realm. Golden Great Emperor waved his golden fist and smashed through more than 10 cultivators. Boom! Ah! Ah! A group of screams was heard, and more than 10 cultivators were sent flying back with heavy injuries. Great accomplishments experts immediately swarmed forward and captured all of them in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Golden Great Emperor was delighted. Golden Great Emperor, it's about time. Let's go. Great Emperor Rosefinch is coming back. Mournful Transformation shouted. Coming back. What a bummer. Golden Great Emperor said in a deep voice. The others won't fight you head-on. Even if we delay, we can't capture many. This time, we've captured 312 people, which is already a great harvest. Mournful Transformation laughed. Okay, let's go. Golden Great Emperor didn't delay and flew towards the outside East Continent with Mournful Transformation and the others. Another half a day passed. Boom! Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly appeared in Rosefinch's Heaven Realm. Although his physical body was previously injured, the loss of his body gradually recovered with the help of the Great Emperor Karmic rank. At least on the surface, it looked like it had recovered. The entire city of Rosefinch had been razed to the ground. The ground was in ruins. My lord, you're finally back. My lord, it's Golden Sovereign. My lord, there are also people from Dijon. A group of hiding subordinates rushed out one after another, each with a sorrowful look on their faces. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was burning with rage. Yin Chuan, Huangjin, Rosefinch will never forgive you. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch roared furiously. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch's voice reverberated throughout the underworld. Underworld, Outer East Continent's Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Not long after, Golden Sovereign flew over with a group of experts. Ha, this is great. Golden Sovereign laughed. Golden Sovereign, take half of each of the 312 prisoners. Yin Chuan looked at the prisoners and said, Okay, but you have to send people back with me to set up the formation. Golden Sovereign emphasized, No problem. Yang Realm, Outer West Continent. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage with a human body was flying rapidly in the direction of Luoyang. Celestial Emperor, we're reaching Luoyang soon. Bai Qi shouted. We're here. Yin Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage with Mo Yushi. The 6 dragons continued to fly. Whoosh! In the distance, a group of experts suddenly flew over. The leader was Shangguan Wan of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Shangguan Wan of the Great Zhou Imperial Court welcomes Emperor Yin. Shangguan Wan stopped in the distance and shouted. The dragon carriage also stopped. Yin Chuan and Mou, she looked at Shangguan Wan together. Lord Shangguan. Yin Chuan smiled. Shangguan Wan looked at Yin Chuan from beginning to end. Lord Shangguan. Mou, she also shouted excitedly. In the entire Great Zhou Imperial Court, only Shangguan Wan could warm Mo Yushi's heart. One must know that Mou, she was not liked by Wu Jiong since birth. When she came to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, she was bullied everywhere. Only Shangguan Wan helped Mou, she time and time again. Therefore, Mou, she was very grateful to Shangguan Wan. Shangguan Wan looked at Mou, she and suddenly smiled. Empress of Great Zhun? Mou, she, haha, welcome back. Mou, she smiled happily. Emperor Yin, and Tongtian sect leader have already set up a banquet in Luoyang. Everyone please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. However, Yin Chuan had some doubts in his heart. Based on his friendship with Tong Tian, he should not have received him together with Wu Jiong. He should have received him privately. But now, why was he holding a banquet with Wu Jiong? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was also very smart. She immediately asked about Shangwan Wan. Lord Shangwan, how did you know we were coming? Mo Yushi smiled. Everyone flew side by side toward Luoyang. Tong Tian's sect leader saw us and asked me to receive you nearby. Shangwan Wan said very politely. Seeing that Shangwan Wan was polite, Mo Yushi frowned slightly. After all, Mo Yushi was her benefactor. But now, she was so polite to her. This made Mo Yushi very uncomfortable. Yin Chuan also seemed to have noticed this. Shangwan Wan was still polite, but her politeness to Mo Yushi was a little too formal. What is the difference between Tong Tian's sect leader and Wu Jiong in the Great Zhou dynasty? Mo Yushi asked softly. This question was actually a little out of the ordinary. Difference between Tong Tian's sect leader and Wu Jiong? Also, she had called Wu Jiong by her name. If it were someone else, it would not matter. The key was that Wu Jiong was Mo Yushi's birth mother. However, Shangwan Wan was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, in the Great Zhou dynasty, the Celestial Emperor is the leader. Tong Tian's sect leader is a guest. Shangwan Wan's attitude was calm, but it was this calm attitude that made Yin Chuan frown slightly. Shangwan Wan did not have any opinion about Mo Yushi's tone at all. While frowning, the group quickly arrived outside Luoyang. In the distance, the Sea of Providence kept churning. On a huge floating island, Tong Tian's sect leader and Wu Jiong stood at the front, welcoming Yin Chuan from afar. Seeing this scene, Yin Chuan was even more confused. The Celestial Emperor has been waiting for a long time. Yin Emperor, please. Shangwan Wan smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, you two don't need to enter the city with the dragon carriage. Yu Shi and I can enter, Yin Chuan said. Bai Qi was an old follower of Yin Chuan. Naturally, he could hear the confusion in Yin Chuan's voice. Yes, Bai Qi answered. Shangwan Wan frowned slightly, but she did not say anything. Please, Shangwan Wan smiled. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi nodded and flew onto the huge floating island. Yin Chuan, long time no see. The Tong Tian sect leader laughed. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and looked at the crowd. Wu Jiong was also staring at Yin Chuan at this moment. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and he acted as if he did not see Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi frowned and sighed. Please, Wu Jiong and I have already prepared a banquet. We're just waiting for you. The Tong Tian sect leader said. Yin Chuan nodded. Please, Wu Jiong said. Everyone quickly entered the main hall. In the main hall, Wu Jiong sat on the main seat. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi sat on the two seats on the left. The Tong Tian sect leader and a man in a green robe sat on the two seats on the right. Some maids quickly filled their cups with wine. There were a total of 5 seats. Wu Jiong, the Tong Tian sect leader, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and a man in a green robe. Who was this person? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yin Chuan carefully observed this person's cultivation. Ancient immortal? He was merely an ancient immortal? He was actually on the same level as the Tong Tian sect leader. Yin Chuan could not help but be curious. Yin Chuan knew about the Tong Tian sect leader and Wu Jiong at all times. But where did this man in a green robe come from? Yin Chuan, thank you for coming this time. Let me toast you. The Tong Tian sect leader raised his wine cup and said, Between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. Yin Chuan smiled and drank with him. The Tong Tian sect leader seemed to be too polite today. The Tong Tian sect leader, Wu Jiong, and the man in a green robe all stared at Yin Chuan. Their eyes flashed. As for Mo Yushi, it was as if they did not see her. Yin Chuan was even more curious. He looked at the man in a green robe and asked, May I know who this is? Wu Jiong smiled and said, Let me introduce you. This is my Minister of Great Zhou, number 108. Oh, number 108? Yin Chuan was surprised. Then, He immediately laughed and said, "What a unique name." "Ha, Yin Chuan, don't underestimate him. Although he's an ancient immortal, he has a specialty. Even I can't compare to him." The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yin Chuan looked at the Tongtian sect leader strangely. Why would he praise an ancient immortal so much? "Oh, specialty?" Yin Chuan was curious. "Number 108. Show it to Yin Di," Wu Jiong said with a smile. "Yes." Number 108 nodded. Then, under the curious gaze of Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi, he walked to the center of the hall and faced Yin Chuan. Number 108 looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Excitement?" Yin Chuan was puzzled. "Yin Di, watch carefully," Number 108 said. Then, he suddenly took out a long sword. Slash! The sword pierced through his heart and pierced through his body. Ah! He broke his own purple palace? Mo Yushi's mouth was wide open. Was this the rhythm of suicide? Could it be that he's not going to die from suicide? Mo Yushi reacted quickly. Uffed. The man in green spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, the man in green was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he was about to die. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi. Was this the rhythm of death? This man looked like he was about to die. However, at this moment, the man in green was smiling. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi were puzzled. Then, the man in green opened his arms and said to Yin Chuan, "Yin Di, watch carefully." Suddenly, all the hair on Yin Chuan's body stood on end. The man in green suddenly shouted, "Exchange!" A huge beam of green light shot out from the man in green towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The green light connected Yin Chuan and the dying man in green. "What?" Mo Yushi suddenly exclaimed. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian suddenly laughed. Yin Chuan was enveloped by the green light. It was as if he couldn't move at all. His eyes were filled with shock. Yin Chuan felt as if his thoughts were being imprisoned. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. The green light suddenly disappeared. Yin Chuan suddenly regained his consciousness. "Bastard, cough, cough, cough!" Yin Chuan shouted angrily. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he seriously injured? Why was he so weak? Something's wrong. Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw that he was sitting beside Mo Yushi. No, his body was sitting beside Mo Yushi. His consciousness and body were separated. He looked down at himself. A long sword was stabbed into his chest. His vitality was weakening. He was about to die. I became the man in green. The man in green became me. Exchange. The sixth god in the world was swapped. I was swapped. The man in green suddenly exclaimed, "Yin Chuan, are you okay?" On the other side, Mo Yushi pulled Yin Chuan's body. "Ha, of course I'm fine." Mo Yushi, get down." Yin Chuan's body suddenly slapped towards Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes widened. Why did Yin Chuan attack her? Why did he attack her? "Yushi, be careful. That's not me." The man in green ignored his injuries and shouted. Boom! His palm slapped Mo Yushi's body. Mo Yushi was not prepared. She was instantly heavily injured. She flew backwards and crashed into a huge pillar. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yushi was stunned. What happened? Yin Chuan's body stood up. He suddenly shouted excitedly. "Ha! Power! It's really endless power. From now on, I have all of Yin Chuan's power. Ha ha!" The man in green in the middle of the hall clutched his wound. His face was filled with disbelief. "Tongtian, you lied to me?" The man in green held his chest and shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha! It seems like our acting was not bad." Tongtian suddenly laughed. "That's right. Ha! Yin Chuan was also fooled." Wu Jiong also laughed. Mo Yushi covered her wound and looked at everyone in shock. Mo Yushi's mind was in a mess. Yin Chuan hit her? Why? Why? Yushi, that's not me. That's not Yin Chuan. I'm Yin Chuan. The man in green held his chest and shouted in pain. What? Mo Yushi looked at the man in green in shock. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. He just swapped my body. He stole my fate, soul, body, and swapped my true spirit and thoughts. I'm Yin Chuan. He's the man in green. The man in green shouted to Mo Yushi. How could this be? How could this be? Mo Yushi shouted in shock. Hurry, take me away. Wu Jiang, Tong Tian, no, the entire Great Zhou Sky Court has been taken over by the swapping beasts. The swapping beasts have swapped all of the powerful beings here. Hurry, take me away from here. The man in green ran towards Mo Yushi with difficulty. All of the powerful beings in the Great Zhou Sky Court have been taken over by the swapping beasts. Mo Yushi suddenly quivered. She looked at Yin Chuan's body not far away, then looked at the man in the green robe. For a moment, she didn't want to believe this was the truth, but Mo Yushi rushed towards the man in green. Ha ha ha, leave? Do you think you can escape? That body of mine just now had destroyed the Purple Palace. I have all of your powers. Do you think you can escape from me? Yin Chuan's body smiled evilly. Boom! Yin Chuan's body's hair turned blood red. The hall was instantly covered by a sea of blood. This was Yin Chuan's blood sea mystic art. Chapter 1446. As soon as the blood sea appeared, half of the hall was instantly filled. Skirich, Wu Jiang, and Yin Chuan's body stood on the blood sea. All of them looked extremely satisfied. At that moment, the green-robed man was completely powerless to resist. The three of them also relaxed. Mo Yushi rushed to the green-robed man. Yin Chuan, how are you? Mo Yushi grabbed the dying green-robed man. How am I? Ha ha! My purple mansion realm has been destroyed, and I can no longer fight back. Ha! The Blood Sea divine ability is indeed powerful. I've long wanted to have it. Yin Chuan's body laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A large emerald green tree suddenly appeared. Firmament cypress tree? Ha ha, it's all mine now. Yin Chuan's body laughed. Universe in palm, come out. Yin Chuan's body shouted. However, there was no universe in palm at that moment. What's going on? Why can't I use this divine ability? Yin Chuan's body's face sank. Skirich said, it's nothing. The Blood Sea divine ability comes from the bloodline. You seized Yin Chuan's bloodline, so you naturally know how to use it. The firmament cypress tree comes from Yin Chuan's soul. You seized Yin Chuan's soul, so you can use it too. However, the universe in palm should be a knowledge-type divine ability. You don't have Yin Chuan's memories, so how can you use it? I see, Yin Chuan's body said. Something's wrong. Yin Chuan's body suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. What's wrong? Yin Chuan's body's hands suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Once the white light appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire hall. The brilliance of the light suppressed the aura of the entire Blood Sea. Ha ha! What treasure! Yin Chuan actually has such a treasure in his palm. Is this a glove Dharma treasure? What a powerful Dharma treasure! Yin Chuan's body said in ecstasy. The Dao Hand was a magic treasure from the first epoch. How could it not be powerful? Wu Jiang and Tong Tian's bodies surrounded him. Let me see. Wu Jiang stepped forward. That won't do. After exchanging for beast number 9, you've already gotten everything from Wu Jiang. Why do you have to fight with me for everything from Yin Chuan? Wu Jiang should have a lot of treasures, right? Yin Chuan's body laughed. And you, exchange for beast number 7, Tong Tian sect leader's immortal slaying sword. No one will compete with you for anything that belongs to Tong Tian sect leader. Don't think about my things. Yin Chuan's body quickly withdrew the white light in his hand, just as the three exchange beasts were paying attention to the Dao Hand. Let's go. The green-robed man shouted. Ming! Mo Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge dark phoenix. Boom! He broke through the main hall with a loud bang. With the green-robed man in tow, he quickly flew towards the outside world. What? Wu Jiang's expression changed. Yin Chuan's expression also changed. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan's body shouted. The green-robed man and Mo Yushi were like turtles in a jar. How could they escape? Boom! The rolling sea of blood instantly covered the sky. Mo Yushi and Tong Tian's sect leader, who had just flown out, were instantly submerged by the sea of blood. While the sea of blood was submerged, countless blood gods clones rushed towards Mo-Yushi. Ming, the phoenix sang loudly. Her 12 tails turned into 12 reincarnations. With a violent stir, more than half of the sea of blood was shattered. Mo-Yushi had already flown out of the city with a long howl. Impossible! When did Mo-Yushi become so strong? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Tong Tian's sect leader took out the immortal slaying sword. Immortal slaying sword. Boom! A sword light shot into the distance. The sword broke through the void, shattering a large piece of the void. The sword light traversed billions of miles and instantly reached the back of the Black Phoenix. Boom! The immortal slaying sword was unstoppable. With one slash, Mo-Yushi's 12 tails were severely injured. Ming! Mo-Yushi screamed in pain. 6 of the 12 reincarnations were destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. Mo-Yushi was also severely injured. However, Mo-Yushi did not dare to hesitate. She continued to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan's body glared and chased after her. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. Level 15? Mo-Yushi is also at level 15? Tong Tian's sect leader exclaimed. You should know that Mo-Yushi is at level 15. Someone had just swapped her body. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. Mo-Yushi has already been severely injured by me. I'm going to capture her now. Tong Tian's sect leader's expression darkened. Quang, not far away, the door of a large hall suddenly opened. The door opened and a man in a green robe slowly walked out. The man carried a huge green gourd on his back. The shape of the gourd was similar to the immortal slaying gourd and the Hongmeng gourd. However, it was green. Number 1. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian's sect leader said respectfully. She ran away again? The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. We did not expect Mo-Yushi to reach level 15. This is too strange. Wu Jiong frowned. Number 7 too. The man in green robe shouted. Instantly, a man in an official's robe flew over from Luoyang City. Follow me to exchange for Mo-Yushi's body. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Number 72, who looked like an official, replied. You guys stay in Luoyang and stabilize the Great Zhou dynasty. Do not let anything happen. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian's sect leader replied. The man in green robe threw the gourd on his back. Fire crow gourd, enlarge. Boom. The green fire crow gourd instantly enlarged. The man in green robe and number 72 stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. The two of them quickly chased after the place where Mo-Yushi disappeared. They did not chase for long before they encountered Yin Chuan's body. Number 108, you're not fast enough. Come up. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Okay. Number 108 answered and stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. His speed increased once again as he shot into the distance. He chased after Mo-Yushi and the variant body Yin Chuan. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Buzz. Zombie Yin Chuan's body trembled and immediately stood up. Exchange beasts? Zombie Yin Chuan's expression changed. Cut it off. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. In an instant, the connection with the human Yin Chuan was cut off. Zombie Yin Chuan and the human Yin Chuan were originally one. Suddenly, a new consciousness rushed into his mind. Zombie Yin Chuan immediately knew that something was wrong and cut off the connection with the human body. The human body was no longer Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Once again, Zombie Yin Chuan could not contact the human body. No, it was that he had cut off the connection. Zombie Yin Chuan did not want the exchange beast to know. The two Yin Chuan shared the same thought and decided that they had to keep it a secret. At that time, the exchange beast was immersed in its boundless power and powerful divine ability. It did not notice the sudden change in its body's consciousness. Perhaps it thought that it was not adapting to the new body. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Li Si asked in confusion. All corps commanders, Liu Gang, and the Prime Minister stay. Everyone else, immediately withdraw from court. Everyone, stay 1,000 feet away from the central hall. Quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The officials immediately responded. All the guards, eunuchs, and ordinary officials quickly left. Suddenly, only Yin Chuan's most important subordinates were left in the main hall. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Yifeng immediately asked. Liu Gang, immediately send someone to send a message to Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Tell them to quickly escape from Luoyang. Don't trust anyone, not even my body. Immediately escape to a safe place and wait for my next arrangements. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan glared. Yes. Liu Gang did not dare to hesitate and immediately went to the communication hall to send the message. My body has been exchanged. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. What? The officials' expressions changed. Yifeng, immediately notify all of Great Zhen's people in the western outer continent that from now on, they are not to contact me. Those who do will be punished for treason. Moreover, before receiving news from the Great Qin city, all spies, regardless of whether they are superior or inferior, are not to contact me. Everyone is to be separated and not to contact each other. Yin Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. Yifeng immediately left the main hall to notify all of Great Zhen's people in the western outer continent. The entire central hall fell into an extremely tense state. Celestial Emperor, is everything all right over there? Li Si asked. I don't know. Wait for you, she to send a message. Zombie Yin Chuan said with a frown. Yes. The officials were worried. Go. Send a message to Miao and have her come immediately. Zombie Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Tian replied and flew out of the main hall. Western Outer Continent, Luoyang City. Zombie Yin Chuan quickly made arrangements. Before MOU, she could break out of Luoyang City. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu received news from the Great Qin City. The 6 dragons did not receive any news, but the 2 commanders' expressions changed. Whoosh! The 2 of them quickly put away the dragon carriage. What is it? Dragon Fifth asked curiously. It's the Celestial Emperor's orders. Don't waste time and come with us. Bai Qi shouted. Bai Qi had received Yin Chuan's signal, so he had stayed outside Luoyang City and hid in a secluded place. This place was not under Luoyang City surveillance, and Shangwan only knew the general location. Whoosh! The group of people quickly ran through the forest. Boom! In the distance, a massive explosion sounded out. MOU, she let out a long cry and quickly flew away with the azure-robed man. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu looked up and saw that Yin Chuan was chasing after MOU she. The 2 of them were confused, but they did not dare to hesitate. Following this, a gigantic green-skinned gourd carried the 2 of them away. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the others ran even faster. At this moment, at the palace, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu, men, capture them immediately. Wu Jiong shouted. Boom! A large number of experts rushed towards where Bai Qi had been. Shangwan flew at the front. Not good. Celestial Emperor, they've escaped. Shangwan shouted anxiously outside the city. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. They can't escape. You stay in Luoyang City. I'll find them. Tong Tian harumphed coldly. Boom! Tong Tian rushed out of Luoyang City and quickly searched for Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were running through the forest. Suddenly, they saw Tong Tian flying out. Tong Tian, Jin Dayu's expression changed. Bai Qi's eyes flashed. Jin Dayu, the 2 of us are no match for Tong Tian. Once he finds us, none of us will be able to escape. Now, each of us take 3 dragons and run. One of us must escape. Okay, Jin Dayu replied. Boom! The 8 of them immediately split up and ran. Chapter 1447. MOU, she was heavily injured. She carried the green-robed man, who was the variant body Yin Chuan, and quickly fled. Her speed had already reached the limit. Is there someone following us? Mo, she anxiously asked. Continue. Don't stop. Once we leave this territory, we will be saved. The variant body Yin Chuan covered his wound and shouted. Mo, she was still somewhat worried. The variant body Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression, Don't worry, I will definitely take back what I lost. Ming. The Dark Phoenix let out a long cry and increased its speed. Exchange Beast number 1 stepped on the Fire Crow gourd and quickly chased after the variant body Yin Chuan and Mo, she with number 72 and number 108. Sitting on the back of the Black Phoenix, Yin Chuan gently pulled out the long sword from his chest. He carefully controlled the strength of this body and constantly stabilized his injury. Chi. When the long sword was pulled out, blood immediately spurted out. Yin Chuan, are you all right? Mo, she asked worriedly. I'm fine. The variant body, Yin Chuan, gritted his teeth and endured the pain. We are about to leave this territory. We are about to leave this territory. I can already see the sea in front. Mo, she said. At this moment, Yin Chuan clutched his chest as he saw a huge green gourd slowly approaching him from afar. They are coming. Yushi, enter the sea and escape from the bottom of the sea. They won't be able to find us. The variant body Yin Chuan covered his chest and said, Mo, she replied. Carrying the variant body Yin Chuan, she charged into the sea. Bang! Countless waves appeared as Mo, she charged into the depths of the sea. Boom! Exchange Beast number 1 instantly arrived at the sea. The sea was churning and rolling, endless as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Mo Yushi's figure was nowhere to be seen. The vast ocean roared and churned. Not good. Number 1, they escaped through the sea. It won't be easy to track them now. Number 108 of Yin Chuan's body said worriedly. It's all right. None of them can escape. Number 1 said coldly. As he spoke, the Fire Crow gourd also returned to its original size. The green-robed man gently patted the gourd and shouted, Let's go on a trip, baby. With a shout, flames poured out of the flame crow bottle gourd. As soon as they appeared, they took the shape of numerous enormous crows. However, these crows were not crows, but flames that burned everything in their path. Endless flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Instantly, the entire world seemed to be burning red. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Number 1 shouted again. Wah, 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 wah. The cries of countless crows shook the heavens and the earth as they dove toward the sea below. Boom! The coast was instantly dyed red, and the seawater in the sea instantly evaporated. Countless fire crows, about 1,000,000 of them. 1,000,000 fire crows were like 1,000,000 huge suns diving into the sea. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The sound of seawater evaporating could be heard, and the water vapor rushed out in all directions like storm. Boom! A part of the sea instantly dried up, and countless sea creatures were instantly roasted. The seawater evaporated completely, revealing countless trenches. Above the trenches, a huge fire erupted. Flames rose from the bottom of the sea, and all the vegetation was quickly burned. All the creatures were quickly turned into dried corpses, roasted, and then set on fire. Wah, wah, wah. 1,000,000 fire crows went on a trip. For a moment, everywhere they went, there was a storm-like water vapor, and the sea was evaporated. Go! Number 1 yelled. They chased after Mo Yushi's group that was escaping at the bottom of the sea. 1,000,000 fire crows flew quickly, and everywhere they passed, the seawater dried up, and a flaming desert rose. There was also a large amount of seawater in the distant sea that wanted to rush over, but the violent evaporation forced the seawater to stay away. What a powerful fire crow bottle gourd! Number 72 exclaimed. The 3 of them drove 1,000,000 fire crows on a trip, and the scene was spectacular. At the bottom of the sea, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi were worried that their movements would be too big, so they found a place to hide for a while. However, When they saw the seawater boiling and evaporating in the distance, the two knew that it was not the time to hide. Hide? A million fire crows were about to arrive. Gourd? Another powerful gourd. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Let's go, Yin Chuan shouted. And Mou she nodded and continued to flee. Number 1, who was controlling a million fire crows, suddenly sniffed. Over there, the aura of reincarnation. Phoenix's aura. Number 1's eyes lit up. Under his quick command, the millions of flames quickly evaporated the sea and chased after Yin Chuan. Wah, wah, wah. The fire crows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like the sun that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling in a single direction. After the fire crows, torrential rain began to fall from all directions. The seawater in the entire sea evaporated into the air and quickly condensed back down. The torrential rain was so heavy that countless practitioners in the surroundings could not even breathe in this torrential rain, burning the sea and the sky. The practitioners at the border of the territory were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was too terrifying. Who was this person that could actually burn the entire sea? And he was continuously burning it. A million fire crows were aggressive. How were these still fire crows? There were clearly a million suns rolling across the sea. No matter how big the sea was, could it withstand the heat from the sun? Furthermore, it was a million suns. Countless practitioners did not even dare to have the thought of chasing after them to watch. Who could guarantee that the fire crow would suddenly snap and fly toward them? Mou Shi and Yin Chuan quickly traversed the bottom of the sea. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, their speed could not be too fast. As such, they could only be chased by the traveling flames. Outside Luoyang City, although Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were fast, they were still much slower than Mou Shi. Furthermore, they were close to the ground and could not fly as fast as they wanted. The beast used to exchange for the Tongtian sect leader had finally grasped the Tongtian sect leader's power. After searching a large area for a while, they finally found some clues. After all, it was inconvenient to travel through the forest. Bai Qi and Jin Diyu thought of going underwater. However, there were more rivers inland. The two groups entered two different rivers. After a while, the Tongtian sect leader followed the clues and finally found them. Huh, you want to go down with the river? Unfortunately, your opponent is me. The sect leader of Tongtian shouted. He suddenly swung the Zhu Xian sword at the river. Boom! Under the ferocious sword intent, the entire river flowed upstream. A large section of the river was instantly cleared. Jin Diyu and the three dragons were immediately exposed. Not good, scatter and run, Jin Diyu exclaimed. Roar! The three dragons roared. Jin Diyu instantly transformed into a three-legged golden crow and shot in 4 directions. Run? In front of me, where can you run? The Tongtian sect leader shouted. With a loud shout, his figure flashed and turned into 4 afterimages that shot in 4 directions. Zhu Xian. The 4 afterimages shouted at the same time. Boom! Jin Diyu and the other 3 were instantly stopped. Dang! Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell appeared. A distant sound rumbled in all directions. Wah! Jin Diyu charged at the Tongtian sect leader who had merged into 4 afterimages. In another river, Bai Qi and the 3 dragons flowed downstream. Looking at Jin Diyu who was fighting in the distance, his face was filled with anxiety. Sir, should we go and help Jin Diyu? Dragon Fifth frowned. No, we can't save him. Let's leave this place first. Quick, while Jin Diyu is holding the Tongtian sect leader back. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Okay. The 3 dragons looked helpless. Boom. Bai Qi and the rest quickly fled. On the other side, Jin Diyu and the 3 dragons were fighting the Tongtian sect leader. Hiss. Boom. Boom. Under the Tongtian sect leader's sword light, the 4 of them were no match for him. Ha ha ha, Jin Diyu. Not bad. Come back with me. Coincidentally, there are some among us whose cultivation is too low. You are the best. Ha ha ha. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Chaos bell. Dang. The sound waves rushed towards the Tongtian sect leader like a surging river. Disperse. With a single slash, the sound wave river was dispersed. The other 3 dragons fled. Slash. 3 sword lights rushed towards the 3 dragons. Boom. Boom. Puff. The dragon spat out blood and instantly withered. Wah. Jin Dayu charged at the Tongtian sect leader without any regard for his life. Oof, ignorant. The Tongtian sect leader snorted. He waved the sword in his hand quickly. Purple sword lights shot out, leaving bloody wounds on Jin Dayu's body. You are still far from enough. The Tongtian sect leader said coldly. It was a one-sided battle. If the Tongtian sect leader did not capture them, he would have killed Jin Dayu and the rest. Roar. The Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. The 3-legged golden crow roared ferociously. Yinchuan? He can't even protect himself. Oomph. The Tongtian sect leader said disdainfully. At this moment, not far from the main battlefield of the Tongtian sect, there was a mountain peak. A man in a yellow robe stood on the peak of the mountain. His robe was fluttering in the breeze. He was carrying a huge yellow gourd on his back. Immortal slaying gourd. The man in the yellow robe was Sha Di. Sha Di looked at Luoyang City in the distance, and then looked at the battle between the Tongtian sect leader and Jin Dayu. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. How dare you insult the realm of the gods? Oomph. Sha Di snorted. There was a flash of killing intent in his snort. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader was getting impatient. He waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand and said, Oomph. Immortal slaying sword. Boom. The purple sword light pierced towards Jin Dayu like a heavenly sword. Wherever the sword light appeared, a huge sword-shaped storm seemed to form in the surroundings. It locked onto Jin Dayu, making him unable to move. In desperation, Jin Dayu said bitterly, Ancestor, I am unfilial. I can't recreate the glory of the ancient times. Just when Jin Dayu was in despair, a loud shout was heard. Baby, please turn around. It was Sha Di who threw out the immortal slaying gourd when Jin Dayu was about to be killed. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying flying saber rushed towards the immortal slaying sword. The Tongtian sect leader's face changed. He changed the direction of the immortal slaying sword and stabbed at the immortal slaying flying saber. The immortal slaying sword vs. the immortal slaying flying saber. Boom! A single collision caused the void to explode and shatter. The saber and the sword separated. Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor. Jin Dayu frowned. This is the second time. Sha Di, save me for the second time. Chapter 1448. A million fire crows, burning the sea and the sky. Wah, wah, wah. With the 10,000 crows chasing, Mou Shi and Yin Chuan were about to be forced into a desperate situation. What should we do? Mou Shi asked anxiously. Since this green-robed man dares to chase after us, he must be an extraordinary person. The strange body, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Even though there were countless fire crows between them, Yin Chuan could still sense a deadly threat. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. They're almost here. Is there any other way? Mou Shi was extremely anxious. In the distance, number 1, number 72, and number 108 also seemed to have seen Yin Chuan and Mou Shi. Number 1 sneered, I see you, come out. Yin Chuan. Mou Shi anxiously looked towards Yin Chuan. The alien body, Yin Chuan looked at his body that had been swapped in the distance. His face was gloomy, and he hesitated for a moment. Number 1's gaze became colder and colder. Still want to hide? Was it interesting? Come out, this part of the sea is about to dry up. Yin Chuan, we have no way out. Mou Shi said bitterly. No, there's still one last way. Yin Chuan struggled. There's still a way? Mou Shi's eyes lit up. But I don't want to use it, because this method can only be used once. I still hope to use it to take back my body. The alien body Yin Chuan bit his lip and said, what method? Is there any other way? MOU, she revealed a shocked expression. When I was running away, I thought of a way to take back my body. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, and I need to prepare for it. It seems that it won't work. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it. I'll think of another way to take back my body. The strange body Yin Chuan sighed slightly. MOU, she didn't say anything, because MOU, she understood Yin Chuan's dilemma. At this moment, there was no time to think. As the flames surged towards them, the seawater around Yin Chuan was already boiling. Yin Chuan and MOU, she were in the middle of the boiling seawater, surrounded by cooked fish. Yin Chuan looked into the distance with determination in his eyes. He was about to speak again. Suddenly, another abrupt voice sounded. Darling, please go on patrol. Boom! An ice-cold chill instantly filled the sea. The boiling sea instantly stopped boiling in front of this cold chi, with MOU she as the boundary. The seawater MOU she was in was lukewarm. In front of MOU she, the green-robed man activated the fire crow gourd. Millions of fire crows flew past, burning the sea and the sky. Everything was empty. The sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Behind MOU she, however, was an area of 10,000 miles of ice, with countless amounts of cold air surging into the sky. As the cold chi soared into the sky, it rapidly condensed countless amounts of water vapor. Surging water descended from the sky, rushing towards the other side. Boom! The two extreme environments collided violently, causing the surrounding void to explode. Wah! 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 The angry cries of the fire crows could be heard. Croak! 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 Sounds of ice toads roaring could be heard. On the ice surface behind MOU she, there were millions of white ice toads that were jumping forward one after another. Every time it jumped, it would jump high into the sky. The silver-white ice toad emitted waves of cold air around it, like bright moons rolling forward. Croak! Wah! Fire crows and ice toads, the two extreme animals, roared angrily at each other. Yin Chuan turned his head and saw another man carrying a large gourd behind the million ice toads. The man was in a green robe. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared coldly at number one, who was controlling the fire crow gourd. Another gourd? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The other three were also taken aback. They looked coldly at the green-robed man who had suddenly appeared. Ice toad gourd, Emperor Min? In the distance, no? One who was controlling the fire crow gourd suddenly frowned. Emperor Min? The green-skinned gourd on his back was called Ice Toad Gourd. Humph! Emperor Min snorted coldly. His cold snort pierced through the void. Emperor Min had green hair and a prominent forehead bone. His eyes were gloomy, and he exuded a cold, ominous aura. Evil creature, how dare you? My fourth brother and sixth brother were kind enough to open the seal for you. How dare you snatch the bodies of my fourth brother and sixth brother? Sovereign Min's voice was filled with a trace of coldness. In the distance, number one, who was controlling the fire crow gourd, looked coldly at Emperor Min. Open the seal, out of goodwill? Ha ha ha! It won't be long before we can open the seal ourselves. Why do you need to meddle in our business? Goodwill? You just want to enslave us. Number one said coldly. Emperor Min looked coldly at number one and said, The body that you have snatched belongs to my fourth brother, Hooligan. My fourth brother loves cleanliness. When we get the body back, the other exchange beasts will be fine. As for you, you will die. Do you think that you can scare me with just a few words? Emperor Min, do you think you're so great in the divine realm? Sooner or later, I will enslave you in the divine realm, and we will take the bodies of all 7 of you. Number one said coldly. Emperor Min sneered coldly. I wanted to capture MOU she. Now it seems like it's better to have you. Number one sneered. With just you? You can only get my fourth brother's body. You're still far from it. Treasure, come out. Emperor Min waved his sleeve. Croak, croak, croak. Countless ice toads stomped their feet and charged toward the fire crows. Hooligan's body is not the only one here. I am here too. Number 108 Yin Chuan said coldly. Treasure, come out. Number 1 shouted again. Wah, wah, wah. Millions of fire crows flapped their wings and charged forward. Boom, boom. The fire crows and ice toads collided and the surroundings exploded. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi, who were in the strange body underwater, were surprised. Mo Yushi immediately looked at Yin Chuan. Now they're fighting. Let's get out of here immediately. Yin Chuan did not want to see the result. The most important thing now was to leave immediately. Mo Yushi nodded. Along with Yin Chuan's body, he quickly moved in a certain direction. Behind them, there was an earth-shattering roar, but the two did not have the time to appreciate it. Outside Luoyang City, the immortal slaying sword vs. the immortal flying saber. With a single collision, the void was shattered into countless pieces. The saber and the sword separated, and Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at the Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor? Jin Dayu frowned. This was the second time that the Slayer had saved him. The sect leader of Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. The Sha Di swung his yellow robe and took a step forward. The immortal slaying gourd, the Sha Di? The sect leader of Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The Sha Di instantly appeared in front of Jin Dayu and shielded him behind him. Evil creature? Ha! You exchanged the body of the sect leader of Tong Tian? If it were the sect leader of Tong Tian, he could still walk in front of me for a while. As for you, you don't have the murderous nature of the sect leader of Tong Tian. The Sha Di said coldly. The sect leader of Tong Tian stared at him. Jin Dayu called back the 3 dragons. He looked at the Sha Di with mixed feelings. Jin Dayu, thank you, thank you. Jin Dayu did not know what to say. This was the second time the Sha Di had saved him. The immortal slaying gourd was the magic treasure of his second ancestor, Immortal Luya. However, it was the Sha Di's magic treasure. Were they not related? If not, why did the Sha Di save him twice? Let's go. Luoyang City is about to become a place of trouble, the Sha Di said lightly. Jin Dayu frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, Senior, are you my ancestor, Immortal Luya? No, let's go. We won't be able to leave in a while, the Sha Di said in a deep voice. Jin Dayu wanted to refute, but did not know what to say. Jin Dayu looked at the Sha Di with mixed feelings and nodded. Yes, I will leave now. I won't be a burden to you. Let's go, Jin Dayu yelled. With the 3 dragons in tow, he quickly fled into the distance. After Jin Dayu left, Sha Di turned to look at Jin Dayu with a complicated look in his eyes. On the opposite side, the sect leader of Tong Tian looked at the Sha Di coldly with a sword in his hand. The sect leader of Tong Tian was on guard. He turned his back to Luoyang City. In Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked gloomy. The Sha Di's arrival made everyone nervous. The Sha Di was ranked 3rd in the Divine Realm. He was also ranked 3rd in terms of strength. The sect leader of Tong Tian could at most fight with him, but might not be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the Sha Di had changed his body. Although he had inherited everything from the Sha Di, he was still not the Sha Di, and his strength was reduced. The Sha Di did not look at the sect leader of Tong Tian or Wu Jiong. Bastard, come out! The Sha Di shouted coldly. His shout reverberated through the entire Luoyang City. The formation of Luoyang City was activated and shook the city. At this moment, something happened in a hall not far from Wu Jiong. The door of the hall was still closed. A man in a blue robe with a huge blue gourd on his back walked through the door slowly. The door was still closed. However, the man in the blue robe seemed to have the ability to pass through walls. The door did not move at all when he stepped through. The man in the blue robe looked free and easy. The blue gourd on his back glowed faintly. Number 2. Wu Jiong called out respectfully. The man in the blue robe nodded. Number 2 walked to Wu Jiong and looked at the Sha Di outside Luoyang City. It's the immortal slaying gourd. The Sha Di? Ha 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 ha. Are you here to deliver your body today as well? Number 2 said with a laugh. Bastard, you don't know what's good for you. The Sha Di's eyes turned cold. Above the sea in the distance, Emperor Min was fighting against number 1, number 72, and number 108. He was fighting against 3 beasts at the same time, and it was a draw. Yin Chuan's body? There's another guy? Humph. Emperor Min's eyes flashed with depression. Number 1 let out a long sigh. If not for number 108, it would be difficult for us to be on par with Emperor Min. Number 108 was anxious. Number 72 urged Luoyang again. Why aren't they here yet? Chapter 1449. 1 month later, in a hidden valley in a territory, Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, the 6 dragons, and the mutated Yin Chuan gathered again. How can this be? Jin Diyu exclaimed. The exchange beasts are even faster than the one that appeared in the Great Thousand World. Bai Qi frowned. The mutated Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, the one in the Great Thousand World back then was not mature. These exchange beasts have all matured. I should have discovered it back then. I should have stopped it. Mo Yushi's face was filled with regret. It was too late. No one knew how long it would take for the exchange to complete. If the exchange was completed by the time you stopped it, it might have killed me. The mutated Yin Chuan consoled her. Mo Yushi sighed softly. The exchange beast's divine abilities are too strange. Back then, I'd already set up a sea of blood and a shield outside my body. Unfortunately, it still didn't work. This kind of exchange can penetrate any treasure or power. Only by using living beings to block it can we avoid it. The mutated Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Avoid it? That's right. Number 108 exchanged with me. Clearly, there are many exchange beasts in Luoyang. Next, carry some small creatures in your clothes, such as rats, lizards, and other animals. Even if you encounter an exchange beast again, the first to be exchanged will definitely be the rats in your clothes. The mutated Yin Chuan instructed. Yes, Bai Qi and Jin Diyu replied. But now, what we do? Jin Diyu asked. The mutated Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the starry sky and said, everything depends on strength. My body is still too weak. An ancient immortal's cultivation can't do anything at all. Just now, I've already asked Yushi to send a message to the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City has already sent a message to all the factory guards in the Western Outer Continent, asking them to find the whereabouts of the scattered experts of the Second Era. Next, it's time for you to take action. First, capture a Second Era expert. I'll use the Great Cycle Star Formation to steal the power of the stars and strengthen this body. The mutated Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. At this moment, Mo Yushi suddenly took out a bunch of life tablets. The jade tablets shattered, and Mo Yushi quickly read them. There's a letter from the Great Qin City. The West Outer Continent's factory guard sent news that Sha Di had turned Luoyang City upside down, but because there were too many experts in Luoyang City, he had to retreat. In the end, Emperor Min and the 3 exchange beasts also suffered great losses and went back separately. Mo Yushi said, the Slayer? He originally wanted to stop Luoyang City's exchange beast from going to the sea to help. Unfortunately, Emperor Min returned with nothing to show for it. Yin Chuan shook his head. Pa. Bai Qi quickly took out a batch of life tokens, which shattered one after another. Celestial Emperor, there's news. We've discovered experts from the Second Era. Bai Qi's eyes lit up. The 8 of you, go and capture them immediately. The variant body Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of people left. Only the variant body Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi were left in the valley. From now on, I'll follow you at all times to prevent any accidents. Mo Yushi said with a determined look in her eyes. Looking at Mo Yushi, the variant body Yin Chuan smiled. There was no need for words of gratitude between husband and wife. You should rest too. You were injured last time. Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and said, okay. 10 days later, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the 6 dragons returned. Following them was a red-haired man who was tied up. Bastard, let me go. The red-haired man roared. The variant body Yin Chuan looked at the red-haired man coldly. Well done. Yin Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, when we were capturing this man, we met another person. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Oh, the former Sage King of the Qi, Sun Wukong. Bai Qi gritted his teeth. If it were not for Sun Wukong's message, Yin Chuan and his group would not have gone to the west and would not have encountered such a calamity. Bai Qi still resented him. Him? The variant body Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He was the one who took the initiative to look for us. However, there were two of them. One was a monkey and the other was a human. Monkey. The monkey Sun Wukong was like a bodyguard to a human. He was extremely respectful to a human. When he saw us, he said that he wanted to meet you. At that time, I felt that I could not bring him back. Hence, the two Sun Wukong asked me to bring you a jade slip. He said that you will know everything after you read the jade slip. Bai Qi said solemnly. The variant body Yin Chuan took the jade slip. He read it carefully. As he read, his eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Mou, she asked curiously. It's the prime of Tong Tian. Ah, beast swap. What shocking plan. First, he swapped Sun Wukong's human body and killed the swap body. Then, he immediately went to meet the prime of Tong Tian. When the prime of Tong Tian was not prepared, he immediately swapped bodies with him and prepared to kill Sun Wukong's human body. Unfortunately, the prime of Tong Tian reacted quickly and escaped in an instant. Then, the variant body found Sun Wukong's demonic body. Sun Wukong's demonic body was powerful, but it was definitely not as strong as the beast-swapped bodies. So, he temporarily stayed close to the variant body to protect him. The variant body, Yin Chuan explained. The prime of Tong Tian escaped? Bai Qi asked in surprise. This might be the prime of Tong Tian's calamity. It's because he trusted Sun Wukong too much. I didn't expect the beast swap. Bai Qi, go and bring them here. The variant body, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Jin Diyu, prepare to set up the cosmic star formation and deprive him of his astral energy. The variant body Yin Chuan said. No, what are you doing? Deprive me of my astral energy? No. The red-haired man cried out in shock. Yes. A few days later, Bai Qi returned with the demonic body Sun Wukong, the variant body Tong Tian, and a woman. The woman was none other than Princess Taiping of the great Zhou Heavenly Court. Everyone flew over from afar. Above the starry sky, a beam of light shot down and headed straight for a valley. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. When they flew to the valley, they saw a huge array formation being set up. In midair, the red-haired man of the second epoch was unable to move. His astral energy was being extracted. Below him stood a green-robed man. Rumble. As his astral energy was being extracted, the green-robed man's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. His aura burst out, and his strength increased exponentially. As for the red-haired man, he became thinner. Sixth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Seventh firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Ninth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. 10th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. 11th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. 12th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Princess Taiping shouted solemnly. Boom! The extraction of astral energy ended. In midair, the red-haired man was already on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. Below him, the variant body Yin Chuan grasped powerful strength again. Extraction of astral energy? The variant body Tong Tian said in surprise. Mou, she had been guarding at the side. The variant body Yin Chuan sensed his body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Take him away. Yes, Jin Diyu replied. Although he had regained his powerful cultivation level, Yin Chuan knew that compared to his original body, it was naturally much weaker. However, he still had a trace of power to protect himself. Sky Emperor, Tong Tian is here. Bai Qi called out. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked over. It was two Sun Wukong and one Princess Taiping. Yin Chuan immediately looked at the human Sun Wukong and immediately recognized Tong Tian. Tong Tian? The variant body, Yin Chuan revealed a wry smile. You fell for it too. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my reputation to be ruined by a group of evil beasts. The variant body Tong Tian said with a wry smile. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the demon Sun Wukong. It was still Sun Wukong. Then, he looked at Princess Taiping. As he looked, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wu Jiong, the aura of the Princess Taiping before him was different from the Princess Taiping he knew back then. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Yin Chuan had only seen one person with such a heroic aura. It was Wu Jiong. Greetings, Yin Emperor. The variant body Wu Jiong said with a wry smile. The three of you, please. Yin Chuan said to the three of them. There was a pavilion not far away. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and everyone went to the pavilion. Bai Qi and Jin Diyu guarded the surroundings. In the pavilion, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, Tong Tian, and Wu Jiong sat down. Sun Wukong stood respectfully behind Tong Tian. Mo Yushi looked at Wu Jiong, who looked like Princess Taiping, with a complicated look in her eyes. After all, she was her biological mother. Wu Jiong also saw Mo Yushi's expression, but she did not pursue the matter. What happened back then was already in the past. This time, she still had something to ask of him, so she naturally could not be too unreasonable. It seems that Martial Emperor was careless. That's right. In the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court, there are very few people who can make you lower your guard and be alone with you. This Princess Taiping is one of them. Yin Chuan nodded. Wu Jiong smiled. Tong Tian said, We saw you before you entered Luoyang that day. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for us to speak at that time. Once we spoke, not only would we be blamed by them, but we would also be unable to protect ourselves. I'm sorry. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. When I saw you escape that day, I knew that you would definitely look for the people of the Second Era. We waited for two nearby until I met Bai Qi and the others. Tong Tian said, You guys are not bad. In the end, you escaped from your hands. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Everything was a coincidence. Tong Tian shook his head. Yes. Yin Chuan sighed. What are your plans? Tong Tian asked. Take back my body. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tong Tian nodded, and Wu Jiong took a deep breath. Emperor Yin. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said, I need your help. Wu Jiong said very directly. Mo Yushi's expression changed slightly, but Wu Jiong did not look at Mo Yushi from beginning to end, as if she did not want Yin Chuan to misunderstand. Help? That's right. They did not kill the people of the Great Zhou dynasty, but imprison them. Because they want to revive the entire Great Zhou dynasty, they need the system's personnel. They imprison them for interrogation. I need your help. Help me restore my country. Help me take back my body, because you have a way to deprive astral power. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Help you restore your country? Take back everything? Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong did not have much of friendship. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. I was able to escape this time because of the Purple Cloud Palace path left behind by Teacher. I have a ball that connects to the Purple Cloud Palace. As long as you help me restore my country and take back everything, I'm willing to exchange it for this. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Purple Cloud Palace? Earth? Yin Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1450. Purple Cloud Palace? Earth? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yin Di used to be the first emperor, so he naturally understands the uniqueness of the Purple Cloud Palace. Not long ago, when I was swapped, I risked my life to grab the ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace and escaped. I'm sure Yin Di is also very interested in this. Wu Jiong laughed. You've returned to Earth? How is it now? Yin Chuan asked with a hint of curiosity. The world has changed. Things have remained the same, but people have changed. The entire social structure has undergone an earth-shattering change. The internal time is different from the external time, so I didn't dare to stay for too long. I only took a short look before returning. The mortals, they're the purest of mortals, but they have grasped some wonderful uses of energy. It's incredible, Wu Jiong exclaimed. Oh, without any cultivation base, these mortals controlled electricity and used it to do all kinds of strange things. They used the power of fire on some of the iron carriages, making them reach the speed of a Qi realm cultivator. They also created iron birds that flew in the sky and created iron fish that dived into the bottom of the sea, where people could ride on them. Wu Jiong recalled. They're all mortals? Yin Di asked solemnly. Yes, they're all mortals, and they used a very short time. Their creativity has reached the level of many virtuous sages, and their theories are extremely systematic. I don't know why teachers seal this place, but at least it seems that a new mutation has occurred in the world of the Purple Cloud Palace. An unknown mutation, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Mutation? Yes, but their mutation is still very small. Teacher must have set it up for a purpose. I'll trade with you. What do you think? Wu Jiong stared at Yin Chuan seriously. Yin Chuan frowned and fell into deep thought. Yin Chuan clearly remembered that the transcendent of the Greater Thousand World, Zhongshan, also came from Earth. The appearance of a variable made him the master of the Greater Thousand World, the people on Earth now. Back then, he dreamed of the Qin dynasty, which had countless people. Most importantly, Zhongshan had also obtained a small ball back then, which also led to Earth. Wu Jiong also had one. It also led to Earth, and they were separated by 2 worlds. Earth, or the Purple Cloud Palace, has a big secret. Don't you want to study it yourself? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. Research? Of course I want to, but I need to have the capital to do so. Compared to the Purple Cloud Palace, what I want more is to take back everything that belongs to me. Oh. Yin Chuan stared at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and said, Teacher schemed countless times when he was alive. Even after his death, there must be countless unsolved schemes. I don't want to face teacher's things anymore. After looking at Wu Jiong for a while, Yin Chuan finally nodded and said, All right, I promise you, but you have to cooperate with me. Deal, Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded. For the sake of fairness, I place the small ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace in Senior Brother's hands. I believe that you have nothing to worry about, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course I believe in Tong Tian. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, the first step is still to raise our cultivation. Tong Tian said. Yes, I will search for the experts of the second epoch again and deprive them of their astral powers. I will raise your cultivation as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said. That would be great. Wu Jiong nodded. Also, Yin Di, because the officials of the Great Zhou Imperial Court were exchanged, my intelligence system is on the verge of collapse. Now, I can only control a small portion of the power, which is far from enough. This is also why I came to you. I hope that your spies can monitor the world, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course, Yin Chuan nodded. It's not that easy to take back our bodies. After all, only the exchange of bodies can be done with the exchange beasts. Even if we catch the exchange beasts, we can't exchange them back, Tong Tian said with a frown. Isn't it fine as long as they are willing to exchange? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, let's wait a little longer. Wait for a new opportunity. Wait for our bodies to be separated from each other, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. It won't be long before the Ziwei celestial realm invades the Great Zhou Imperial Court. The people of Ziwei the Great will soon attack the Great Zhou Imperial Court. At that time, they will definitely be separated. That will be the best time, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes, Yin Chuan nodded. The Great Zhou Imperial Court. The exchange beasts snatched the bodies of the Great Zhou Imperial Court's leaders and guarded the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Inside a great hall, number 1, with a flame gourd on his back, faced a group of exchange beasts. Wu Jiong ran away. Tong Tian ran away. and Yinchuan also ran away. Their cultivation is low. We must find them as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. I have already sent people to track them down. Wu Jiong's body nodded. I'm not worried about Wu Jiong and Tong Tian. I'm worried about Yinchuan. Send more people. Jin Diyu and Bai Qi have both run away. I'm now worried that he will find the people of the second epoch and deprive them of their astral powers. That will cause trouble for us. Number 1 frowned. He won't. He won't leak it. Who would believe the words of a bunch of lunatics? Wu Jiong's body laughed. Yes. Number 1 heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. However, we can't be careless. Yinchuan? Number 108, what do you think? Number 1 asked. Yinchuan's body shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. That's the best. At least it means that the 2 Yinchuans have their own thoughts. Number 1 nodded. Now that we have Yinchuan, the outer east continent will be ours. The next step is to hunt down Mo Yushi's group. Tong Tian's body said. Yes, everything must be done as soon as possible. Number 1 nodded. By the way, there's news from the front lines. The Ziwei Celestial Realm has sent troops to us. Commander Wenxiu. Wu Jiong's body frowned. Ziwei Celestial Realm? This group of people is the most troublesome. They don't have much strength, but they have the foundation of the second era. Even if they're exchanged back, they won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. This is why we didn't stay in the Middle Heaven continent when we left. Number 1 said in a low voice. Actually, it's not a big deal. If we exchange them, we won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. At the same time, they won't be able to do it. We'll just have to wait for the others to catch them after the exchange. Tong Tian's body laughed. That's right. The Ziwei Celestial Realm is nothing to be afraid of. Wu Jiong nodded. Actually, I'm quite interested in the Great Emperor Karmic rank. In that case, let's be tough. When we take down the Ziwei Celestial Realm, our territory will be bigger and will unify the world of the living as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. Okay. Everyone answered. Above the West Sea, Wen Chu led the army to attack the outer West continent, accompanied by Pejuan and Wu Chu, on an island in the West Sea. Master has already begun to head to the Celestial Longevity Realm. Let's take down the outer West continent as soon as possible. We can't lose to greed and the others. Wu Chu laughed. Of course. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court? Huh. Wen Chu snorted disdainfully. Report. A guard ran over quickly. What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Wen Chu asked in a low voice. Oh no. Great General Tiante, The guard said nervously. What's wrong with him? Pejuan shouted. He betrayed us. He surrendered to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. Bam! Wu Chu kicked the guard away. Ridiculous. I supported Tian Tue. He's one of the 36 Big Dipper stars. He's only loyal to Master. How could he betray us? If you say any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Chu's fiery temper scared the guard so much that he trembled. Stop, Wu Chu! Wen Chu shouted. Wen Chu's face darkened. After all, this news was too strange. How could it be? He had personally appointed Tian Tue. Before he left, he was in high spirits and wrote a military pledge to take down 20 cities. But now he had betrayed us? Wen Chu naturally did not believe it. Say it again. Wen Chu asked solemnly. Great General Tian Tue surrendered to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. You're still talking nonsense? Wu Chu was angry again. No, I didn't. This is news from the front line. If it's from the front line, I wouldn't dare. The guard said fearfully. Wu Chu, calm down. Wen Chu shook his head. But how could Tian Tue betray us? Wu Chu said anxiously. Something must have happened. It must be. Send someone to investigate quickly. Wen Chu said to a guard beside him. Yes. Also, pass down the order. All the attacking troops are to stop advancing. Everyone, wait for orders. Wen Chu ordered. Yes. The guard retreated. Wu Chu and Wen Chu looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu, what do you think is going on? Pejuan frowned. I don't know, but the Great Zhou Heavenly Court doesn't seem as weak as we thought. Wen Chu said solemnly. Then what should we do? Let's figure out the situation first, Wen Chu said solemnly. All right. The two nodded. Celestial Longevity Realm. Tianxiang Army Commander's residence. Qisha stared at the butler. Where's my fifth brother? Lord Qisha, I don't know where Master went. The butler looked troubled. What do you mean you don't know? Bastard, didn't my fifth brother tell you before he left? If you don't know, does anyone else know? Qisha said in a low voice. No, Master didn't say. Nor did he tell anyone. The butler shook his head. That's strange. Fifth brother didn't tell me when he went out. I have good things, but no one is with me to admire them. Qisha shook his head and stepped out of Tianxiang Mansion. However, after walking for a while, Qisha's eyes lit up. Right, I remember now. That place? I saw fifth brother go there last time. At that time, Master called me, so I didn't go to take a look. Could it be? Fifth brother is hiding a mistress? Kikik, I want to take a look. Qisha suddenly became excited. Whoosh! Qisha quickly flew away from the city and headed for a distant sea. Whoosh! In the distance, Qisha landed at the entrance of a valley. It's here. Qisha looked at the valley excitedly. Should I give fifth brother a surprise? Hee hee. Qisha concealed his aura and quietly entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw a large group of people standing in the valley. At the center of the group was a man in a purple robe. The moment he saw the man in the purple robe, Qisha's pupils suddenly shrank. Great Emperor Ziwei, Qisha shouted in horror. Chapter 1451. Big Brother Tianfu, Fifth Brother Tianxiang, and those earthly fiends, what are they doing? What are you doing? Seven Kill's eyes widened. He hid in the corner and was filled with shock. Great Emperor Ziwei? Why is he here? He shouldn't be here. The two commanders of the Southern Dipper Army were listening to Great Emperor Ziwei. That's right. I need it now, immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Yes. Tianfu and Tianxiang answered. My lord, it's been too long since the Second Era. I thought you'd forgotten about us. Tianxiang said with a smile. How could you forget? Huh? Tianfu laughed. Well, you've been hiding by Great Emperor Changsheng's side for so long. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. Don't worry, when we return to the Ziwei Celestial Realm, you'll still be my best commander. Great Emperor Ziwei promised. Thank you, my lord. What do you think of Great Emperor Changsheng? Great Emperor Changsheng? Ha! How can he be compared to my lord? I've tolerated him for many years since the Second Era. Those who know him know that he's Great Emperor Changsheng, but those who don't would think that he's a bandit. If it weren't for our help, how could the Celestial Realm be established? Tianfu sneered. That's good. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. My lord, when do we do it? Tianfu's eyes flashed coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei was about to speak, but he suddenly fell silent. My lord, what's wrong? Tianxiang asked. The corners of Great Emperor Ziwei's lips curled into a cold smile. In the distance, Seven Kill's expression suddenly changed. Shit, I've been discovered. Seven Kills wanted to run, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. Boom! A strong wind suddenly blew around Seven Kills. Tianfu and Tianxiang's expressions changed as they turned to look. Seven Kill's eyes widened, but he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. He stared at Tianfu and Tianxiang in disbelief. It's that little bastard Seven Kills? Tianfu's eyes turned cold. He's as wretched as Great Emperor Changsheng. Tianxiang said coldly. Seven Kills looked at his two sworn brothers in disbelief. How could they say that about him? Fortunately, my lord discovered it in time. Otherwise, if news of today's incident was leaked, we would be in trouble. Tianxiang immediately looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, said Heaven's Mansion, we must seal the 7 murders immediately, or take them away from this place to prevent any unexpected event from occurring. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. Greed brings 7 kills to the Central Territory. Wait for me to subdue the Celestial Longevity Plane. Great Emperor Polestar instructed. Yes. 7 kills, eyes widened. Subdue the celestial longevity realm? Kill the longevity emperor? Kill the longevity monarch? No. Chisha screamed in despair in his heart. This was because it was not impossible. They were working together, and Great Emperor Zue was much stronger than Emperor Changsheng. Emperor Changsheng would definitely die. Was the Lord going to die? A look of grief and indignation flashed across 7 Kill's eyes. He hated himself for being so useless that he had been instantly imprisoned by Great Emperor Zue. Thinking of his master's death, Chisha's eyes flashed with determination. Die! He roared in his heart. What? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Boom! 7 Kills self-destructed. The entire valley exploded. After the huge explosion, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. He reached out and pressed down, immediately suppressing the explosion to the minimum. However, the place where 7 Kills was in ruins. 7 Kills was dead, but his soul had entered the netherworld. What a heroic 7 Kills. Emperor Changsheng's subordinate is actually so unyielding and loyal. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was ugly. How could this be? 7 Kills is the most shameless person. He has always been a coward. Why would he choose to self-destruct? Tian Xiang said in shock. Yes, 7 Kills is a coward. I didn't expect. Heaven's Mansion's expression also turned ugly. 7 Kills is seeking death. For the sake of reincarnation, inform Emperor Changsheng. No, the operation must begin immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. Yes, Celestial Longevity Realm, Longevity Hall's entrance. Emperor Changsheng looked up at the starry sky. The 7 Kills star emitted a scarlet light before dimming. What happened? 7 Kills is dead? How is that possible? Emperor Changsheng said in shock. Men. Emperor Changsheng shouted angrily. In the underworld, 7 Kills committed suicide and turned into a ghost, wandering the underworld in a daze. Suddenly, a reincarnation appeared beside 7 Kills. Whoosh! 7 Kills was sucked into it. One day later, 7 Kills' consciousness gradually returned. Wah! Wah! A series of heart-wrenching cries of a baby could be heard. 7 Kills woke up and shouted desperately, but he realized that this was the only sound he could make. Wah! Master! Look at how loud the young master's voice is. An old woman hugged 7 Kills and cried out. He became a baby? This is bad. What should I do? The baby was in a dilemma. Ha! Let me see my baby. Ha! A bearded man picked up the baby. He opened his mouth and was about to kiss him. 7 Kills' eyes widened. Help! Wah! Boom! A ray of astral power descended from the sky. 7 Kills was immediately enveloped in light. Ghost! The old woman exclaimed. The baby's father also looked at the baby in his arms in shock. Whoosh! The baby, who was born a day ago, flew into the sky. My son, the baby's father exclaimed. Go tell the master. Hurry. The baby flew quickly. Several days later, outside the Longevity Palace in the Celestial Longevity Realm, the baby flew over with great difficulty. Outside the Longevity Palace, a huge purple barrier enveloped the entire Longevity Palace. The stars in the sky, the heavenly spirits, and the earthly fiends all lit up. Ha! Longevity Dharch, you have nowhere to go today. Great Emperor Ziwei's voice rang out. Boom! With a loud bang, the baby looked over. He saw Great Emperor Ziwei's 7 stars palm fiercely suppressing Longevity Dharch. Longevity Dharch looked up at the sky and saw the 7 Kill star light up again. Ha! Chisha is alive again. Monarch Changsheng laughed. So what if he's alive? Even if he's reincarnated, how much power do you think a baby can unleash? Even the 7 Kill star can only unleash the strength of an ancient immortal at most. A baby's body is weak and can't bear the burden. Just wait for me to refine you. Refine. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Boom! Countless purple lights rushed toward Longevity the Arch. Puffed. Longevity the Arch spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. 7 kills. I hope you're reincarnated in the celestial longevity realm. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear me once you leave the celestial longevity realm. Listen, 7 kills, run. I'm in trouble. Little brat, you must escape. Puffed. Longevity, the Arch spat out another mouthful of blood. Woo 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 woo. Outside of Purple Sister, the baby was whimpering. In a valley in the western outer continent, the mutated body Wu Zhao and the mutated body Skirich felt their own power. Satisfaction flashed in their eyes, depriving the power of stars. This is good stuff. The mutated body Wu Zhao's eyes flashed with desire. The mutated body Yin Chuan walked over. The battle between the exchange beasts and the Z-Wei celestial realm has begun. Our chance is here. Let's go. Chapter 1452. Wen Chu Camp. Wen Chu, Wu Chu, and defeating armies were listening to the intelligence from the front. Marshals, since our army stopped advancing, Great Zhou has not made any moves. However, there is still no news from General Tian Tue. A guard said respectfully, Great Zhou Imperial Court? How cautious. When Chu narrowed his eyes, Tian Te, that bastard, actually betrayed us. Wu Chu rebuked angrily. Everything is still unknown. Don't jump to conclusions too early. However, this Great Zhou Imperial Court is indeed stranger than what we know. When Chu said, then what do we do now? Just wait like this? Wu Chu said unwillingly, yes, if we don't get any results, we won't be able to answer to the Lord in the future. Defeating armies frowned. No, this is the best answer. When Chu shook his head, When Chu, you are too cautious. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. If we don't deal with Tian Te and advance rashly, there might be a second or third Tian Tue. When Chu narrowed his eyes. All right. Wu Chu and defeating armies nodded. Reporting. A guard quickly entered the main hall. Marshals, this is a letter of challenge from Great Zhou's Marshal D. Renjia. The guard handed over a letter of challenge respectfully. Oh. When Chu narrowed his eyes and took the letter of challenge. When Chu opened the letter of challenge and read it carefully. Battle of Songjiang Mouth and Tian Tue as the vanguard. Oomph. When Chu snorted coldly. Good, Tian Tue really betrayed us. He actually became the vanguard of Great Zhou Imperial Court. Songjiang Mouth? Oomph, I will skin him alive. Wu Chu glared. When Chu, are we going? Defeating armies asked. Yes, why not? This time, we must find out why Tian Tue betrayed us. When Chu said solemnly. That's right. Defeating armies nodded. However, Great Zhou Imperial Court must be prepared for this letter of challenge. Inform the right minister immediately and ask Zhu Min to come and help. When Chu said, the right minister and Zhu Min are responsible for guarding Ziwei Palace. With the 3 of us, who in the world can do anything to us? Defeating armies said in surprise. There must be something fishy about this. I don't want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Let the giant door come over. When Chu said seriously. Good. Luoyang City. In the midst of a series of discussions. When Chu agreed, Wu Jiong's body asked in a deep voice. That's great. The towering figure smiled. Number 1 with the fire crow gourd on his back laughed coldly. We are not like the exploding beast or the sky swallowing tail beast. We hid the moment we appeared and gathered information about the world before we dared to make a move. Wen Chu, Pajun, Wu Chu, the 3 of them were connected to the stars, and all of them had a cultivation of the 15th heavenly layer. This time, he was going to exchange the 3 of them. The Western Expedition Army of the Z-Wei, Celestial Realm, will be completely crippled. Yes, everyone nodded. I've already searched the entire Songjiang estuary. None of them can leave this time, Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Number 1 looked at Wu Jiong and said, "You should continue to guard Luoyang City. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court is our foundation. We cannot afford to lose it." "All right," Wu Jiong nodded. Number 7 and number 108, which are Tongtian's strength, Yin Chuan's strength, and my Fire Crow Gourd, they will not be able to escape even if they take them head-on. Moreover, we planned this beforehand. Number 86 exchange for Tian Tue. With Tian Tue, we can cripple Wu Chu. The other two are no longer a threat. Number 1 said in a low voice. That's right. After crippling 3 army commanders, the Ziwei Celestial Realm's strength will be greatly reduced. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Let's wait for the battle at the Songjiang estuary in a month. Number 1 said in a low voice. Outside the west, in a valley. Mo Yushi, mutated body Yin Chuan, mutated body Wu Zhao, and mutated body Tong Tian stood in a pavilion. Jin Diyu reported the information he had gathered. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? Yin Chuan said with a frown. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? That's against Zhan Pujuan, Wu Chu, and Wen Xiu. The exchange beast will definitely send experts. Tongtian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Luoyang will definitely be empty. We can take the opportunity to take back Luoyang. Wu Jiong's eyes lit up. No. Yin Chuan immediately shook his head. Oh. Wu Jiong looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Everything will wait for the next news. If my body participates in the battle at the Songjiang estuary, we will go there. If my body is in Luoyang, we will go to Luoyang. Yin Chuan said, but there will definitely be a large number of experts at the Songjiang estuary. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong immediately disagreed. Mo Yushi also looked at Yin Chuan worriedly. I don't care. I must be the first among the 3 of us to take back my body. Yin Chuan said stubbornly. Yin Chuan had a secret method, but it was not up to him to exchange bodies. Only the exchange beast had the final say. Would the exchange beast be foolish enough to exchange bodies with him? Of course not. Therefore, every method of changing back to a new body was rare and valuable. A method might be useless the next time it was used. Yin Chuan was naturally unwilling to let Wu Jiong benefit from the method he had painstakingly thought of. Tong Tian did not say anything. Wu Jiong raised his brows. After all, in Wu Jiong's eyes, going to Luoyang was to take back his body. Other than Tong Tian, Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong were on guard against each other. Wu Jiong, I will help you restore your country, but not now. I have my own demands. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. But when the time comes, a group of experts will surround your body. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong frowned. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods. Of course, I don't need your help this time. If you want to go to Luoyang yourself, I won't stop you. However, if you want Yushi to help you, it's clearly impossible. Yin Chuan shook his head. Wu Jiong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the past few days, Wu Jiong had not harassed Mo Yushi because he wanted to let Mo Yushi lower her guard and make her feel guilty. When the time came, he would take advantage of Mo Yushi again and have Mo Yushi sacrifice her life to help him take back his body. However, Yin Chuan had clearly seen through this. Go to Luoyang himself? Without Mo Yushi's powerful assistance, going to Luoyang would be useless. All right, junior sister, let's do it one by one. Since Yin Chuan has a plan, let's let Yin Chuan take back his body first. Besides, we might be going to Luoyang this time. Tong Tian said, trying to smooth things over. All right. Wu Jiong went with the flow. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the West Continent, Song River mouth. The Song River separated the two shores. Large armies stood on both shores. The commanders of the 2 armies of the Great Zhou Imperial Court and the Purple Micro Celestial Realm met for the first time. On one side stood Wen Xiu, Wu Xiu, Pejuan, and Juman, the 4 Purple Micro Celestial Realm army commanders. Behind them was a raging army. On the other side stood Di Renjia, Yin Chuan, Tong Tian, and Number 1. There are also some officials with serious expressions. There's an additional Juman? For 15th heaven. Number 1 carried the fire crow, gored and frowned. It's fine. If nothing goes wrong, everything is within our range. Tong Tian sneered. Number 1 nodded. At this moment, Di Renjia was the leader. Di Renjia looked coldly at Wenxiu's group. Wenxiu star? Huh. Di Renjia's body sneered. Di Renjia? Tong Tian? Yin Chuan? Wenxiu squinted at the group in the distance. Yin Chuan, Tong Tian has joined the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Why? Does the Great Zhun Imperial Court also want to join the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Wenxiu sneered, trying to provoke him. However, Yin Chuan was no longer the Yin Chuan of the past. Happy to be provoked. Instead, he sneered. Wenxiu, you'd better take care of yourselves first. Where's that bastard Tiantue? Didn't he want to be the vanguard? Ask him to come out. Wuxiu took a step forward and shouted. Wuxiu? Haha, you're really hot-tempered. Yes, Tiantue was right to abandon the darkness and join the light. He's the vanguard of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Moreover, his first challenge is his former superior, Wuxiu. Wuxiu, do you dare to fight? Di Renjia laughed. Ha ha! How dare a traitor like him challenge me? Come on, ask him to come out. Wuxiu glared. Tiantue is willing to be the vanguard. He chose the battlefield himself. Do you see the star directly above us? Di Renjia laughed. Whoosh! Everyone looked up. He saw that there was indeed a lonely planet in the starry sky above. There was a desert on the planet, and there was only one person standing at the foot of a mountain on the planet. Tiantue. Wuxiu's eyes suddenly widened and flashed with anger. Wait. Wenxiu frowned and looked at the star. The giant gate said, there's no ambush. There's only Tiantue. Wenxiu, wait here. I'll go and capture that traitor. Wuxiu shouted. Wuxiu, be careful. I feel that something's wrong. Wenxiu said, don't worry. I taught Tiantue everything. I won't lose. Wuxiu said in a low voice. With that, he took a step forward and rushed into the star. The star was far away. The experts could see above the star, but could not hear what the person above said. Wuxiu reached the 15th heaven and arrived at the star in a short time. Boom! Wuxiu landed, kicking up a large amount of dust on the star. Tiantue, why did you betray the Lord? Wuxiu immediately scolded. Tiantue, who was not far away, immediately shouted, I didn't. I'm loyal to the Lord. The sun and moon can testify. Ha ha ha! The sun and moon can testify. Did I wrongly accuse you? Wuxiu glared. My lord, I have my difficulties. Why don't you believe me? Tiantue immediately shouted. Why should I believe you? If you have your difficulties, why don't you tell us? Why did you tell Wuxiu? You've already betrayed us? Do you think your sophistry is useful? Wuxiu immediately scolded. I follow my lord since the second era. Don't you understand my character? The sun and moon can testify to my loyalty to the Lord. How can I betray him? Tiantue said in despair. Wuxiu frowned slightly, and his heart wavered. After all, he had brought Tiantue up. How could he betray him? If my lord doesn't believe me, then I can only apologize with my death. After all, my life was saved by my lord back then. Tiantue said bitterly. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the purple mansion. No. Wuxiu's expression suddenly changed. Pissed. The long sword stabbed into Tiantue's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreating to a corner. Apologize with his death? Wuxiu immediately panicked because he already believed that Tiantue was wrongly accused. Tiantue. Wuxiu felt a wave of regret. Why did he suspect his own subordinate? How could Tiantue be judged as the Lord? Exchange. The seriously injured Tiantue suddenly shouted. Chapter 1453. Exchange. Tiante, who was seriously injured, suddenly shouted. What? Wuxiu was surprised. Wuxiu thought he had wronged Tiante and felt guilty. He did not expect that Tiantue was just trying to trick him into sympathizing with him. But wasn't the price too high to pay? Seriously injuring him? Wu Chu was a peerless powerhouse after all. He immediately used his magic weapon to protect himself and activated his shield. But it was too late. A green light suddenly emerged from Tian Tue's body and rushed into Wu Chu's body without any hindrance. Wu Chu was stunned and desperately urged his astral power. Time seemed to be frozen. The next moment, buzz! Wu Chu regained his freedom. Just as he was about to take down Tian Tue in anger, he suddenly found himself standing in front of him as if he was looking into a mirror. That's me. Wu Chu was slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha! Wu Chu's body laughed wildly. Puff! Wu Chu spat out a mouthful of blood and realized that he had become Tian Tue. Exchange beast? You're the exchange beast? Wu Chu exclaimed. At this moment, Wu Chu finally understood why. It was the exchange of DeLuan, Tian Tue, and himself. Exchange beast? It's too late. Wu Chu, haha, I'm Wu Chu now. Die. Wu Chu's body laughed. No! Wu Chu covered his wound and quickly dodged. Boom! A sandstorm rose. But neither of them could mobilize the astral power. Wu Chu's strength was not high at this moment, but Wu Chu's body was fleeing in panic. Wen Chu, Pajun, Jumin, be careful. This is a trap. They're the exchange beast. This is a trap. Wu Chu covered his wound and flew downward. But his current cultivation could not be compared to before. His speed was astonishingly slow. Wu Chu's body chased after him. The two moved slowly downward. What are they doing? Zhu Min frowned. Wu Chu is chasing after Tian Tue? That's nothing. But why are they so slow? Pajun was also surprised. Wen Chu was also extremely puzzled. The two people in the starry sky were too strange. Di Renjia and the others' eyes lit up. They succeeded in the starry sky. Next were the people in front of them. The first exchange beast carried the fire crow gourd on its back and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the northeast. Yin Chuan. Boom! A loud roar reverberated throughout the two armies. Almost everyone raised their eyebrows and looked towards the northeast. However, he saw a black shadow rushing over from the northeast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The black figure was wrapped in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly, but he was emitting a faint black aura. Who are you? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. The others also revealed a trace of doubt. Number one, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly stopped. It's me. Can't you sense it? The black-robed man said indifferently. As he spoke, he took a slight step forward. Boom! In an instant, a sea of blood suddenly appeared. The roaring sea of blood soared into the sky. To the northeast was a vast sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there were countless waves of blood that carried the black-robed man out of the sea. Boom! An extremely dark aura assaulted his face. Blood-sea theurgy. Number 108's expression changed. The faces of number one and the others also darkened. Even when Chu and defeating armies on the opposite side narrowed their eyes. Blood-sea? In today's world, other than Yin Chuan's Blood-sea, there was only the Nether River Patriarch's Blood-sea. The Nether River Patriarch, who used to be known as Yin Zizai, was Yin Chuan's bloodline ancestor. Moreover, the Xuanwu Emperor's compromise not long ago showed how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was. Come out. Let me see how much your Blood-sea theurgy is better than mine. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Number 108's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Number one's exchange beast narrowed his eyes and said, Go and see. Don't worry. Other than the Snake Clan, others have always been at a disadvantage to us. We have never been at a disadvantage to others. Okay. Number 108 nodded. Boom! As he stepped forward, a sea of blood suddenly appeared under number 108's feet. The sea of blood rushed toward the black-robed man's sea of blood. Boom! The two seas of blood collided with a loud bang. The third form of the Blood-sea theurgy? Unfortunately, you're still a little lacking. But it doesn't matter. Come with me. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Go. Where to? Number 108 asked, puzzled. Why? Do you still miss this place? Come with me. These small fights won't amount to anything. The black-robed man said indifferently. Small fights? Not far away. Defeating armies' face sank. Jumin was also extremely unhappy. This was the Battle of the Songjiang Estuary. A group of 15th Heaven powerhouses had gathered. Was this a small fight? When Chu waved her hand and stopped defeating armies and Jumin. When Chu shook her head and said, "That's the Nether River Patriarch. Don't touch him for the time being." Number 1's exchange beast also narrowed his eyes. Number 108 shook his head. "Why are you looking for me? I've already set up the 10 halls formation. I'm preparing to rebuild heaven and earth in Wuji and completely get rid of the surveillance of fate. Come with me. Use the Blood Sea Theurgy to fuse with the 10 halls formation. I'll be more relaxed." The black-robed Nether River Patriarch said indifferently. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch finished speaking, everyone's face stiffened. Rebuild heaven and earth in Wuji? When Chu's face suddenly changed. Not far away, the group of exchange beasts' pupils also shrank. Rebuild heaven and earth. That was rebuilding heaven and earth. Compared to what the Nether River Patriarch had said, their battle here was nothing but child's play. Number 108's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. If this was true, how strong would the Nether River Patriarch be? Turning his head, number 108 looked at number 1. Number 1 nodded solemnly, as if giving instructions to number 108. Number 108 suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. He turned his head to look at the Nether River Patriarch. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The exchange beasts were not stupid. Everything before them was just what the Nether River Patriarch said. They still needed to verify whether it was true. Nether River Patriarch. Number 108 said in a low voice. "Why? Have you thought it through? Then come with me." The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. "No, I don't know if what you said is true. So please prove it." Number 108 said solemnly. "Oh, prove it?" The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. "Yes, if you have the ability to rebuild heaven and earth, then my strength is naturally nothing to you. Only the Blood Sea mystique is what you need." Number 108 said in a low voice. "That's right. Then please prove it." "I'll use my full strength. I hope you can take it. If you can defeat me, I'll go with you immediately." Number 108 said solemnly. That's fine. Your mystique was taught by me. Do you want to try it too?" The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly. "That's for the best. Blood Sea Mystique, third form, explode." Number 108 shouted. Boom! A surging sea of blood rose with a loud rumble. The boundless blood sea rushed into the sky and surged toward the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. Third form? Ha! The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly. Boom! The Nether River Patriarch's blood sea also rose sharply. The two blood seas clashed. "Ha! Your blood sea isn't that great either? It's about the same as mine." "No, it's still a little weaker than mine." Number 108 sneered. At this moment, the void in front of number 108 suddenly twisted, and then a light wheel appeared. Buzz! A small cat suddenly appeared on the light wheel. Meow Meow had suddenly appeared. "Meow, Yin Chuan!" Meow suddenly shouted. Meow? Number 108's face suddenly darkened. His expression was uncertain. "Meow, Yin Chuan, you didn't call me when you were fighting." "Meow, Meow, I love fighting." Meow suddenly shouted. Number 108's eyes turned cold as he pointed at the Nether River Patriarch. "Meow Meow, attack him." Number 108 shouted. "Meow, okay, no problem. Watch me." Meow immediately said excitedly. Its body swayed, and it teleported in front of the Nether River Patriarch. It stretched out its claws and was about to pounce. Boom! A wave of blood washed over Meow. Just as the wave of blood was about to drown Meow, the Nether River Patriarch's right hand instantly pierced into it. Boom! The wave of blood exploded, and the Nether River Patriarch instantly caught Meow in his hand. "Ha! Little beast, you dare to be impudent in front of me?" the Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Meow. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch crushed Meow with one palm. Blood and internal organs burst out. The wave of blood engulfed the organs. The faces of the surrounding cultivators sank. Meow's 14th heaven cultivation was not a secret. It was even more clear to the exchange beasts that paid attention to information. However, the Nether River Patriarch just reached out and crushed her. She died just like that. Number 108's face turned unsightly. The Nether River Patriarch said indifferently, "Your blood sea is indeed good. However, it is only the third form. Let me show you what the fourth form of the blood sea is." The fourth form? Number 108 was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, while number 108 was certain that it was the Nether River Patriarch, he still had doubts. That was why he sent Meow to test him. However, Meow was crushed to death in the blink of an eye. This made number 108 even more certain of his decision. Yin Chuan had only grasped the third form of the blood sea. If there was a fourth form, the person before him would undoubtedly be the Nether River Patriarch. "Blood sea, rise," the Nether River Patriarch shouted. Rumble. 3,000 huge pillars slowly emerged from the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. The pillars shot into the starry sky. The moment the pillars appeared, a surging violent aura surged over. As soon as the 3,000 pillars appeared, streams of blood-colored energy flowed between them. Wherever the energy touched, everything would be destroyed. Number 108's sea of blood instantly exploded upon contact with the blood-colored energy. Rumble. Number 108's blood sea looked like it was about to collapse and vanish. What? Number 108 exclaimed in shock. "Blood sea, mine is the true progenitor. How could your blood sea stand a chance against mine?" The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Rumble. Number 108's blood sea seemed to be unable to resist at all. Number 108's expression changed drastically. Indeed, the Nether River Patriarch was too strong. He was defeated just by standing there without moving. Yin Chuan had two great mystiques, the universe in the palm and the blood sea. Since he couldn't use the universe in the palm, the blood sea was the strongest. However, the blood sea couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Nether River Patriarch. Right, there was also the glove. "Take another one of my palms," number 108 shouted. A huge white astral palm shot out and tore through the void, instantly appearing above the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. Rumble. Above the blood sea, the 3,000 blood pillars suddenly surged with blood-colored energy. Rumble. The astral palm exploded. Even the glove's power couldn't do anything to the blood sea. Number 108 looked at the Nether River Patriarch in shock. Rumble. The Nether River Patriarch stomped his foot, and the blood sea enveloped number 108. "All right, that's enough. You inherited those tricks from me. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me," the Nether River Patriarch said calmly. Hiss. In the distance, there were gasps from both sides of the battlefield. Everyone saw Yin Chuan's astral palm clearly. "It's definitely the power of a 15th tier heaven," Zhu Min exclaimed. "That's the cultivation method that Zhu used to pluck the stars." Defeating armies exclaimed. So effortlessly, the Nether River Patriarch didn't even move, and he neutralized Yin Chuan's killer move. When Chu frowned. On the other side, the heaven-reaching body and the number 1 exchange beast both revealed looks of envy. Too strong. The Nether River Patriarch was too strong. It wasn't that the Nether River Patriarch used some powerful technique, but that he didn't use anything at all. Yes, the Nether River Patriarch didn't even make a move, and the victory was sealed. How strong was he? With just the Blood Sea mystic power, he was invincible? Rumor had it that the Blood Sea mystic power was only one of the weaker techniques of the Nether River Patriarch. His strongest technique was naturally the heaven-piercing Nether River. The Nether River Patriarch also had the Avicii and Yuan killer swords. The Nether River Patriarch also had, one could see the big picture by looking at the big picture through a tube. If the weak techniques were already so strong, what about the strong ones? Let's go. Stop dawdling. The Nether River Patriarch said impatiently. The sea of blood swirled, and number 108 was pulled closer. Number 108 confirmed everything, and he was extremely excited. The power to create a world? The Nether River Patriarch? What's wrong? The Nether River Patriarch seemed to have noticed number 108's abnormality. Nothing. I'm just going to show you something. Number 108 smiled. Oh, the Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. Shing. Number 108 pulled out a long sword and stabbed it into his chest. What were you doing? The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. A wave of blood crashed into number 108, stopping him from stabbing himself with a long sword. What are you trying to do? The Nether River Patriarch grabbed number 108's hand. When he grabbed number 108's hand, the Nether River Patriarch shuddered. No, you're not Yin Chuan. You actually... The Nether River Patriarch seemed to have discovered something unbelievable. Number 108's expression changed drastically. The Nether River Patriarch was so powerful that he could discover his abnormality. Break! His other hand stabbed toward his chest again, as if he was going to kill himself. Just at this moment, a thought suddenly rushed over. Boom! It was the consciousness of Zombie Yin Chuan from the great Qin city of the underworld. Zombie Yin Chuan's consciousness rushed over as if he was going to snatch this body from number 108. His hand that was about to commit suicide suddenly slowed down. Ah! Number 108 was caught off guard, and his head hurt. You're not Yin Chuan. What are you? The Nether River Patriarch grabbed number 108's right hand and yelled. The Nether River Patriarch grabbed with his other hand. Number 108's expression changed drastically. It's too late. It's too late to destroy Yin Chuan's body. Forget it. When I become the Nether River Patriarch, I'll be able to capture Yin Chuan easily. Exchange. Boom. A ferocious energy rushed out of number 108's body toward the Nether River Patriarch. In an instant, the two of them were connected. What? The expressions of Wen Chu defeating armies and the others in the distance changed. Good. The heaven-reaching body in the distance cheered loudly. Done. Done. Hum. The light was instantly cut off. The black-robed man and number 108 successfully swapped bodies. Chapter 1454. Hum. The light was cut off instantly. The black-robed man and number 108 successfully swapped bodies. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. Defeating armies' eyes widened. The giant gate was also surprised to see Yin Chuan and the Nether River Patriarch above the Blood Sea. Wen Chu, on the other hand, suddenly quivered and looked up at Wu Chu and Tian Tue, who were falling from the sky. No! Wen Chu suddenly shouted. On the other side, Di Renjia and the others were delighted. Nether River Patriarch's strength finally belonged to their side now. Above the Blood Sea, number 108 Yin Chuan's body was swapped with the black-robed man, Nether River Patriarch. Ha! Nether River Patriarch. Now, everything you have is mine. The black-robed man suddenly laughed. Opposite him, Yin Chuan's body, which had been swapped, suddenly twisted his neck. Yin Chuan's body suddenly sneered. Finally swapped back. What? What cultivation is this? Nether River Patriarch. Why is he only at the 12th heaven? The black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan's body suddenly rushed toward the black-robed man and reached out to grab him. What? The black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Boom! Yin Chuan's body suddenly grabbed the black-robed man's neck and squeezed hard. Instantly, countless restrictions appeared in his palm like a huge net and enveloped the black-robed man's body. In an instant, the black-robed man could not move. What's going on? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. The black-robed man's hat suddenly flipped open. The one in the hat was not Nether River Patriarch at all. It was Yin Chuan's appearance. Yin Chuan? Di Renjia and the others in the distance suddenly exclaimed. That person was originally an official of the Great Zhou dynasty. Later on, His body was taken over by a swap beast. Later on, he was swapped for Yin Chuan. Now he was swapped back? This is impossible. The swap beast in the surroundings suddenly exclaimed, "Is it the real Yin Chuan? Did Yin Chuan impersonate the Nether River Patriarch and take back his body?" This was impossible. Yin Chuan had been swapped. How could he be so powerful? And the Blood Sea? The fourth form of the Blood Sea? Tong Tian exclaimed, "Meow!" With a meow, Meow suddenly rushed out of the sea of blood. "Yin Chuan, my acting is not bad, right?" Meow exclaimed proudly. However, Yin Chuan turned his head to look in the direction of the beasts. "Evil creatures, just you wait. I will be back," Yin Chuan said coldly. "Go!" Boom! The surging sea of blood rushed toward the south. "Where do you think you're going?" The heavenly reaching body shouted, then charged forward. He chased after Yin Chuan and his group. Who? The sea of blood dispersed. 3 figures suddenly appeared where the sea of blood was originally. Mou Shi, the white-robed, silver-eyed Yin Chuan, and a black-robed man holding a white longsword. It was the Heaven Mending Sword. The man was the great accomplishment, Heavenly Court's Heaven Mending Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Dugu Wudi. Yin Chuan held the restricted swap beast in his hand. He still felt that it was not safe, so he quickly took out a box and put it inside. Meow! Mou Shi transformed into a huge black phoenix. Meow! Yin Chuan and the silver-eyed Yin Chuan landed on its back. It grabbed Dugu Wudi in its claws and quickly spread its wings to fly high. The previous scene. Mou, she was a 15th layer celestial. The Dark Phoenix had the Netherworld's Shi and was responsible for creating the powerful aura of the Nether River Patriarch. It confused everyone. Dugu Wudi was Yin Chuan's nephew in this life. He also had the Blood Sea ability, but he rarely revealed it. He was a secret force of the great accomplishment Heavenly Court, so there were very few people in the world who knew about Dugu Wudi. Meow. Yin Chuan, my little hat is amazing, right? It's all thanks to me this time that he was able to hide inside and teleport you here with him. Last time I called him, he ignored me. Meow immediately took credit and tattled. All right, let's leave this place first. Meow, it's all thanks to you this time. Yin Chuan nodded. Of course, Meow exclaimed. But you and the invincible Dugu worked really well together. You used the Blood Sea to envelop the 3,000 heavenly Daos and used the heavenly Dao cycle. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have been fooled. Also, why didn't you tell me about such a fun thing until now? You didn't tell me about the heaven-devouring beast last time either. Meow grumbled. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Now is not the time to be conflicted. Instead, he stood on Mou Shi's back and turned to look at the Tong Tian body that was chasing after them. Stop! The Tong Tian body shouted and swung the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword. A purple sword aura shot toward Yin Chuan and the others. It instantly tore apart a large area of the void and arrived before them. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his right palm and used the hand of Dao. Boom! A huge energy palm shot out and went straight for the energy sword. Boom! The void instantly shattered into countless pieces. The Tong Tian body's attack could not do anything to Mou Shi and the others. Exchange Beast number 1 raised an eyebrow and wanted to give chase. However, if he did, there would be no expert here. Tong Tian, remember to save number 108. Don't let him fall into Yin Chuan's hands. Exchange Beast number 1 shouted into the distance. In the distance, the Tong Tian body shouted. On the other side, when Chu had already figured out what was going on. Defeating armies. Hurry up and save Wu Chu. Wu Chu has also been swapped by the Tong Tian body. The one being chased is Wu Chu. Hurry up and save Wu Chu. When Chu shouted. Defeating armies' expression changed. Earlier, he was only surprised by Yin Chuan and the exchange beast. After all, in defeating armies' eyes, they were both his enemies. It would be best if both sides were injured. Now that he heard Wen Chu's words, he suddenly remembered the abnormality in the sky. Wen Chu, be careful. It's a trap. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Whoosh! Defeating armies shot into the sky. Where are you going? Treasure, let's go out. Exchange Beast number 1 shouted. Boom! Rolling fire crows rushed into the sky. Giant Gate. Help defeating armies and save Wu Chu. When Chu shouted, Okay. Boom! The giant door rushed out. Officers and soldiers, listen up. When Chu shouted, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. There are signs of beasts swapping on the other side. You have to get close to them before you can do the swapping. If you're prepared, you can evade the swapping. Yes, the 3 armies replied. Kill. When Chu waved his right hand. Roar. Kill. The entire army charged forward. D. Renge's expression sank as he shouted, Kill. Roar. Great Zhou's army also charged forward. In an instant, the battle at Songjiang Pass officially began. Rumble. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zizi, Lur, and Zhao Afong looked at Zombie Yin Chuan, waiting for Yin Chuan to speak. Zombie Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne, motionless. He held a life tablet in his hand. It was an animal that Miao had brought over. It was Miao that had been crushed by the Nether River Patriarch not long ago. The shattering of the life tablet was a signal to Zombie Yin Chuan. They cooperated and attacked at the same time. As expected, they finally succeeded in deceiving everyone. After a while, whoosh, Zombie Yin Chuan opened his eyes. How is it? Lur asked anxiously. Did it succeed? Zhao Afong asked anxiously. It's back? Zizi asked worriedly. Zombie Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, it's finally back. That's great. All the girls were overjoyed. Lu Gang sent a message to all the factory guards in the West Outer Continent. Everything will be restored to normal, Zombie Yin Chuan said again. Yes. Not far away, Lu Gang answered. The Right Minister was one of the 9 commanders under Great Emperor Zawei. The Right Minister stood on the square of the main hall, with a subordinate following behind him. My lord, Lord Wenxiu already has Wu Xiu and Pejuan. Why does he still need help from the Giant Gate? Is the Great Zhou Heavenly Court really that strong? A subordinate asked in confusion. 15th Heaven. That was 15th Heaven. In the past, 13th Heaven was enough to rule the world. But now, 3 15th Heaven and a group of 14th Heaven could not do anything to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The Right Minister did not speak. Instead, he focused his vision and looked at the mouth of the River Song. Everything was strange until Yin Chuan exchanged with the Nether River Patriarch. The Right Minister's pupil shrank. Exchange beasts? Exchange beasts? No wonder Wenxiu values it so much. The Right Minister exclaimed, Grandmaster of Heaven? And that gourd? Fire Crow gourd? What a powerful Fire Crow gourd. The Right Minister exclaimed, My lord, did something happen? Oh no, it seems that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court has more than one exchange beast. Wu Xiu is in trouble. Inform the Lord immediately. Tell him that the attack on the Great Zhou Heavenly Court is obstructed. All the commanders need to return to help. The Right Minister shouted. But the Lord is dealing with Emperor Chong Sheng. The Lord knows what to do. You don't need to make any arrangements. Go. Yes. The Right Minister stood in front of the Ziwei Palace with a gloomy expression. The appearance of the exchange beasts was too surprising. Exchange beasts? How many exchange beasts did the Great Zhou Heavenly Court have? How many peerless powerhouses did they have? The battle at the mouth of the River Song was getting more and more intense. There was only one true powerhouse on the Great Zhou side, and that was the first exchange beast with a Fire Crow gourd. It was fighting against Jumin and Wu Xiu alone. On the other side, Grandmaster of Heaven was chasing after Yin Chuan and the others. Yin Chuan stood on the Black Phoenix's back with a cold gaze. They were both 15th Heaven, but Grandmaster of Heaven was much stronger than Mo Yushi. Boom, boom, boom. Yin Chuan frowned as he swung his sword again and again. Meow, Yin Chuan, don't you have a 3,000 heavenly Dao? Why don't you use the cycle of the heavenly Dao to deal with him? Meow shouted anxiously. The cycle of the heavenly Dao has its drawbacks. It can only encircle an area. Emperor Rosefinch didn't stay in Xianyang last time because he was in a hurry to leave, Yin Chuan explained. Besides, it's not the right time to deal with Grandmaster of Heaven now. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. What? I think Luoyang has received the news. The Fire Crow gourd isn't the only one with the gourd. Chapter 1455. In the light, there was an extremely beautiful woman. Her upper body was beautiful, but her lower body was a long snake tail. Meow? That's Zhichin? No, Zhichin is dead. Is this the same clan as her? The snake clan? Meow said in surprise. Human head and snake body? Buzz! The distorted void shook violently. Suddenly, the light faded and a spatial rift appeared. A large number of heavenly demons flew in the rift. Then, a woman flew out from the rift. It was the woman shown in the light earlier. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman, and her lower body was that of a snake. The woman waved her snake tail and stood in front of everyone. Boom! Everyone stopped abruptly. The snake clan, the expression of Tong Tian, who was chasing after Yin Chuan's group, changed drastically. Human snake? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes glowed with silver light as he looked at the woman in the distance. Meow, wasn't the snake clan exterminated a long time ago? Meow was also surprised. They were not exterminated. They entered the heavenly demon realm. Yin Chuan shook his head. The woman scanned everyone as soon as she came out. Yin Chuan of the great Zhun Heavenly Court? You're really powerful. You pretended to be the Nether River Patriarch and almost fooled me. The woman chuckled. I haven't asked for your opinion. Yin Chuan frowned. I'm Snake Spirit. I've heard about you for a long time. The woman with the human head and snake body spat out her snake tongue and smiled. Snake Spirit? Have you heard of Nvaiwa and Zhichin? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Of course, Nvaiwa was the king's woman. Unfortunately, she went to the Great Thousand World and died there. You must know, right? As for Zhichin, it's a pity. Forget it. We're from the same clan, so I won't talk about them. This time, the people from the heavenly realm went to my clan to look for the king. I just happened to see this scene. This woman is really lawless. Snake Spirit said. As he spoke, he swung his snake tail in front of him and said with a smile, Yin Chuan, in the future, I will come to Xianyang as a guest. A strange look flashed through Yin Chuan's eyes. I haven't asked. How did you hear about me? It's all because of that girl, Meng Rongrong. She talks about you all the time. Hee hee. What? Do you not welcome me in Xianyang? The snake spirit smiled charmingly. Haha, Xianyang welcomes you anytime. Yin Chuan nodded. If that's the case, then it's settled. Now, I'm going to collect this exchange beast. Do you guys want to leave first? Snake Spirit said. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan, but Yin Chuan didn't say anything courteous. After all, although the Snake Spirit's tone was kind, he did not know if it was true. Okay, goodbye, Yin Chuan said. Let's go. Yin Chuan said again. Ming. The Black Phoenix spread its wings and flew away quickly. The Snake Spirit was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely. Snake Spirit turned around and looked at the heaven-piercing body. What number is this? Let me guess. Exchange beast number 7, right? Why don't you recognize me? Snake Spirit said with a smile. The heaven-piercing body felt his scalp go numb. It's you, Snake Spirit. The heaven-piercing body's expression was extremely unsightly. I thought you forgot. It was not in vain for me to seal you back then, Snake Spirit said with a smile. What do you want? The heaven-piercing body still had some fear. What do I want? Nothing. Look at you. It wasn't easy for me to seal you. Why did you run out again? Doesn't this mean that I'm useless? Snake Spirit moved closer. This was done by the people of the deity world. The heaven-piercing body took a step back. That group of Calabash kids? Okay, I don't blame you. Be good and come back with me. Snake Spirit took another step forward. No, I'm not going back. Snake Spirit, you've locked us up for so many years. Have you had enough? The heaven-piercing body suddenly roared. Locking you up is for your own good. Go. Snake's spirit laughed. No, bastard. I'm not afraid of you. Snake spirit, I'm no longer number 7. I'm now the sect leader of Tong Tian. I'm Tong Tian. You can't do anything to me. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with my sword. The heaven-piercing body roared. Although his tone was tough, it was filled with a trace of fear. In the distance, Yin Chuan's group quickly disappeared into the horizon. However, Yin Chuan's group did not continue to escape. Instead, they found a hidden valley and looked at Snake Spirit and the heaven-piercing body from afar. Meow, this exchange beast seems to be very afraid of Snake Spirit. Meow said, it's more than afraid. It's as if he's afraid of snakes and scorpions. Mou, she said solemnly. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan frowned and looked into the distance. Dugawudi, on the other hand, bowed to Yin Chuan. Heaven Emperor, since you're safe, I'll take my leave. Dugawudi said. Okay, Wudi. Thank you very much. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Heaven Emperor, please don't say that. It's my duty, Dugawudi said. Looking at Dugawudi, Yin Chuan could only nod helplessly. I'll take my leave, Dugawudi said. Then his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the forest. In the distance, Snake Spirit approached the heaven-piercing body step by step. The heaven-piercing body was nervous at the beginning, but it gradually became irritable. Why do you still want to attack me? Or do you still want to exchange my body? Why don't you try? I'll get closer to you. Snake Spirit continued to press forward. Don't come over. The heaven-piercing body retreated another 1,000 feet. What's wrong? Don't run. Snake Spirit flew forward again. Immortal slaying sword. The heaven-piercing body suddenly stabbed at Snake Spirit. Boom! A ferocious sword energy shot forward and arrived in front of Snake Spirit in an instant. However, the sword energy strangely missed Snake Spirit and stabbed 100 feet away from her. Ha ha! I've finally killed you. The heaven-piercing body laughed. Meow's eyes widened in surprise. Kill my ass. Is the heaven-piercing body stupid? He didn't even stab Snake Spirit. Yin Chuan and the others also had strange looks on their faces. The heaven-piercing body seemed to have gone mad. He had stabbed with his sword, but it had missed. I didn't hit you. Why don't I get closer to you? Snake Spirit laughed and flew toward the heaven-piercing body again. What? Impossible. How can you not hit me? The heaven-piercing body exclaimed. In the distance, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes shone with silver light. There's a strange fluctuation of special particles around Snake Spirit's body. This fluctuation seems to be affecting the exchange beast. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Fluctuation of particles? I don't feel any fluctuations of magic power. Mou, she was puzzled. It's not magic power. It's a special kind of particle. Because of this fluctuation, the heaven-piercing body's sword did not hit it. The source of this particle is Snake Spirit's eyes. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan explained. Eyes? Meow? Meow looked over. Wow, there are small circles in Snake Spirit's eyes. The circles are expanding. Meow exclaimed in surprise. In the distance. Come again. Stab again. I'll stand here and not move. Snake Spirit flew over with a smile. The heaven-piercing body continued to stab, but it was to no avail. Every time he stabbed with the immortal slaying sword, he deviated more and more. Don't come over, you devil. The heaven-piercing body roared in horror. You're too tired. Too tired. Sleep for a while. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Snake Spirit said softly. In midair, the heaven-piercing body seemed to be really tired. It slowly closed its eyes and struggled to open them. But as if it was too tired, it gradually closed them completely. The heaven-piercing body went limp. Meow, it fell asleep? Meow exclaimed in surprise in the distance. Is this hypnosis? The heaven-piercing body of the 15th heaven was hypnotized. Yin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, the snake spirit was placed in an extremely dangerous position in Yin Chuan's mind. This hypnosis power was too strong. That was the heaven-piercing body. Snake Spirit was about to reach out to grab the heaven-piercing body. Boom! A gust of wind blew. A blue figure appeared in an instant and quickly pulled the heaven-piercing body far away. Wake up! There was a loud shout. Buzz! The heaven-piercing body suddenly quivered and woke up immediately. What's going on? What's going on? The heaven-piercing body exclaimed. Then he saw the snake spirit and suddenly quivered. Number 2. Fortunately, you came in time, the heaven-piercing body said doubtfully. The one who had just saved the heaven-piercing body was a man in a blue robe. The man carried a blue calabash on his back. He was the 6th brother of the divine realm who had fought Sha Di in Luoyang City not long ago. Yes, fortunately, I came in time. You were almost hypnotized by her again, the man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. But just now, the heaven-piercing body still had lingering fears. Well, don't worry about it. This kind of hypnosis comes from the power of the soul. Your power of the soul is far weaker than the snake spirit's. Even if you have the strength of the heaven-piercing body, you can't use it in front of her, the man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. Yes, the heaven-piercing body could only accept the fact humbly. After saving the heaven-piercing body, the man in the blue robe turned to look at the snake spirit. Snake spirit, why didn't Fushi come to catch us personally this time? The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. The snake spirit looked at the man in the blue robe with bright eyes. The 6th brother of the divine realm's calabash? So besides the 4th brother, 6th brother Yulin was also hypnotized. 6th brother Yulin, this calabash can make you invisible, right? The man in the blue robe's face darkened. This is the unreal calabash. Unreal calabash? Invisibility? That's about right. I'll bring you back. Won't I be able to humiliate those calabash boys in the divine realm? The snake spirit said excitedly. You're not qualified, Yulin said in a deep voice. Is that so? Then let's try it. I'm coming. The snake spirit immediately pounced on Yulin. Yulin's face darkened. He turned around, grabbed the heaven-piercing body, and shot in a direction. I'll hold the snake spirit back. You go back and help number 1. Yulin shouted. Yes, the heaven-piercing body replied. Boom! The two of them quickly separated in 2 different directions. The snake spirit flew toward Yulin quickly. The 2 of them quickly disappeared from the sight of Yin Chuan and the others. In the valley, Yin Chuan, Yin Tong, and Yin Chuan were all frowning. She was accompanying Yin Chuan. Meow, on the other hand, was tilting her head and looking into the distance. The Snake Clan can hypnotize people? Why couldn't Jichin do it back then? Snake Spirit? What a strange name. Chapter 1456. A sea at the junction of the West Outer Continent and the Annan Outer Continent. Boom! 3 streaks of light flew past, forming 3 huge trenches on the surface of the sea. Tan Lang, the commander of the First Army of the Ziwei Celestial Realm, flew at the front, followed by Lin Jun and Lu Siyuan. The 3 of them were aggressive, their eyes fixed on the chaotic battle at the mouth of the Song River. The Great Zhou Celestial Court? I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be a beast for exchange. Wu Chu is already in trouble. Tan Lang said, I hope Wen Chu can hold them off for a while longer. Lin Jun, who was dressed in black armor, said, Our master also realized that something was wrong and asked us to come immediately. But if that's the case, the Temple of Immortals. Lu Siyuan, who was dressed in a green robe, frowned. Now that the situation is settled, it's useless for us to stay in the Temple of Immortals. Besides, with the help of Tianfu and Tianxiang, it's only a matter of time before Emperor Changsheng is refined. Besides, who can compare to our master in this world? Emperor Changsheng can't even protect himself now, Tan Lang said. Yes. Lu Siyuan and Lianjin nodded. You two, speed up. Wu Chu is in trouble. Zhu Min, Jun Pajuan, and when Chu can't have any more accidents. Tan Lang shouted. Okay. The three of them were connected to the starry sky. Suddenly, a surge of astral power rushed down, and their speed soared again. Boom! The three streaks of light rushed toward the mouth of the Song River. In a valley in the west outer continent, there was a group of halls in the valley. When silver-eyed Yin Chuan arrived, he immediately chose a hall to cultivate in seclusion. Miao, on the other hand, was curious about everything. She stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked around. Both Wu Zhao and Heaven Piercing looked at Yin Chuan in amazement. Congratulations, Yin Di, for getting your body back. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said, envy flashing in his eyes. Congratulations, Tong Tian said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. This is just the beginning. Next, it's time for our counterattack. The variant body Wu Zhao and the variant body Heavenly Sovereign both nodded. Beside Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi was holding a big box. Yin Chuan, what do we do with this exchange beast? Mo Yushi asked. Bai Qi, pierce his shoulder blade and lock him up. Yin Chuan instructed. Understood, Bai Qi replied. Not long after, beast number 108 was chained up and hung up. At this moment, number 108 was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with boundless regret. He regretted not looking at the situation clearly before swapping. At this moment, Yin Chuan and the others each used a spell to condense a projection in front of the 108 exchange beast. Evil creature, do you still recognize us? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan, number 108, roared in grief and indignation. Roaring is useless. Yin Chuan said coldly. I hate it. I hate it that I didn't kill you at all costs. Roar. Number 108 roared in grief and indignation. When Sovereign Min had appeared, he had used the Ice Toad gourd to fight the Fire Crow gourd. At that time, in order to help number 1, he had thought that Yin Chuan would not be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he had not pursued Yin Chuan. Enough! Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Number 108's grief and indignation paused. You know why I'm interrogating you now. Tell us, where did you come from? How many exchange beasts do you have? Who did you exchange for? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. You want me to tell you? Don't even think about it. Number 108 shouted immediately. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. That's not up to you. Bai Qi, you're in charge of the interrogation. I need to know everything about the exchange beasts. Yes, Bai Qi replied. 3 days later, Bai Qi brought a list to Yin Chuan. Heaven Emperor, the exchange beasts have been revealed. There are a total of 108 beasts. They were all born in the heavens and earth and were sealed by the Snake Clan. When the fourth brute Luo and the sixth Jade Lin of the deity world unsealed the seal, number 1 and number 2 exchanged beasts and seized their bodies. They went into hiding and gathered information about the Great Zhou Imperial Court, leading to the current situation. Bai Qi said solemnly, Oh, only 108 beasts? Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Now, only the ancestor immortals of the Great Zhou Empire and the supreme beast of the Great Zhou Empire have been exchanged. The others are all imprisoned in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Bai Qi handed over the list. Yin Chuan looked at it carefully. After a while, Yin Chuan handed the list to Wu Jiong. West Sea Dragon Palace? I was wondering why Ancestor Chung didn't listen to orders. So he was also exchanged. Wu Jiong's face darkened. Since I promised to help you restore your empire, you're not the only one who can recover. Go to the West Sea first and save your officials. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong nodded in satisfaction. Huansanan Continent, Longevity Hall. Boom! Outside the Longevity Hall, the huge purple barrier disappeared. Great Emperor Ziwei stood in the center of the Longevity Hall. In front of him stood the Longevity Emperor and the 5 commanders of the Longevity Celestial Realm, Tianfu, Tianxiang, Tianliang, Tianji, and Tiantong. Tianfu and Tianxiang's eyes shone brightly, but the Longevity Emperor Tianliang, Tianji, and Qiantong's eyes were slightly empty. There was also a group of earthly fiend star experts in the hall. Most of them had a hollow expression. "Greetings, my lord." Almost everyone bowed to the great Emperor Ziwei. Even the Longevity Emperor was extremely respectful to the great Emperor Ziwei at this moment. The great Emperor Ziwei looked at the Longevity Emperor with satisfaction in his eyes. "Nanda Longevity, what are your thoughts now?" the great Emperor Ziwei asked. "I have no thoughts. I am loyal to you, my lord. I will do my best until my death," the Longevity Emperor said solemnly. "Ha ha ha." The great Emperor Ziwei laughed in satisfaction. The entire Longevity Hall was filled with respectful gazes. "Good. Longevity, you are still the Longevity Emperor." Tianfu Tianxiang. The great Emperor Ziwei looked at the two spies among the commanders of the Longevity Celestial Realm. "Yes, my lord," the two said excitedly. "The two of you are to assist the Longevity Emperor and the other commanders with all your strength," the great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. "Assist, no monitor." Tianfu and Tianxiang instantly understood. "Yes, my lord," the two answered. "Longevity Emperor," the great Emperor Ziwei shouted. "Yes, my lord," the Longevity Emperor said with empty eyes. The Outer South Continent's Kong Huang Tian, the ruler of the Outer South Continent, is a thorn in my heart. After cultivating to the ancestral immortal realm, every heaven after that was incomparably difficult. Yet the old ancestor had broken through again and again, and now he had reached the limit of the 16th heaven. Peacock Z and the others were overjoyed. The second era? What was the second era? That Emperor Rosefinch, Emperor Qing Long, and the other emperors were only at the peak of the 15th heaven. Although they were stronger with the help of the Emperor Karmic Realm and reached the 16th heaven, so what? The old ancestor had already surpassed all of them. If the old ancestor succeeded, wouldn't he be the strongest in the world? Princess Taiping. "No, are you exchanging beasts? I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The Celestial Arch will not let you off." Roar. In the prison, angry and fearful voices could be heard. Everyone looked over. There were 100 single cells in the prison. In each cell, there was a person with a chain pierced through their shoulder blades and hung up miserably. Their bodies were full of scars from whips. Some of them had their flesh removed, revealing their white bones. The mutated body, Wu Zhao's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists and was filled with anger. "My beloved subjects, I am late," the mutated body Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. In the prison, there was suddenly silence. Everyone looked at the mutated body Wu Zhao with ecstasy and fear, because no one was sure if the person in front of them was Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao immediately walked in front of a prisoner, tore open the chains with his hands, and rescued a prisoner. At this moment, Wu Zhao did not use any spells. He only used his flesh body to tear them apart one by one. While tearing, Wu Zhao kept talking to the other party. "I recognize your eyes. You're one, girl, you've suffered. I promised you that I would give your Shangguan family eternal riches and honor, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I let you suffer here," Wu Jiong said gently. "Celestial Arch, you are the Celestial Arch. One welcomes the Celestial Arch." The mutated body Shangguan Wan was rescued and immediately knelt down, her eyes flashing with endless excitement. Wu Zhao patted the mutated body Shangguan Wan Er's head and went to another person. "You are Di Renjie, right? I gave you the Kong Long Jian to protect you for life. Unfortunately, I encountered a beast for exchange this time. I didn't expect it." Wu Zhao sighed slightly. The mutated body Di Renjie also recognized Wu Zhao. "Celestial Arch, it is already my greatest fortune to be able to follow you." Di Renjie bowed excitedly. "Celestial Arch?" In the prison, there was a burst of cheers. Wu Zhao was the spiritual pillar of the great Zhou dynasty. With Wu Zhao around, even if everyone had lost their bodies, their fear was gone. Wu Zhao saved everyone while comforting them. He saved everyone and also won over the hearts of his subjects. Yin Chuan and the others took a look and left the hall. They left Wu Zhao to do his own thing. Yin Chuan, what do we do now? Mo Yushi asked. Use this place as the battlefield and seize the body, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, the dragon race's supreme martial ancestor should soon receive news of this place. As long as he comes, everything will be easy. First, occupy the dragon race, then use the dragon race to attack the great Zhou imperial court, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. After waiting for a while, Wu Zhao comforted everyone in the great Zhou imperial court, including the mutated body ancestor. We'll get back what we lost. This is just the beginning, Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone responded as they healed. In just half a day, the West Sea Crystal Palace received the news. Chengzu sat on the dragon throne with a group of dragon kings in front of him. Supreme Martial Ancestor, the great Zhou Imperial Court actually has a beast for exchange. How mysterious. Not long ago, the battle at the mouth of the Song River confused our spies. A dragon king said with a frown. Yes, master. Is the great Zhou Imperial Court completely at odds with the Purple Micro-Celestial Realm? The Purple Micro-Celestial Realm is fiercely attacking the great Zhou Imperial Court. We are the great Zhou Imperial Court's beasts. Do we need to participate? Chengzu frowned and nodded. Not for now. Do your own thing. Yes. By the way, father, why are there always screams coming from the cold Serene Valley? Even when I pass by there, the 3 dragon kings guarding it won't let me go, a youth said with a frown. Chengzu raised his eyebrows. It's not something you care about. Don't ask. No one is allowed to go near the cold Serene Valley. But father, can't I go too? The youth frowned. You can't. Chengzu shouted. The youth felt wronged. Reporting, Supreme Martial Ancestor, bad news. A turtle demon ran into the Crystal Palace. What's wrong? Chengzu asked in a deep voice. Supreme Martial Ancestor, bad news, bad news. Something happened in the cold Serene Valley. What? Chengzu's body widened his eyes. A group of shrimp soldiers patrolling there suddenly found an empty area with some corpses on the ground. They immediately came back to report. Prime Minister, Turtle said. Bastards. A bunch of trash. Chengzu's eyes were filled with anger. He rushed straight to the main hall and rushed towards the cold Serene Valley. The group of dragon kings froze for a moment before following him. Chengzu's body was the strongest after all. He was the first to reach the valley. In the valley, there were a large number of corpses. Bastard. Nothing must happen to the prisoner. Chengzu's body said anxiously. At this moment, a gray-robed man slowly walked out from the prison cell not far away. It's you? Chengzu's body exclaimed. It's me. Bastard, you dare to desecrate my body? Umph. Unfortunately, you're not me. How can you understand the dragon race better than me? Do you think this cold Serene Valley is an ordinary valley? The gray-robed man sneered. Oh, this is a huge treasure that I refined meticulously. Formation rise. The gray-robed man shouted. Boom. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in rolling black fog, blocking everything from the outside world. An extremely huge aura suppressed Chengzu's body. The huge aura suppression, even Chengzu's body couldn't stand it. The gray-robed man held a small silver ball in his hand. The small ball showed the entire scene of the valley. What is this? This is the main hub of the entire valley. Thousands of arrows piercing the heart. The gray-robed man shouted. Boom! Suddenly, countless long arrows rushed out from the black fog. Chengzu's body's face changed, and he wanted to dodge. Ka! The surrounding void seemed to be frozen, and Chengzu was instantly unable to move. Ong! Chengzu's body roared wildly, and his body turned into a huge dragon. Ka! But the power of space grew stronger, and the huge dragon was instantly unable to move. Boom, 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 boom. About 100,000 long arrows shot over, piercing into the huge dragon's body with extremely powerful force. In an instant, the huge dragon was pierced into a huge hedgehog. The arrows pierced through the body. He was instantly unable to move. How could this be? Chengzu's body was heavily injured and set in shock. His body was pierced with 100,000 holes, and he was about to be killed by the gray-robed man in the blink of an eye. He wanted to struggle, but at this moment, his vitality seemed to be rapidly draining away. It's useless. The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. What's there to be afraid of? The mutated body Wu Chui said in a deep voice. Yes. Chengzu nodded. 3 days later, the void above the West Sea distorted intensely. After the distortion, a huge hole appeared again. Countless heavenly demons emerged from the hole, accompanied by a woman. It was Fushi's disciple, Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong walked out of the heavenly demon world, and the hole behind her slowly disappeared. The countless heavenly demons also gradually scattered. Meng Rongrong frowned slightly as she looked at the boundless sea. Master said that he divined that Yin Chuan is in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Huh. Right now, the exchange beasts of the Western Outer Continent are roaming freely. Yin Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Chapter 1458. In a territory of the Western Outer Continent, in a pile of ruins, a large number of corpses were strewn all over the place. The soldiers of the Ziwei Celestial Realm and the Great Zhou Imperial Court were constantly collecting their corpses. Obviously, a great battle had ended. In a commander's camp of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, a group of exchange beasts gathered. Tanlang, Pajun, Jumin, Lu Xiyuan, and Lianjun, 5/15 heavens are in charge of the attack, and Wen Shu is in charge of the rear. Great Emperor Ziwei wants to fight to the death with us. We came out a little too late. Even if we control the Great Zhou Imperial Court now, it's still difficult to defend the country. Yes, Great Emperor Ziwei is too overbearing. Fortunately, number 1 and number 2 exchange for 2 from the heavenly realm. Otherwise, we almost couldn't hold on this time, said the heavenly body. Huang Luo and Yulin nodded with their gourds on their backs. Ever since we were schemed against by Yin Chuan, it seems that everything has been going wrong for us. Number 1 said in a low voice. Report. A loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Number 1 called out. Soon, a guard said respectfully. My lords, the Celestial Emperor asked me to deliver this invitation letter as soon as possible. The guard handed over card. Beast number 1 immediately took it and began to read it. As he read, his eyes turned cold. Ancestor, a letter of challenge? Number 1's eyes widened. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Number 1 immediately handed over the letter of challenge, and everyone quickly read it. You may leave, Number 1 said. Yes. The guard immediately retreated, leaving behind a group of exchange beasts. Number 96 and 97, those 2 idiots. Number 2 said coldly. Not necessarily. There's another possibility. Number 1 said in a low voice. Oh, Yin Chuan. The heavenly body's eyes widened. Yes, it's very likely that they're behind this again. Number 1 said in a low voice. They're haunting us. The heavenly body said in a low voice. What do we do now? One of the exchange beasts frowned. The key now is to kill those imprisoned people immediately. Otherwise, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. Number 1 said. I'll go. The heaven-reaching body said in a deep voice. Number 1 looked at Tong Tian's body and nodded. That's good too. Judging from the few times Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi attacked, they can't defeat you. Number 2, and I have to guard against another attack from the Z-Way celestial realm. If you go and something happens, you can escape quickly. Don't worry, the heaven-reaching body replied. The heavenly body brought the 2 exchange beasts and headed towards the West Sea Dragon Palace. Underworld, Great Qin City. Liu Gang reported to Zombie Yin Chuan. Heavenly Emperor, someone has come out from the Beast Exchange camp. It's a heavenly Tantian physique and 2 great Zhou officials. It seems like they're also here to exchange beasts. Sure enough, with the Z-Way celestial realm attacking, Huang Luo and Yulin won't dare to leave at will for the time being. Otherwise, if the people of the Z-Way celestial realm seize the opportunity, they will definitely inflict serious damage to the group of exchange beasts or disrupt the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty. The heavenly master body is the best candidate. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. The zombie Yin Chuan knew about it, and so did the human Yin Chuan in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Heavenly Tantian? Mou she frowned as she looked at Yin Chuan in the human body. Heavenly Tantian physique said in a low voice, "That exchange beast doesn't know how to use my body, and the power he displayed wasn't strong, especially the celestial slaying sword. Once he loses it, his power is only on par with defeating armies." "That's good," Yin Chuan said with a serious gaze. However, the celestial slaying sword has been refined by me for countless years. It even absorbed the essence of the celestial culling sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial ending sword. The power of this sword is too ferocious. Heavenly Tantian physique frowned. "No." Yin Chuan suddenly squinted his eyes. "Oh, I have a way to restrain it," Yin Chuan said with a frown. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Wong. 3 long swords suddenly appeared in the void. Whoosh! The 3 swords suddenly transformed into 3 human figures. The Grand Emperor Sword, the Jade Emperor Sword, and the God Sword. Yin Chuan's Emperor Sword. Just them? Heavenly Tantian physique was puzzled. One had to know that the 3 swords had learned from the celestial slaying sword. How could they block it? "Look," Yin Chuan pointed at the 3 of them. Supremacy is the extreme. Yin and Yang are the 2 modes. The Grand Emperor Sword emitted a mysterious yellow light. Jade is clear and transparent, revealing one's nature. The Jade Emperor Sword emitted a gentle white light. The superior is the inferior, and the inferior is the superior. The God Sword emitted a black-red light. The 3 swords surrounded Heavenly Tantian physique and formed a chaos element formation. An extremely sharp aura rushed towards Heavenly Tantian. This is the one turning into 3 pure ones? No, it's even sharper than the one turning into 3 pure ones. Heavenly Tantian physique exclaimed. "How is it? Can it deal with the celestial slaying sword?" Yin Chuan asked. "It doesn't deal with it. It seems like it exists specifically to counter the celestial slaying sword." "How do you know this formation?" Heavenly Tantian physique exclaimed. "Hongjun taught it to me back then," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Teacher?" Heavenly Tantian physique fell into deep thought. Meow, who was at the side, said in surprise. "Meow, could it be that Hongjun predicted this day and purposely taught you the method to counter the celestial slaying sword? Can he see the future? It must be a coincidence. But isn't this good? See the future?" Meow didn't mean it, but Yin Chuan, Heavenly Tantian physique, and Wu Zhao all fell into deep thought. Hongjun, that person who was almost forgotten by the world, did he really predict this day long ago? If so, this person was too scary. The 3 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They hoped that it was a coincidence. Above the West Sea, Meng Rongrong entered heaven and earth from the heavenly demon realm. Looking at the boundless sea, Meng Rongrong frowned slightly. Master said that he calculated that Yin Chuan is in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Sigh, now that the exchange beasts of the western outer continent are rampant, Yin Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Meng Rongrong was about to enter the West Sea when suddenly, A huge aura rushed over from afar. Boom! A black shadow suddenly appeared. Its figure paused, and a violent gale immediately set off monstrous waves in the sea. Under this immense pressure, the seawater parted to form a deep trench in both sides. Vaguely, some palaces could be seen below. Behind the black shadow were two men in official robes. "Ancestor Chang, get out here," the black shadow shouted. Boom! The rolling sound waves rushed to the bottom of the sea. Countless dragons couldn't even raise their heads under this aura. Sect leader Tan Tian, Meng Rongrong's expression changed in the distance. She saw that at the entrance of the palaces. Yin Chuan brought a group of people out of the sea. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong's eyes lit up. However, Yin Chuan didn't see Meng Rongrong. Instead, he stared at the body of Tan Tian. "Yin Chuan, it's indeed you. You're really haunting me," the body of Tan Tian said coldly. "Three deities," Yin Chuan shouted. "Xing, the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor instantly rushed into the sky and slashed at the body of Tan Tian. With a plan in mind, Yin Chuan naturally didn't waste any more words with the body of Tan Tian. After all, they might have become the focus of many people at this moment. The exchange beasts might be here, so they had to end the battle quickly. Xing. Once the three swords were unleashed, they instantly emitted a dazzling light. "You're courting death. Immortal extermination." The immortal extermination sword instantly slashed over, and an aura that could destroy everything in the world rushed towards the three swords. The extreme is the extreme, the two modes of yin and yang. The jade is clear, and the heart is clear. The top is the bottom, and the bottom is the top. Boom! The three swords burst forth with three sword flows that rushed forward and merged into one. Boom! The collision of the sword Dao caused the void to shatter. Instantly, the immortal extermination sword left his hand. "Extreme, Jade, go!" The three swords each shouted loudly, forming a formation with a bang, instantly surrounding the immortal extermination sword in the center. Wong. The immortal extermination sword resisted and instantly became incomparably vast. It went up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 underworlds. The three deity swords also quickly became bigger. Boom! The three swords trapped the immortal extermination sword in the center. What? The supreme immortal extermination sword's expression changed. On the other side, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi leaned against each other. Mo Yushi placed her finger on Yin Chuan's back and closed her eyes. Yin Chuan's body emitted a golden light that shrouded himself and Mo Yushi. Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Wasn't this the same scene that Yin Chuan used to capture defeating armies? Back then, Yin Chuan used the power of Meow's 14th heaven birth chart to trap defeating armies. Now that he used the power of Mo Yushi's 15th heaven birth chart, it was naturally stronger than before. As a result, Yin Chuan's strength instantly reached the 15th heaven birth chart. This required Mo Yushi to completely let go of her body and mind so that Yin Chuan could use her strength. Mo Yushi and Yin Chuan were deeply in love. Naturally, she would not reject opening her heart to Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan's hair suddenly turned red. The vast sea beneath his feet instantly turned into a sea of blood. A huge cypress tree soared into the sky. When Yin Chuan stretched out his right hand, the cypress tree suddenly spun. Buzz! The stars in the netherworld and the world of the living lit up in an instant. All the stars in the shallow star layer instantly lit up. Hundreds of stars in the deep star layer suddenly lit up as well. "Universe in the palm," Yin Chuan shouted softly. A huge black hole suddenly appeared behind the supreme immortal extermination sword. Whoosh! The supreme immortal extermination sword was instantly sucked into Yin Chuan's palm. What? The supreme immortal extermination sword's expression changed. Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. Astral force. Boom! In the palm, almost all the stars in the netherworld and the world of the living rushed towards the supreme immortal extermination sword. Bastard! The supreme immortal extermination sword shouted in horror and punched out. Boom! Billions of stars, including the giant stars in the deep star layer, also rushed over with rolling force. In an instant, the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword shattered the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword's energy shield. The immense force hit the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword's body and caused him to suffer severe internal injuries. The Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the Immortal Extermination Sword, you can't break my universe in the palm. Accept your fate, Yin Chuan said indifferently. Astral Force. Boom! The second wave of Astral Force came crashing down. The starlight shone brightly. In an instant, it alarmed almost all the powerhouses in the world. This was not the first time. Yin Chuan had attracted the stars in the sky. The great emperor of Ziwei, Golden Emperor, Kong Huangtian, Pujian, and the group of exchange beasts all turned their attention to the West Sea. The sound of the collision of the stars in the West Sea was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the world of the living. Chapter 1459. Universe in the Palm. Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He had heard of it many times before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Stars revolved around the palm, connecting the vast starry sky. This mystic technique was too strange. Number 1 and Number 2 suddenly saw the scene in the distance, and their expressions suddenly changed. Number 7 has been captured, Number 2 said with a gloomy expression. Universe in the palm? I underestimated this ability. It can actually trap Number 7. The key is that the immortal slaying sword is trapped. What should we do now, Number 1? Number 1's expression was gloomy. Watch the other exchange beasts. Don't let anything happen. I'll go save Number 7. Number 1 said in a low voice. What? If you go now, and defeating armies and the others attack, I can't stop them alone. Number 2 said with a frown. If they attack, take all the exchange beasts and immediately flee to Luoyang. Abandon this territory. Number 1 took a deep breath and said, Huh? Number 2 said in surprise. If our beast exchange alliance is broken, what's the use of having the Western Outer Continent? As long as we're all here, we'll conquer the world sooner or later, Number 1 said solemnly. All right. Number 2 nodded. Number 1 took a step forward and rushed out with the fire crow gourd on his back, shooting toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. On the other side, Wen Chu's camp. Wen Chu, Huang Lao has left. Renge's camp is empty. Should we make a move now? Defeating armies immediately said. The Ziwei Celestial Realm army commanders looked over. Huang Lao had indeed left with the fire crow gourd on his back. Everyone's eyes lit up. No. Wen Chu's eyes turned cold. Oh, Huang Lao is heading toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. He's going to find trouble with Yin Chuan. Let him go. Let's not move. Wen Chu said in a low voice. Huh? What's the gain or loss of a territory? I want to see through this great Zhou celestial court. Exchange beasts? How many exchange beasts does Great Zhou have? Wen Chu said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone nodded. Above the West Sea, Yin Chuan used Mo Yushi's fate and the power of the stars in the sky to form a universe in the palm to trap the body. Without the immortal slaying sword and without the murderous nature of the heavens, this body was not much different from defeating armies. Boom! Once again, the stars collided. Under the tremendous force, the heaven-reaching body was once again heavily injured. His bones shattered, and he couldn't withstand the impact at all. He could only barely withstand it with the power of his heavenly fate. On the other side, the mutated body Wu, Zhao, took Chengzu and quickly captured the 2 exchange beasts. Miao, so miserable. Miao looked at the body in Yin Chuan's palm and said. At the side, Skirich smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan, just kill me. Ha! You want me to hand over this body? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I'll snatch Tongtian's soul and fate. At worst, I'll reincarnate. I'll just take everything of Tongtian and start all over again. Ha ha ha. The exchange beast continued to speak stubbornly. Reincarnation? You really dare to dream. Do you think that you can still reincarnate after entering the universe in the palm? You think your soul can escape from my palm? You're too naive, Yin Chuan said coolly. Huh? So what if Tong Tian doesn't have a body? His thoughts are still there, and his murderous nature is still there. He can refine a body. Do you think it's difficult? Without this body, he's still Tong Tian. Do you want to see? Yin Chuan sneered. As he spoke, he faced Tong Tian with his palm facing the mutated body. Boom! Tong Tian's body suddenly emitted a towering sword intent that shot into the starry sky. The sword intent tore through the void and pressed forward. It was extremely ferocious. Tong Tian? You're Tong Tian? How is that possible? When I swapped bodies with you, you were just an ancestral immortal. You're at the 12th ancestral immortal realm? Tong Tian's body exclaimed, I can refine another immortal vanquishing sword. As for you, just wait to be completely destroyed. Tong Tian's body said. Boom! The stars collided again, and Tong Tian's body was severely injured again. More than half of his bones were instantly distorted. No! The exchange beast roared. One more time, and this body of yours will completely crumble. Astral power. Yin Chuan shouted again. In the palm, Tong Tian's body suddenly revealed a look of panic. If he could reincarnate and cultivate again, none of this would be a big deal. However, Yin Chuan was too ruthless. Did he want to destroy his soul? He looked at Tong Tian's body that was at the 12th heaven in the outside world. A look of struggle flashed in the exchange beast's eyes. I'll go all out. At least there's still a chance of survival. Exchange. When the billions of stars collided with Tong Tian's body and Tong Tian's body exchanged. Boom! The billions of stars suddenly stopped. Buzz. After the exchange, Tong Tian suddenly laughed out loud. He was finally back. Although his body was severely injured, his body was still in good condition. Without any hesitation, the exchange beast started to exchange with Yin Chuan again. Exchange. The exchange beast said with a ferocious expression. As long as he exchanged with Yin Chuan, everything would be solved. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan stretched out his other hand, and there was a mouse in his palm. The mouse stood in front of Yin Chuan. Boom! The light connected with the mouse. No! The exchange beast knew something was wrong the moment he saw the mouse, but everything was too late. Squeak! Squeak! The exchange beast body that had just been seized revealed a trace of wretched squeak. Only the mouse in Yin Chuan's other hand showed a look of despair. It's the second time. Do you think I will make the same mistake again? Yin Chuan sneered faintly. Crack! 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 Countless restrictions suddenly appeared in his palm and quickly sealed the mouse. To be safe, he even took out a box to put the mouse in. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian's seriously injured body flew out from his other palm. Shing! The three emperor's swords in the distance suddenly loosened. Swish! Zhu Xian's sword instantly rushed straight to Tong Tian. Ha ha ha! Zhu Xian, I'm back. Open the original power that I sealed and help me recover. Tong Tian laughed at Zhu Xian's sword. Buzz! Rolling power poured into Tong Tian's body. On the other side, Sun Wukong's human body, which was occupied by the mouse's consciousness, did not know what to do at this moment. Swish! Sun Wukong's monkey body instantly appeared. He turned into 100 feet huge monkey demon. Roar! Opening his mouth, the monkey body swallowed the human body in one bite. Yindi, this time, thank you. Evil beast, how dare you take over my fourth brother's body? Umph. Meng, Sanxing snorted. He, that's right. Snake's spirit laughed. Chapter 1460. The sudden appearance of Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng caused the atmosphere above the West Sea to become extremely tense. In D. Renji's camp, Beast Number 2 held the unreal gourd with a solemn expression. Great Emperor Zui narrowed his eyes as he gripped the armrests of his dragon throne tightly. It was as if he was about to leave at any moment. This was no longer a conflict between Beast Number 2 and Yin Chuan. This was because there were two other forces involved in this matter. Clearly, Ziwei the Great had heard of these two forces. The Snake Clan, the legendary realm of the gods. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. In the sky above the West Sea, Meng Sansheng stood in front of Yin Chuan and looked coldly at Beast Number 1. Bastard! How dare you take over my fourth brother's body? Umph! Meng Sansheng snorted. Ha, that's more like it. Snake Spirit laughed. Beast Number 1 looked at Meng Sansheng with a frown. Although they hadn't fought yet, he knew that none of the 7 great masters in the realm of the gods were simple. At least, he was one of them now. Just by obtaining the body, he could take over more than 1/15th heaven. Another one appeared in front of him. That wasn't the main point. The main point was the Snake Spirit beside this person. Although he was arrogant just now, Beast Number 1 was still very wary of Snake Spirit. This was the Snake Clan that sealed all the beast numbers. Looking at Yin Chuan, Tongtian, and Mo Yushi not far away, Beast Number 1 frowned deeply. For a moment, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. After all, Yin Chuan had captured a few beast numbers. He had to save them. Beast Number 1 was conflicted. Yin Chuan also narrowed his eyes as he looked at Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng. Yin Chuan didn't believe that these two people would suddenly show mercy and help out of kindness. He didn't have a clear relationship with them. Even if Meng Sansheng was ZZ's grandfather, Yin Chuan still didn't believe that he would help him. However, the people from these two great powers had sent their own people here. Why? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes were also filled with confusion. The mutated martial artist looked at the Grandmaster of Heaven with a solemn expression. A great battle was about to break out. Not only was the battle on the verge of breaking out, but Great Emperor Ziwei of Ziwei Palace also seemed to be ready to strike at any moment. Just when the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the ground. The seawater of the entire West Sea instantly churned. The West Sea shook and the void trembled. Boom! 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 The tremors continued, and the violent tremors seemed to have come out of nowhere. The originally hostile crowd's faces suddenly changed. What's wrong? Snake Spirit looked at the sky in surprise. Meng Sansheng and Beast Number 1 also looked around in surprise. Meow, what's going on? An earthquake? Isn't the timing of the earthquake a little too coincidental? Meow exclaimed. No, it's not an earthquake in the West Sea. It's an earthquake everywhere. Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. What? Wu Jiong's face sank. Tongtian's injuries had healed a lot. He also quickly turned his head to look around. Yes, the West Outer Continent, the Southwest Outer Continent, the Northwest Outer Continent, the Middle Outer Continent, the East Outer Continent, the South Outer Continent, and the North Outer Continent. What happened to the world? Tongtian asked in surprise. An earthquake. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Beast Number 1 also looked around in surprise. At Beast Number 2's place, there was also a commotion among the other beasts. What happened to the world? Why was there such a huge earthquake? Did it cover the entire Yang realm? In the South Outer Continent, Kong Huangtian stepped out of the Imperial Palace. In the Southeast Outer Continent, Golden Emperor flew into the sky and looked around. In the Middle Outer Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei also quickly walked out of the Ziwei Palace. He flew into the sky and looked down at the world. What happened? Great Emperor Ziwei was also surprised. While everyone was still in shock, a series of loud noises suddenly came from the outer South Continent. Roar! 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 Countless dragon roars came from all the territories under the Yang realm. Under the ground, there seemed to be waves of dark golden energy surging towards the north. Boom! Boom! Like a surging river, The rolling dark golden energy quickly surged towards the north. In Xianyang City, Gigu Zi's expression changed. It's luck. The world's luck. Rumble. Xianyang City trembled. Sir, this is bad. The first dragon vein is trembling. A feng shui master rushed over. The first dragon vein. The capital of the Yang realm, Xianyang City, was located on top of the first dragon vein. At this moment, the dragon head trembled as if it was about to turn its body and head towards the north. Notify all the feng shui masters in the Yang realm to enter the Yang realm. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Minister Liu, calm the people. I'll lead everyone in the Imperial Astronomer to activate the first dragon vein and stop the eastern outer continent's luck from flowing away. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Liu Buwei replied. Boom. Under Gigu Zi's command, the huge dragon head under his feet suddenly stopped. Roar. The first dragon vein let out a long roar and quickly stabilized its body. It stopped the flow of luck. Those who cultivated merit gathered luck. Those who cultivate and accumulate virtue will accumulate merit. Those who cultivated feng shui controlled luck. Luck was something that feng shui masters gathered. But now, the world's luck was madly converging towards the north. Almost all the feng shui masters looked towards the north in horror. The billowing luck seemed to have crossed through time and space and flowed towards the outer north continent. Gradually, 3 gigantic black gold dragons converged in the outer north continent. Wherever the black gold dragon passed, countless mountain peaks quickly rose from the ground. The billowing black and gold dragons moved towards the Qing Long realm, towards the place where Emperor Qing Long was cultivating in seclusion. Roar! Roar! The 3 black gold dragons enveloped the entire Azure Dragon Palace within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Countless subordinates of Emperor Qing Long looked around in shock. Boom! The palace where Emperor Qing Long was cultivating and suddenly exploded, revealing Emperor Qing Long's figure. Emperor Qing Long was holding a long sword in his hand. The long sword trembled, causing the surrounding luck to gather. Under the vast aura of the long sword, Emperor Qing Long's subordinates were all forced to kneel down. Emperor Qing Long? That sword? Emperor Ziwei looked towards the north in shock. Kong Huangtian of the outer south continent stared at the longsword. Emperor Huangjin, Snake Spirit, Meng Sansheng, number 1, number 2 Amo Yushi, and Tongtian all stared at the sword in Emperor Qing Long's hand. Emperor Qing Long stepped on the Emperor altar as if he was doing the final step of refining. Roar! The long sword in Emperor Qing Long's hand suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Under the dragon's roar, it seemed to have turned into a black and golden dragon in Emperor Qing Long's hand. As it opened its mouth, it crazily absorbed the 3 black and gold dragons that were formed from the world's luck. That is, Snake Spirit exclaimed in surprise. Only a Dharma treasure of the first era can mobilize the world's luck like this. His Dharma treasure is in the first era, and his body is the world's luck. The luck of the 4 realms is his body. Is this the Dharma treasure of the past? Meng Sansheng's eyes flashed with desire. The sword of momentum. Tongtian narrowed his eyes. Mo Yushi quickly used a spell to condense an image of the scene in the outer north continent and showed it to Yin Chuan and Miao. At this moment, Beast number 1 also took a deep breath. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, it took a step and flew away. Whoosh! Beast number 1 quickly fled. At this moment, Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng no longer had the mood to chase after the beast. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by the sword of momentum. In the netherworld, everything was still calm. However, all the great emperors seemed to have sensed something and walked out of their respective halls. At the entrance of Chu Jiang Hall, Patriarch Nether River slowly walked out. Although they were separated by the Yin and Yang realms, Patriarch Nether River seemed to be able to see through them. The sword of momentum? Heh, you old guys from the first era can't sit still anymore. In the Yang realm, at the entrance of Ziwei Hall, Great Emperor Ziwei looked at the outer north continent with rapt attention. The Sword of Momentum? I was wondering why Great Emperor Qinglong had been in seclusion during this period of time. So, it's because of this sword? The Sword of Momentum that he tricked from a transcendent being? It's indeed a good treasure. Great Emperor Zui narrowed his eyes, and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. Previously, he was still somewhat interested in the beast exchange, but the sudden appearance of the Sword of Momentum distracted Great Emperor Zui. Compared to this Sword of Momentum, everything else was nothing. Outer North Continent. Rumble. The surging luck was quickly devoured by the Sword of Momentum. Countless luck was swallowed, and the Sword of Momentum suddenly trembled. It transformed from its original black golden dragon form into a sword form again. The sword form became 20 feet long and flew around Great Emperor Qinglong whoosh. In an instant, after emitting thousands of dark golden rays of light, it merged with Great Emperor Qinglong. The light faded, and the Sword of Momentum disappeared. Great Emperor Qinglong looked at his hands excitedly and waved them. Rumble! With a wave of his hand, huge mountains suddenly rose from the ground and instantly extended to the edge of the entire territory. He flicked his hands. Whoosh! Countless mountains instantly collapsed. Desertification. Boom! With a soft shout from Great Emperor Qinglong, millions of miles of land instantly turned into a desert. Grow! Countless trees instantly grew on the desertified land, and the desertified land instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha! From now on, the land is under my control. I am the lord of the land. Great Emperor Qinglong said excitedly. The surrounding subordinates gradually came back to their senses. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Countless congratulatory voices sounded, and Great Emperor Qinglong became more and more excited. Chapter 1461. Outer South Continent. In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong Huangtian looked at Emperor Qinglong of the Outer North Continent. Sword of Momentum? Is this a type of omen? Kong Huangtian frowned. Peacock Z and Blind Kong stood beside him. Peacock Z didn't understand, but Blind Kong frowned slightly and said, Ancestor, is this gathering of the world's luck related to momentum? Legend has it that in the first era, didn't he already transform into the world's luck? Perhaps the unification of the four worlds is imminent, and he sensed the aura of fate. He gradually woke up from his muddle-headedness. This is just the beginning. He gathered the luck and reappeared. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. What about Emperor Qinglong now? Emperor Qinglong wants to use the Sword of Momentum to control the world's luck. However, his momentum has already ascended. Before he awakens and revives, all his strength can only be reduced to a tool for others. His resistance won't be as strong as it was in the first era. If Emperor Qinglong continues like this, there are only two outcomes. One is to refine all the luck and control all the power of the first era's momentum. The other is to be revived by momentum. Kong Huangtian said. Blind Kong and Peacock Z's expressions changed. Momentum must have sensed that the final day is getting closer and closer, so it gradually regained its consciousness. There's not much time left. I have to speed up and break through to the 17th heaven as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will also become their stepping stone, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Blind Kong and Peacock Z didn't dare to say anything. Peacock Z, send someone to send a message to Emperor Changsheng. 3 months later, the battle in the Eternal Domain will be decided. The loser will lose a continent. Kong Huangtian took a deep breath and said, Yes. Peacock Z replied, Eternal Domain? Not long ago, the heaven-devouring beast caused a ruckus there. That place has become a pile of ruins. There are no living creatures stationed there. It's the best battlefield. Blind Kong nodded. Exchange Beast Number 1 left the West Sea. As it looked at Emperor Qinglong of the Outer North Continent, it was thinking about something. Looking at Emperor Qinglong's grand aura, for a moment, it was jealous and greedy. Not long after, the first exchange beast returned to the camp. Boom! At this moment, the earthquake had already stopped. Other than a group of 15th heavenly layer powerhouses, no one else knew what had happened. Number 1, what do we do now? Number 2 frowned. We don't want this territory anymore. Number 1 said solemnly. Oh, let's return to Luoyang immediately. Yin Chuan, Skirich, and the others are definitely going all out to take revenge. Now that the Naga clan and the Celestial Realm have joined the fray, let's go back first and prevent anything from happening to number 9. We can't let them attack us again. Number 1 said solemnly. All right. The group of exchange beasts greeted each other for a while before quickly abandoning the battlefield and heading for Luoyang. As soon as the beasts left, Wen Chu and the others in the distance received the news. They left? Greed asked in a low voice. Everyone looked at Wen Chu. This is a heaven-bestowed territory. How can we not take it? However, just in case there's a trap, let the armies slowly advance. Wen Chu said. All right. The Legion commanders replied. The variant body Wu Zhao, Skirich, and Mou, she led a group of people to the Phoenix clan's gathering place to capture the exchange beast there. Just as number 1 had guessed, everyone was preparing to attack and capture the exchange beasts one by one. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong, Snake Spirit, and Meng Sansheng arrived at the interior of the Western Outer Continent at a stronghold of the Great Jun Factory Guard. It was the valley where they had been deprived of astral power. As soon as they entered the valley, Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng instantly looked at a closed main hall. What a strange energy fluctuation. Snake Spirit looked at the main hall strangely. Who's inside? Meng Sansheng also asked strangely. My other body. Yin Chuan didn't hide anything. Inside the main hall, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan sat cross-legged. 3,000 heavenly Dao were circulating rapidly in the main hall. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes were suffused with silver light, as if he was trying to deduce something. Yin Chuan led everyone into another main hall. Everyone had just sat down. Boom! Several streams of light rushed in from the outside world. Haha, we made it in time. Skirich was the first to enter the main hall. Mou Shi and the variant body Wu Zhao also entered the main hall. The variant body Wu Zhao didn't want to miss this opportunity, so the Phoenix clan quickly settled it with all their might. Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng sat down. No one spoke. They drank tea and waited for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Snake Spirit, who didn't care about anything, and smiled bitterly. What's going on? Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Mou Shi's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Meow, that's right. Why are you all here? Meow Meow asked curiously. This time, Master asked me to come. She wants to ask for your help. Meng Rongrong said softly. Snake Spirit immediately corrected him. It's not helping, it's cooperating. Meng Rongrong glanced at Snake Spirit, but Yin Chuan ignored her. Yin Chuan trusted Meng Rongrong more. What's the matter? Exchange beasts? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, this time, Master and the God Realm have reached an agreement to divide all the exchange beasts. Meng Rongrong said. Oh, divide? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. The variant body Wu Zhao also showed a look of dissatisfaction. Why? My snake clan needs 88. We need 64 of them. Snake Spirit said. My God Realm needs 49, 77. Meng Sansheng said. What do you mean? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng didn't speak again, but threw the problem to Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong was sandwiched between two sides. One was her lover, and the other was her master. At this moment, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. There are a total of 108 exchange beasts, but you two want 113. How are you going to divide them? The variant body, Wu Zhao sneered. It doesn't matter. My snake clan already has 3. Snake Spirit said with a smile. Meng Sansheng also said, my god realm also has 2. Moreover, my 4th brother and 6th brother's strength are not enough for you. We need to cooperate. Cooperate? Heh, can't you go by yourselves? Why come to us? Wu Zhao sneered. Meng Sansheng's eyes turned cold, but he didn't flare up. The variable of the fixed number equals the number of Dian, the top 10 divine beasts. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan, waiting for Yin Chuan's final decision. Her eyes flashed with determination, as if she would stand on Yin Chuan's side no matter what Yin Chuan decided. Tong Tian's attitude was indifferent. MOU, she naturally supported Yin Chuan. Miao also supported Yin Chuan. Only Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why should he give the exchange beasts he caught to the realm of the gods and the Snake Clan? Chapter 1462. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Although Yin Chuan and Skirich had a good relationship, Skirich should have his own considerations. However, not long ago, it was Yin Chuan who helped him get back his body. Skirich also gave up this consideration and was ready to listen to what Yin Chuan had to say. Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng stared at Yin Chuan. Except for Wu Jiong, the others were Yin Chuan's people, so they naturally listened to Yin Chuan's decision. Even Wu Jiong understood at this moment that he couldn't persuade the 2 forces with his current strange body. He hoped that Yin Chuan could unite with him. After all, the exchange beast was a variable. Although he didn't know how to use it, how could he give up the treasure in his hands to others? Therefore, everyone's eyes were focused on Yin Chuan, waiting for Yin Chuan's decision. Yin Chuan didn't speak, but looked outside the hall, at the hall where the silver-eyed Yin Chuan was. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan was sitting cross-legged in the hall. There were a lot of restrictions around it, so that people outside couldn't check inside. Around the silver-eyed Yin Chuan was the 3,000 heavenly Tao cycle. There was another person in the hall. It was the exchange beast that had been exchanged for Yin Chuan's body not long ago. At this moment, it was chained by a lot of chains and couldn't move. The exchange beast was dying. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes were shining with silver light as he continued to deduce. While he was deducing, he controlled the 3,000 heavenly Tao to condense power and slowly form a new energy body. Bang! As soon as the new energy body was formed, it broke apart with a bang. I wanted to use the 3,000 heavenly Tao to deduce the exchange beast, but I was still a little short. So this is the problem. Variable? Since it's a variable, the 3,000 heavenly Tao can only deduce part of it, and the other part needs my silver-eye to deduce. It's much easier to point out. Once I deduce everything about the exchange beast, I can arrange it at will. 110. As long as the deduction is successful, I can create the exchange beast at any time. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan gradually formed a net-like object in front of him. There were more and more filaments in the net, as if he was building a new exchange beast. In the other hall, everyone was waiting for Yin Chuan's answer. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and turned to look at the snake spirit and Meng Sansheng. I can give you the exchange beast, but your promise? Yin Chuan? Wu Jiong asked anxiously. With Yin Chuan's personality, how could he compromise? Chuan stared Meng and Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng. The 2 of them were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so easy to talk to. Zhou Chuan Chuan. Zhou Heavenly Zhou 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 Imperial Imperial Zhou Zhou Chuan. I the you. The Snake Clan will help you once, even if the king does it himself. As long as it's within our power, we, the Snake Clan, will do our best. Meng Sansheng said solemnly. As long as it's within the power of the God World, the 7 brothers of the God World are willing to help you. Meng Sansheng affirmed. Good. Yin Chuan answered. This is a jade talisman. As long as you break it, the Snake Clan will come immediately. Meng Sansheng took out 2 jade talismans. Meng Sansheng handed the jade talismans to Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy. He didn't want to accept it, but the situation was already decided. There was no turning back. After a slight grumble, he could only accept it. This is a jade talisman from the God World. As soon as you break it, the God World will come immediately. Meng Sansheng also handed over 2 jade talismans. Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong accepted them. Seeing Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong accept the jade talismans, Meng Sansheng smiled again. That's good. I hope it'll be soon. You two stay here first. We'll contact our subordinates. Yin Chuan said. All right. Meng Sansheng nodded. After settling everyone down, Yin Chuan looked at Wu Jiong and said, Emperor Wu, I'm sorry. I'll make the decision for you. Hey, you're right. With the strength of the great Zhou dynasty, we still can't fight against these 2 great forces. The God World and the Snake Clan are rumored to be either from the First Era or the Second Era. They have a strong foundation. Wu Jiong sighed. If Hong Jun was still alive, perhaps the result would be different. The most important thing now is to help you restore your country, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Teacher, Wu Jiong frowned. My men have received news that the exchange beasts have all returned to Luoyang City. Now, to help you restore your country, we'll start from the bottom. We'll exchange the exchange beasts for your people one by one and push them to your body, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay, Wu Jiong nodded. All the exchange beasts have been locked down by our spies, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, a cold light flashed in Wu Jiong's eyes. Although Wu Jiong knew that there were spies in the Great Zhou dynasty, just like how he had planted his own spies in the Great Zhou dynasty, he didn't expect the Great Zhou dynasty to have locked down all the exchange beasts. Yin Chuan didn't mind Wu Jiong's cold gaze. My spies are all servants. They have no power or influence and can't take them down one by one. You'll need to use the forces under your control. Wu Jiong nodded. Taiping, come in. Soon, a woman who looked like a palace maid entered the hall. Mother, the woman said with a strange expression. The woman was Princess Taiping, who had been exchanged. At this moment, her body was occupied by her mother. She felt an indescribable sense of disharmony. We want to divide and destroy the exchange beasts. We know that you have planted a force in the Great Zhou dynasty, right? Wu Jiong said solemnly. Plop. Taiping immediately knelt down. For a moment, Taiping panicked. Mother, please forgive me. Mother, please forgive me. I was foolish. Taiping begged for mercy. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said, Taiping, I know you want to learn from me and usurp the throne. Unfortunately, your ability is still far from enough. How can we not know about your people? We just didn't care about them and wanted to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. We can let bygones be bygones if you help the officials return to their positions. Yes, thank you, Mother. Princess Taiping was so shocked that she broke out in cold sweat. Yin Chuan nodded and said, That's the best. As long as we deceive one of the exchange beasts to exchange for one of your officials, we can use that official to deceive the other exchange beasts. It won't be long before we capture all of the exchange beasts and your officials return to their positions. Okay, Wu Jiong nodded. With systematic intelligence and an exquisite plan, the capture of the exchange beasts officially began. Wu Jiong and Princess Taiping gathered Princess Taiping's subordinates and secretly carried out the plan to usurp the throne. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Outer North Continent. Qinglong Hall. Emperor Qinglong sat on the dragon throne. His subordinates were constantly reporting to Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong's strength had greatly increased this time. Almost all of his subordinates were ecstatic. They seemed to have found a place to vent their past grievances. My lord, the heavenly court of Great Zhun is getting stronger. Emperor Rosefinch went there previously and returned in a sorry state. Yes, my lord. Hundreds of our brothers are still being held captive in Xianyang. My lord, please save our brothers. Emperor Qinglong's expression became more and more solemn as his subordinates continued to plead. The memory of being chased away by Yin Chuan was still vivid in his mind. Not only was it a humiliation, but he also failed to save his subordinates. Yes, my strength has greatly increased. It's time to save the Golden Dragon and the others. Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. My lord is wise. His subordinates were delighted. My lord, I feel that it's not a good time to go to Xianyang and Great Qin. A fox-headed official shouted. Oh, everyone looked at the fox-headed official. My lord, Xianyang and Great Qin are still strange. No one knows what unknowns there are. Of course, I'm not doubting my lord's ability. I just have a better choice. Let's hear it. Yes, my lord. The Tongtian sect leader intercepted my lord in the past. Now, Yin Chuan is still in the western outer continent. My lord, you can capture Yin Chuan there and use him as a hostage to save our brothers. Moreover, by capturing Yin Chuan, you can let Yin Chuan enjoy the humiliation we suffered. If you have time, my lord can even teach the Tongtian sect leader a lesson. The fox-headed official said in a deep voice. Before the Azure Dragon Emperor could say anything, all of his subordinates became excited. That's right. If we capture Yin Chuan, won't that help us vent our anger? Yin Chuan is in the western outer continent, not the home ground. His strength is definitely not as strong as when he was in Xianyang. My lord, capturing him now is a piece of cake. My lord, you're so thoughtful. Everyone sighed, and the fox-headed official smiled. Emperor Qinglong nodded in satisfaction. That's for the best. Send people to the western outer continent to look for Yin Chuan's whereabouts. Yes. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper study. Zombie Yin Chuan was facing a group of important officials. Liu Gang, have you sent people to the factory guards? Zombie Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, we sent them. However, the Longevity Emperor ignored us. Liu Gang frowned. Oh, ignored us? Yes. The factory guards couldn't meet the Longevity Emperor at all. Even when they mentioned the Celestial Emperor's name, the Celestial Longevity Realm's army commanders ignored them. Liu Gang frowned. Celestial Longevity Realm? What's going on? Didn't the Eastern Orthodox faction have no ambition? Why did they suddenly challenge Kong Huangtian? Kong Huangtian was also very direct. He even adjusted the time of the battle. In 2 months, the two of them will fight. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. I don't understand either. However, the factory guards are still trying to find ways to meet the Longevity Emperor. Liu Gang said. Continue to pay attention. The factory guards will continue to find ways to meet the Longevity Emperor and report to me as soon as possible. Zombie Yin Chuan said. Yes. Liu Gang answered. Chapter 1463. As time went by, Wu Jiong's premeditated plan of capturing the exchange beasts became faster and faster. None of the exchange beasts that Yin Chuan had locked onto could escape. Number 1 and Number 2 exchange beasts. What should we do? Yin Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng. Don't worry. Leave these two to the celestial realm. Snatch 4th brother and 6th brother's bodies? Umph. Meng Sansheng said coldly. That's for the best. Yin Chuan nodded. There are still 10 exchange beasts outside. When will you give them to us? Snake Spirit smiled. I'll give them to you when I catch all of them together. Are you worried that I won't have them? Yin Chuan said lightly. Why would I? Snake Spirit laughed. Although she looked like she had Yin Chuan in the bag, her tone was not too harsh. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with an apologetic look. Rongrong, you go back to the valley first. Guard my other body there. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong and said, Meng Rongrong nodded. Bai Qi Jindayu, you two go back as well. Give all the exchange beasts to my other body first. Once my other body is released, I'll distribute them to the Serpent Clan and the Celestial Realm. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi and Jindayu answered. Then, he quickly left with Meng Rongrong. The exchange beasts were captured one by one and sent to Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan. In the great hall where Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan was, more and more exchange beasts were hanging. One by one, they were hung up for Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan to quickly deduce. In Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's palm, the simulation was becoming more and more perfect. Luoyang City. Exchange beast number 1 gathered a group of exchange beasts. Something's wrong. Exchange beast number 1 frowned. The exchange beasts were puzzled. It's already been 3 months. It's been too peaceful. Yin Chuan's group actually didn't pass by this place. Beast number 1 asked in a low voice. They must be plotting something. Beast number 2 said in a low voice. I don't have any news either. Wu Jiong's body said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan is too cunning. If we weren't tricked by Yin Chuan last time, we wouldn't have to be so careful now. Number 2 said in a low voice. The group of beasts nodded their heads. However, some of them had cold looks on their faces. Number 39? Why hasn't he come yet? Wu Jiong's body frowned. Number 39 was the exchange beast for Shangwan Wan. At this moment, he was leading a group of black-robed men in a hurry. When the guards saw him, they all bowed. The Celestial Emperor has given the order. You can all leave. Shangwan Wan shouted. Yes. The guards retreated one after another. Shangwan Wan quickly led everyone to the front of the hall. Everything is here, Meng San Sheng. Shangwan Wan looked at Meng San Sheng. Okay. Meng San Sheng quickly took out a huge gourd from his black robe. It was a Hongmeng gourd. Treasure, please accept. Meng San Sheng shouted as the mouth of the gourd faced the hall in front of him. Boom! A fierce suction force rushed straight out. Crash! Suddenly, the entire hall was quickly sucked into the mouth of the gourd. In the hall, the expressions of the experts changed. Not good. Break! Number 1 yelled. Boom! Under a huge force, the hall was broken out. A group of exchange beasts flew out one after another. However, the suction force of the Hongmeng gourd was too strong. Ordinary people couldn't resist it at all. Only number 1, number 2, and Wu Jiong's bodies flew out. Ha ha ha, Wu Jiong's body, look at me. Snake's spirit suddenly flew out. Wu Jiong's body didn't dare to hesitate at this moment. Boom! Wu Jiong's great Dao soared into the sky. His body merged with the great Dao to protect himself. However, Snake's spirit's eyes hypnotized him again. During the hypnosis, Wu Jiong's body paused slightly. Treasure, please accept. Meng San Sheng shouted again. Boom! Wu Jiong's body was instantly sucked into the gourd. Bastard, how dare you? Beast number 1 and beast number 2 suddenly shouted. Boom! Boom! 2 streams of flowing light rushed over and crashed into beast number 1 and beast number 2. They were Sha Di and Emperor Min, the other 2 people in the divine realm who were carrying large gourds. Boom! The sky above Luoyang City was filled with explosions. Countless guards rushed over quickly. However, Shangwan Wan and Princess Taiping said quickly, Back off. Yes, it's you? You're working together? Beast number 1 shouted. We've got all the beasts. Now, only you 2 are left. Let's see where you can run to. Shadi said coldly. No, this is impossible. How can this be? There are more than 100 of us. Beast number 2 exclaimed. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. Shadi said coldly. Treasure, please turn around. Swish! The immortal slaying flying knife instantly slashed at beast number 2. Invisibility. Swish! The immortal slaying flying knife went through beast number 2 as if he didn't exist. You want to escape in front of me? Humph! Shadi snorted. Swish! Shadi chased after beast number 2. Emperor Min carried the ice-toad gourd and chased after beast number 1. Everyone lifted their black robes and looked at Meng San Sheng's Hongmeng gourd. The Hongmeng gourd had sucked in the entire hall. Now it was spitting people out one by one. They were all people who had exchanged their bodies back. At this moment, they were all looking at the mutated warriors excitedly. Meng San Sheng, there are 8 more beasts in your gourd. You need to exchange bodies for Wu Jiong. After that, go to the previous valley and take all the beasts. They're all there. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng. Okay. Meng Sansheng nodded. A trace of relief flashed in the eyes of the mutated martial artist. Although they had just caught the beasts, Wu Jiong had ways to get his body back. With the cooperation of Yin Chuan, Wu Jiong, the Divine Realm, and the Snake Clan, everything went smoothly. The Great Zhou dynasty was almost restored. Yin Chuan, this is Master's Purple Cloud Palace. You fulfilled your promise. As the judge, I'll give it to you, Tong Tian said. As he spoke, he took out a small golden ball. As soon as the ball appeared, Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng were puzzled. Wu Jiong looked at the small ball with a trace of reluctance, but also a trace of relief. Yin Chuan took it. After taking it, he immediately checked it. It was a small transparent ball. Looking inside, one could see a star in the center. Surrounding this star were 9 planets. Is this the solar system that Zhongshan mentioned? 9 planets? That's Earth. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. What? Tong Tian was puzzled. Nothing. Yin Chuan shook his head. With a flip of his hand, he carefully put away the ball. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the south. Tong Tian, Mo Shi, and the others quickly looked over. It's the Eternal Domain. Kong Huangtian is fighting the Eternal Emperor. Mo Shi immediately said. In the end, the two of them still started fighting. AI. Yin Chuan sighed. He felt helpless. The Eternal Emperor was his good friend, and Kong Huangtian had saved his life back then. Moreover, they were related by blood. Now, the two of them were fighting. Yin Chuan felt that it was a pity. At the same time, Underworld, Great Qin City. The Great Qin City was filled with multicolored light and auspicious qi. Outer East Continent's Great Qin Dynasty. Everything was peaceful. However, at that moment, a ray of light flew over from the south. It was a baby. The baby's face was filled with anxiety and grief. Yin Chuan, you have to save Master. The baby flew as it mumbled to itself. Chapter 1464. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Outside the palace, a baby looked anxious. Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Great Qin City? A city guard suddenly stopped the baby. I want to see the Yama Emperor. Quick! The baby said anxiously. See the Celestial Emperor? Ha! There are many people who want to see the Celestial Emperor every day. The guard sneered. Astral power! The baby shouted. Boom! A beam of starlight descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the baby. I'm 7 Kills, the commander of the Celestial Longevity Realm's 6th Army. Quick, go and report this to the Yama Emperor. I have something important to tell him. If you delay it, you'll be held accountable. The baby shouted angrily. Astral power. This cannot be faked. He was an expert of the Second Era. 7 kills? Although it did not look like it, the Great Qin City guards were carefully selected. Naturally, they would not make trouble for no reason. Although they did not report it to Yin Chuan, they immediately reported it to the higher-ups. The news quickly reached Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan was also worried about the Celestial Emperor. When he suddenly heard that a baby called 7 Kills had come, he immediately agreed to meet him. The baby was quickly sent to Yin Chuan. Looking at the baby, Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. 7 kills? This guy was 7 kills? Yama Emperor, you have to save the Master. Only you can save the Master now. 7 Kills immediately begged. Yin Chuan's expression became serious. What happened to the Celestial Emperor? Also, how did you become like this? 7 Kills immediately described what had happened. After hearing the story, Yin Chuan immediately understood everything. No wonder the Celestial Emperor's temperament suddenly changed. It turns out that he was controlled by the Celestial Emperor. Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression, in the current world, I don't know who to look for. Only the Yama Emperor has a good relationship with the Master. Please help. 7 Kills pleaded. I know that it's very difficult to become enemies with the Celestial Emperor. I only hope that the Yama Emperor can awaken the Master's thoughts. For the sake of 7 kills kept pleading. The baby's weak body was about to kneel down. Yanchuan immediately floated up, and a force stopped 7 kills from kneeling. It's Emperor Eternal Life's fortune to have a subject like you, Yanchuan said. His trust in you has not been wasted. Don't worry. Even if we don't count our friendship, I won't watch him sink into oblivion when he saved me in the Eternal Domain. Stay here for now. My other body will go save him. Yes, thank you, Emperor Yin, thank you. 7 kills said gratefully. In the realm of the living, in the Ziwei celestial realm, Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne, but his gaze was fixed on the south, watching the great battle in the Eternal Domain. Beside him stood the left assistant minister and the right assistant minister. Kong Huangtian and the longevity immortal emperor finally started their battle. I wonder what the final result will be. Zhuofu frowned. Kong Huangtian's cultivation is at the 16th firmament. He is the strongest person in the 3rd epoch. Even some of the great emperors of the 2nd epoch might not be his match. Great Emperor Polestar said solemnly. That's just the other great emperors. Kong Huangtian is definitely inferior to Master. Yubai laughed. Great Emperor Polestar did not comment. It would be best if the longevity immortal emperor wins. However, what if Kong Huangtian wins? Zhuofu asked again. Kong Huangtian is not that strong, right? Apart from Master, the longevity immortal emperor is also one of the strongest great emperors, Yubai said with a frown. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, I will win. Great Emperor Polestar said with a smile. Zhuofu and Yubai's eyes lit up. Master is wise. The two of them praised. Indeed, even if Kong Huangtian won, so what? He must have paid a heavy price. At that time, Great Emperor Polestar would not have to pay a heavy price to destroy Kong Huangtian. From a moment the battle between the longevity immortal emperor and Kong Huangtian began, half of the Anan continent and the outer South continent were already in Great Emperor Polestar's pocket. Longevity immortal emperor versus Kong Huangtian. The intense tremors instantly attracted the attention of all the experts in the world. In the outer North continent, in front of Qinglong Palace, Great Emperor Qinglong led his subordinates and looked towards the south. The peacock spreads its feathers and covers the world. Great Emperor Qinglong looked at the distant eternal domain with a grave expression. Master, is Kong Huangtian really that strong in the eternal domain? He can fight against the longevity immortal emperor? A subordinate asked curiously. That's right. The peacock's feathers can cover the entire eternal domain. He can easily deal with the longevity immortal emperor's attacks. Kong Huangtian is indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the 3rd era. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. He's that powerful. The subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Report. At this moment, another subordinate suddenly ran over. What's wrong? Great Emperor Qinglong asked curiously. Master, our spies sent news from the outer west continent. Yanchuan has appeared in the Great Zhou Imperial Courts, Luoyang City. The subordinate reported. Luoyang. Yes, Luoyang. Other than Yanchuan, Tongtian, and a group of people carrying gourds are also there. The subordinate said. Great Emperor Qinglong looked towards the south, and then towards the southwest. That's good. We'll go to Luoyang now. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Master, are we not going to wait for the battle between Kong Huangtian and the longevity immortal emperor to end? There's no need. The eternal domain is in chaos. We can only see the general situation. It's better not to look. Since Yanchuan and Tongtian are gathered in Luoyang, we will capture them now. Otherwise, we'll be gone again. Great Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Yes, all of you, guard Qinglong Palace well. Wait for our return. Boom! As he spoke, Great Emperor Qinglong soared into the sky and flew towards the outer west continent. Outer West Continent, above a vast sea. Mou she transformed into a black phoenix and flew towards the eternal domain with Yin Chuan. Meow, this trip is dangerous. Don't come with us. Yin Chuan shouted from the back of the black phoenix. Meow, I want to go. You don't bring me along every time. Meow said pitifully. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Forget it. Meow had spatial abilities. If there was danger, she could escape in an instant. Yin Chuan, we left in such a hurry just now. What happened? Mou, she flew quickly with Yin Chuan. The longevity immortal emperor is being controlled. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. He didn't fight Kong Huang Tian willingly. His mind is being controlled by Great Emperor Ziwei. He has become Great Emperor Ziwei's puppet. I have to stop this battle as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Stop. The longevity immortal emperor doesn't care about his family anymore. Mou, she said worriedly. Last time, when we were in danger, he came without hesitation. This time, he is in danger. I have to help him, Yin Chuan said with certainty. But how can we stop this? Both of them are at the 16th heaven. Mou, she said worriedly. There will be a way. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. While Qing Long was rushing towards the outer west continent, Yin Chuan, Mou she, and Miao had already left for the eternal domain. Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei was watching the battle in the eternal domain. Suddenly, a subordinate came forward. My lord. Great Emperor Ziwei was puzzled. Great Emperor Qing Long has left the Qing Long celestial realm. The subordinate said. Oh. Great Emperor Qing Long's eyes lit up. Just now, news came from the outer north continent. Great Emperor Qing Long is heading southwest. He might be going to the outer west continent. The subordinate said. Pay close attention to Great Emperor Qing Long's whereabouts. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath. With that, Great Emperor Ziwei stepped down from his dragon throne and walked to the plaza. The left and right advisors followed behind him. He came out on his own. That's good too. Now that he's out of the Qing Long celestial realm, you can forget about going back. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. Great Emperor Ziwei scanned his surroundings as if he was looking for Great Emperor Qing Long himself. However, the world was too big. Without a fixed target, looking for Great Emperor Qing Long was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't find him at all. With a wave of his hand, the dragon throne flew out of Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei was sitting in the plaza of Ziwei Palace. He looked at the eternal domain while looking for Great Emperor Qing Long. After nearly 2 days, Mou, she brought Yin Chuan to the eternal domain at an extremely fast speed. This was the second time they were here. The last time, they were swallowed by the sky-devouring tailed beast, which then brought chaos to the entire eternal domain. At this moment, Yin Chuan, Mou she, and Miao stood outside the eternal domain. The seawater around the eternal domain surged with monstrous waves. Just like that day, the eternal domain showed signs of collapsing again. A sea of fire and a sea of fog enveloped the eternal domain. Dazzling sword lights shot out in all directions from within. Outside the eternal domain, a large number of peacock feathers floated, covering everything inside. Not far away, there were 2 distinct groups of soldiers standing on 2 sides. On one side were the heroes of the outer southern continent led by Peacock, Z, and Blind Kong. On the other side were the commanders of the celestial longevity realm led by their subordinates. Both sides were waiting for the final result. Yin Chuan's arrival came as a slight surprise to both parties. Meow, Yin Chuan, what do we do now? Meow asked. Come, let's go in. Yin Chuan said. Meow, Meow, and Mou she answered. The 3 of them charged into the thick fog and peacock feathers shrouding the battlefield. The experts of the Kong family and the celestial longevity realm were stunned. Although they wanted to stop them, it was too late. Yin Chuan and Mou, she had already disappeared into the fog. Outer Western Continent, Luoyang City. With Tongtian's help, Wu Jiong quickly regained control of his body. Chapter 1465. Outside the West Continent, in a small valley, Meng Sansheng flew into the valley with a Hong Meng gourd on his back. A group of people had already gathered in the valley. Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the Six Dragons. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Meng Rongrong were guarding a large hall. Hee, Rongrong, let me go in and take a look. I felt strange that day. I can't see through this hall. Snake Spirit laughed. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, Snake Spirit, you have already obtained the exchange beasts. You should go back. Aren't there still some in the hall? Snake Spirit laughed. Not only could she not see through the palace, but she could also feel a surge of pressure coming from outside the palace. One must know that she, the Snake Spirit, did not have an ordinary cultivation base. Even with her current strength, she could still feel a sense of threat. Just how strong was that thing inside? Ding! Meng Rongrong plucked the zither in her hand, and a golden light shot towards Snake's Spirit. Fushi Zither? You want to use the treasure of my snake clan to deal with me? Snake Spirit said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit, you have crossed the line, Meng Rongrong said coldly. Snake Spirit was conflicted. She hated Meng Rongrong for not standing on her side. Ha ha ha, Snake Spirit, since you are not willing to take these exchange beasts, then the divine world will take them first. You can wait. Meng Sansheng laughed. Outside the hall, the bodies of the exchange beasts were lying everywhere. Each of them had a dazed expression, as if they were crippled. Of course, for Meng, Sansheng, and Snake Spirit, as long as they were not dead, they would be fine. Who said I don't want them? Snake Spirit shouted. In that case, take your exchange beasts and leave first. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit frowned and looked at Meng Sansheng. Then she looked at Meng Rongrong. Oomph. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a group of exchange beasts. She waved her hand in the air. Boom! The heavenly demon realm opened, and Snake Spirit led the group of exchange beasts into it. Snake Spirit left. Meng Sansheng also turned to look at the hall. Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, and Jin Diyu looked at Meng Sansheng with vigilance. Don't worry. Although I'm curious about this palace, it's not to the extent of turning against you. I'm waiting for Yin Chuan to hand over the exchange technique. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Bai Qi and the others nodded. Inside the main hall, the 3,000 heavenly Dao circulated rapidly. There were 30 bodies occupied by exchange beasts hanging around. Each of them had a dazed and crazy expression. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, in front of silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Gradually, a strange blue object was formed. The blue object was in the shape of a human brain. The countless fine lines on it were dazzling. The blue brain seemed to be emitting a large number of thin threads. Some stretched towards the 3,000 heavenly Dao, and some stretched towards the 30 exchange beasts. As time passed, the blue brain became more and more complex with more and more patterns on it. The exchange beast is actually in the form of a human brain. Soon, it will be perfected very soon. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes shone with silver light. Luoyang City. Boom! A majestic aura rushed towards Luoyang City. This is the aura of Emperor Qing Long. In the main hall, the Tongtian sect leader's expression changed. Emperor Qing Long? Wu Jiong's face darkened. The two of them quickly stepped out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, Luoyang's array formation was activated. A large number of experts gathered in front of Taiji Palace. Everyone was on guard against the sudden arrival of a powerful aura. A man in a green robe flew in the air. He looked down from above, his eyes cold and incomparably arrogant. The Tongtian sect leader raised his eyebrows. He also had a grudge with Emperor Qinglong. In the past, he helped Yin Chuan to retreat from Emperor Qinglong in the Netherworld. Emperor Qinglong later occupied his training ground. However, Wu Jiong was puzzled. Emperor Qinglong, may I know why you are here? Wu Jiong asked in a deep voice. Wu Jiong? Where is Yin Chuan? Emperor Qinglong said arrogantly. Yin Chuan? The Tongtian sect leader raised his eyebrows, but Wu Jiong's expression changed. The two of them had different thoughts. To the Tongtian sect leader, he was friends with Yin Chuan and owed him a favor. As for Wu Jiong, he was completely emotionless. Even if Yin Chuan helped him restore his country, it was just an exchange of benefits. Emperor Qinglong, I might have to disappoint you. Yin Chuan has already left. The Tongtian sect leader said. What? Emperor Qinglong's face darkened. He had traveled billions of miles from the North Outer Continent, but he learned that Yin Chuan had already left. Where did he go? Emperor Qinglong shouted. How would I know where he went? The Tongtian sect leader shook his head. Emperor Qinglong narrowed his eyes. Do you believe that I will destroy Luoyang City immediately? Emperor Qinglong said coldly. Boom! As he spoke, the ground around Luoyang City shook violently. The Tongtian sect leader frowned and said, Emperor Qinglong, Yin Chuan is not here at all. Speak. Emperor Qinglong shouted. Rumble. As he shouted, the ground outside Luoyang City shook violently again. Roar! Roar! The wails of the dragon vein came from underground. Emperor Qinglong wielded the sword of force, so he had a unique advantage in controlling the dragon vein. The feng shui masters of Luoyang City could not fight against him at all. Even the array formation of Luoyang City shook violently. Whoosh! The Tongtian sect leader stepped out of Luoyang City. Emperor Qinglong, if you want to know where Yin Chuan is, follow me. The Tongtian sect leader said coldly. As he spoke, he flew into the distance, trying to lure Emperor Qinglong away from this place. Emperor Qinglong smiled coldly and did not leave. Instead, he looked at Luoyang City. Yin Chuan is still in Luoyang City, isn't he? Haha, Yin Chuan, are you going to be a coward too? Emperor Qinglong shouted coldly. Rumble. The ground outside Luoyang City churned rapidly. The huge earthquake broke through the array formation and shook Luoyang City. Wu Jiong's face darkened as he flew out of Luoyang City. Emperor Qinglong, Yin Chuan is over there. Wu Jiong quickly pointed in a direction. Emperor Qinglong's face turned cold. At this moment, Wu Jiong's eyes turned green. He could see into the distance if he used his eyesight. Wu Jiong was pointing at another territory, the valley where silver-eyed Yin Chuan was. Junior sister? The Tongtian sect leader immediately shouted angrily. Yin Chuan had just helped you restore your country, and you betrayed Yin Chuan? The Tongtian sect leader's anger immediately made Emperor Qinglong curious. Emperor Qinglong looked in the direction Wu Jiong was pointing at and quickly confirmed a valley. Although he did not see Yin Chuan, he saw Yin Chuan's subordinates and Meng Sansheng. As expected, Yin Chuan's subordinates are all there. Emperor Qinglong's eyes lit up. On the other side, the Tongtian sect leader looked at Wu Jiong angrily and flew towards the valley. Whoosh! The Tongtian sect leader instantly flew far away. Emperor Qinglong also wanted to capture Yin Chuan as soon as possible. He instantly flew towards the valley where silver-eyed Yin Chuan was. Luoyang's crisis was resolved in an instant. Wu Jiong stood in midair and looked into the distance with a cold smile. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Emperor Ziwei looked at the southern continent. Oh, Yin Chuan, Moyushi, Xuanmiao? How did they enter the eternal territory? Emperor Ziwei frowned as he looked towards the south. Reporting, my lord, the Azure Dragon Emperor has appeared. A subordinate ran over. Oh, where? Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up. In Luoyang City. Emperor Ziwei quickly used his eyesight to look towards the west. It really is Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Ziwei locked his gaze on Emperor Qinglong as a sinister smile flashed across his face. Boom! The golden dragon Kang's body suddenly emitted countless rays of golden light. Instantly, the golden dragon Kang's body softened and fell to the ground. The golden dragon Kang was at the 14th heavenly layer. Logically speaking, Bai Qi shouldn't have been able to subdue him in one move. Unfortunately, in order to prevent the golden dragon Kang from betraying them, he had already placed many restrictions on his body. Bai Qi only activated these restrictions. Bastard! Emperor Qing Long shouted angrily. Boom! Ferocious aura surged towards Bai Qi. Roar! Bai Qi stepped forward, and the golden body of killing instantly covered his body. A ferocious killing intent soared into the sky and resisted Emperor Qing Long's ferocious aura. Master, save me! The golden dragon Kang cried out as he lay on the ground. Bai Qi turned his head and looked at the golden dragon Kang. Humph! Kang Golden Dragon, it's your fortune that the Heavenly Emperor didn't kill you and gave you a chance to redeem yourself. From the moment you were captured, your life belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. You only have one master, and that is the Heavenly Emperor. In Great Jun, all traitors will be killed. Bai Qi's words contained a monstrous killing intent that rushed into the Golden Dragon Kang's mind. The Golden Dragon Kang trembled and didn't dare to say anything. Ah, how dare you! You don't know what death is. Emperor Qing Long Kang's face darkened when he heard Bai Qi's shout. Bai Qi raised his head and looked at the sky with a murderous expression. Even though he knew that he was no match for Bai Qi, he didn't show any fear. Oomph! Little thing, you can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to be impudent in front of me? Emperor Qing Long Kang shouted coldly. Boom! Once again, a yellow dragon-shaped energy appeared around Emperor Qing Long Kang. Roar! The dragon-shaped energy roared and pounced towards Bai Qi. Wherever the dragon-shaped energy passed, the void shattered. Most importantly, its aura seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. Even before the dragon arrived, Dragon Wu and the other dragons couldn't stand it. The ferocious aura rushed towards Bai Qi's golden body of the path of slaughter. Roar! Bai Qi roared and slashed with his saber. Boom! The saber of the path of slaughter and the dragon-shaped energy collided. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the ground to churn. Bai Qi's face darkened as he struggled to withstand the dragon-shaped energy. Break! Tontian sect leader's shout suddenly sounded from afar. A beam of purple light shot straight towards him. Boom! The dragon-shaped energy exploded with a loud bang. The pressure on Bai Qi and the others instantly decreased. Boom! Tontian arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. He held the celestial slaying sword and looked coldly at Emperor Qing Long Kang with Bai Qi and the others. Tontian, the Azure Dragon Emperor, looked coldly at Tontian, who had followed them. Meng Sheng stood at the side. He looked coldly at the main hall that everyone was guarding. Inside the main hall, silver-eyed Yin Chuan was quickly deducing. The brain-shaped beast was becoming more and more perfect. Gradually, the blue brain that was deduced trembled slightly, as if it was about to come alive. In the main hall, the way of heaven circulated faster and faster. Soon, he would be able to deduce the exchange beast successfully. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan also knew about the situation outside the main hall. Hence, the deduction became faster and faster. Whoosh! Gusts of wind surrounded the brain-shaped beast. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the blue brain suddenly shot out a dazzling blue light. The blue light instantly lit up the entire main hall. It even penetrated the formation and shot out of the main hall. Phew, success! This is the beast that I created? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Outside the main hall, Emperor Qing Long glanced at Meng Sansheng. Seeing that Meng Sansheng was hiding far away. Emperor Qing Long did not pursue him. Instead, he looked at the main hall. Yin Chuan is inside, right? Come out. Emperor Qing Long said coldly. Emperor Qing Long, if you want to see the heavenly emperor, wait a little longer. Bai Qi shouted. Wait a little longer? What's in the main hall? Emperor Qing Long's eyes narrowed. That's none of your business. Bai Qi said. I'm here to catch Yin Chuan. Wait for him. Emperor Qing Long sneered. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot out from the main hall. The blue light shot out in all directions. This is... The Azure Dragon Emperor was slightly taken aback. Meng Sansheng, who was not far away, was also confused. This was because the light looked strange. Emperor Qing Long stretched out his hand and slammed it down. Break! In the void, a huge palm appeared instantly. The 5 fingers of the palm suddenly turned into 5 huge dragon heads. Roar! Roar! It was as if a 5-headed dragon was diving down. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled. Oh no! The sect leader of Tongtian's face changed. Fairy Slaying World, Purgatory, Killing Blade, Chaos Bell, Fushi Zither. Everyone quickly unleashed their strongest attacks against the dragon head palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding void shattered into pieces. The sect leader of Tongtian stood at the front and unleashed his fairy slaying sword. However, compared to the dragon head palm, it was still weak. How can this be? Your strength has increased by so much. The sect leader of Tongtian exclaimed. In the past, when he was in the netherworld with Yin Chuan, Emperor in Desolation Hua, he had never had such a difficult time fighting against Emperor Qing Long. It seemed that the sect leader of Tongtian and the rest could not hold on any longer. However, Meng Sansheng did not care. He stood quietly on the mountain peak, not far away. Emperor Qing Long sneered. He was about to unleash his strength again to completely crush everyone. Heaven-mending sword. A soft shout came from behind. Swoosh! A white sword light shot towards Emperor Qing Long's back. Emperor Qing Long's face turned cold. He exerted strength in his hand. Boom! The palm exploded. Tongtian, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Meng Rongrong were all sent flying. Other than Tongtian, everyone else spat out a mouthful of blood. With a flip of his hand, Emperor Qing Long shattered the white sword light that was coming towards him from behind. Boom! A black-robed man was sent flying. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Swoosh! The black-robed man quickly flew to the front of the main hall. Although he was severely injured, he still had to protect the main hall. The person who came was the heaven-mending pavilion master, Dugawudi. Although his sword Dao was strong, Emperor Qing Long's strength was too strong. You want to stop me with your motley crew? You're overestimating yourselves. Emperor Qing Long sneered. Unless you step over my dead body, don't even think about taking another step forward. Meng Rongrong said coldly as she played her zither. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu's faces were filled with determination. Meng Sansheng, who was not far away, frowned slightly. However, he did not want to interfere at this moment. Bang! At this moment, the door of the main hall behind everyone opened. Bai Qi and the rest were overjoyed. Meng Sansheng's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked over. It was Yin Chuan, who was wearing a white robe. He stepped out of the main hall. This Yin Chuan was different from the other 2 Yin Chuan. This Yin Chuan gave off an otherworldly aura. It was as if he was floating in the heavens. His silver eyes made one's heart palpitate when they looked at each other. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan stepped out of the main hall and stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the menacing Emperor Qing Long. Emperor Qing Long? The silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1467. Azure Dragon Emperor? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked at the Azure Dragon Emperor in the air, His expression was neither happy nor sad. Yin Chuan, Tong Tian called out in a strange tone. After all, Tong Tian and Yin Chuan had known each other for a long time. However, this Yin Chuan in front of him was too unfamiliar. It was as if he was a different person. Could it be that his body was taken over by another beast? Yin Chuan turned to look at Tong Tian, nodded, and continued to look at the sky. Bai Qi immediately explained, Tong Tian, the Heavenly Emperor's body is different from the other two bodies. Tong Tian nodded and did not ask any more questions. On the other side, Meng Sansheng looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan with a solemn expression. As if sensing Meng Sansheng's attention, silver-eyed Yin Chuan waved his hand. Boom! 30 dying figures immediately flew out of the hall. Meng Sansheng, these 30 beasts are all yours. I hope the celestial world will not forget your promise. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said. Treasure, please accept. Hong Meng Sansheng took out the Hong Meng gourd, and the 30 beasts were immediately sucked into the gourd. Ha ha! The celestial world is a man of his word. This is a crisis. Great Emperor Qinglong's strength has skyrocketed. Do you need help from the celestial world? Great Emperor Qinglong? Meng Sansheng laughed. Celestial world? Great Emperor Qinglong's eyes turned cold. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan glanced at Meng Sansheng and said, You're not strong enough. No need. Meng Sansheng's smile froze. Not strong enough? You have the right to say that? Meng Sansheng glared at silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and turned to look at Great Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong, are you here to capture me? Yin Tong, Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. That's right, Yin Chuan. I had to refine the sword of force last time, and I didn't have time to waste with you. Now that I've finished refining the sword of force, surrender. Emperor Qinglong sneered. You got the wrong person. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said lightly. Oh, could it be that you're a fake? Ha ha, Emperor Qinglong said disdainfully. Among the 3 Yin Chuan, although I'm not the strongest, my defense is unmatched. You can't do anything to me. I advise you not to make a fool of yourself here. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said confidently. Defense? Not far away. Meng Sansheng raised his brows. He had fulfilled one of his wishes after obtaining the beast. He had other plans in the divine realm, so he had to return the favor to Yin Chuan as soon as possible. As long as Yin Chuan asked for help, he wouldn't owe Yin Chuan anything. Unfortunately, Yin Chuan was too ignorant and refused to ask for help. That was Great Emperor Qinglong. Even Meng Sansheng couldn't deal with him. That was why he didn't refute Yin Chuan's words. However, among the 3 Yin Chuan, your defense is the strongest. Meng Sansheng didn't believe it. In Meng Sansheng's eyes, Yin Chuan was full of flaws. How could he have such a strong defense? A light appeared in Meng Sansheng's palm, and he squeezed it. Brothers, I've obtained the beast. Since Great Emperor Qinglong is attacking Yin Chuan, I'll be able to return the favor soon. Come quickly, Meng Sansheng said softly. Boom! The light in Meng Sansheng's palm disappeared. This was the special communication method of the 7 Gore brothers. A disgrace? Yin Chuan, no matter which body you're in, you're still arrogant, aren't you? Why don't you show me how you're going to embarrass yourself? Oomph. Great Emperor Qinglong snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and attacked with another giant palm. Not good. Tong Tian's face darkened. This giant palm was the same as the previous one. No, it was even stronger than the previous one. Tong Tian was about to charge forward with the immortal vanquishing sword. 3,000 heavenly Dao, silver-eyed Yin Chuan said calmly. Boom! Pillars of light appeared around the silver-eyed Yin Chuan, and the heavenly Dao replica of the 3,000 greater worlds appeared. They instantly enveloped the surroundings. As soon as the 3,000 heavenly Dao appeared, a turbulent force appeared. Great Emperor Qinglong's energy palm rushed into the 3,000 heavenly Dao. Boom! 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 After 3 collisions, the giant energy palm collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the energy palm disappeared. Oh! Great Emperor Qing Long's face darkened. His palm couldn't do anything to Yin Chuan. Inside, Yin Chuan's subordinates gathered around silver-eyed Yin Chuan. The prime of Tong Tian also moved closer to him. The turbulent force was too terrifying. It was still safer to be around Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan still stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Great Emperor Qing Long calmly. The Azure Dragon Emperor was infuriated when he saw her calm and collected expression. If you're feeling emotional, you should be happy. That calm expression made it seem like he was looking down on Great Emperor Qing Long. This made Great Emperor Qing Long very uncomfortable. Oomph! Dragon veins, come out! Great Emperor Qing Long shouted. He stretched out his hand. Rumble! The ground in the surroundings churned, quickly forming mountain peaks in all directions. Roar! Roar! The entire territory suddenly trembled as countless dragon veins gathered towards the center from all directions. Boom! The dragon veins in all directions protruded into dragon-shaped mountains. They were like dragons of earth that surrounded the 3,000 great Dao from all directions. About 1,000 earth dragons were charging straight at them. Roar! The ground under Yin Chuan's feet bulged. A huge dragon mouth bit towards silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan waved his hand and brought everyone up into the sky. Boom! 1,000 dragons instantly rushed into the 3,000 great Dao. Rumble! The turbulent force collided with the dragons of earth and stone. The dragons of earth and stone quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, Great Emperor Qing Long's eyes were cold. Oomph! The entire territory, listen to my orders. I want to see how much earth your 3,000 great Dao can eat. Great Emperor Qing Long said coldly. Earth rise. Boom. The earth in the entire territory quickly gathered towards the center. Rolling over, it instantly submerged Yin Chuan's original position. The earth covered the sky and pressed down. Standing inside, Bai Qi and the rest looked at the earth around them. It was as if they had fallen into an abyss. The rolling earth and stones were about to collapse and bury them completely. Even Tong Tian revealed a trace of worry at this moment. After all, the amount of earth and stones was too terrifying. This was not a problem of one mountain, but of the entire territory. Was Great Emperor Qing Long going to use the entire territory to bury them? In the outside world, Meng Sansheng had already flown up into the sky. Earth and stones rolled over from all directions. The earth in the entire territory was decreasing. Countless living beings were crying at this moment. Some powerful cultivators quickly used spells to bring countless people up into the sky. However, countless people were still buried alive. The entire territory seemed to have turned into a swamp in an instant. There was a deep hole in the swamp, and countless swamps kept pouring into the hole. Earth and stones collapsed. A territory was about to be completely destroyed. Sword of Force. What a powerful sword of force. Controlling the earth? The earth obeys orders? Meng Sansheng's face was gloomy. Looking at Great Emperor Qing Long in the distance, Meng Sansheng sighed. Inside the 3,000 sky, Dao covered by earth and stones. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan was still standing with his hands behind his back. Great Emperor Qing Long, you have consciously slaughtered countless innocent lives today. Retribution will not be far away. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan's expression was still indifferent. Retribution? Ha ha ha! I have never believed in retribution. Great Emperor Qing Long sneered and continued to activate. Although Great Emperor Qing Long was still arrogant, there was a huge wave in his heart. How could Yin Chuan's 3,000 sky Dao be so powerful? So much earth, but it can't be buried. Oomph! Earth and stones, rise again. Rise for me. Great Emperor Qing Long shouted. Boom! Endless earth and stones rose again and rushed towards the interior of the 3,000 sky Dao at an even more violent speed. The earth continued to move, and it quickly affected the surrounding sea. Large rivers were formed in an instant and flowed down from the surrounding sea towards the center. Boom! Earth, stones, and seawater poured into the 3,000 sky dao. Above the 3,000 sky dao, a golden cloud floated. After the earth, stones, and seawater were washed away, they formed energy that flowed into the cloud. What a powerful defense! With such a defense, you are indeed in an invincible position. Tongtian's eyes lit up as he praised. Unfortunately, with the current cycle of the sky dao, we can only defend. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Despite great Emperor Qinglong's actions, Yin Chuan and the rest stood in the 3,000 sky dao safe and sound as they watched quietly. Outrageous! Great Emperor Qinglong said angrily. Roll in, all of you! Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. Boom! The soil and seawater immediately let out dragon roars and once again turned into dragons of earth and stone and dragons of seawater. They spiraled and soared into the sky, climbing up layer by layer, as if they wanted to completely envelop the top of the 3,000 great paths of heaven. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan looked up and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the entire territory was almost destroyed. Seawater surged in from all directions. More and more earth and seawater entered. Although there was a lot of turbulence, it was almost canceled out by the surrounding earth and seawater. It was almost unable to resist. Around them, the earth was getting closer and closer. Some seawater even splashed on Tongtian's face. The power of the earth, the sword of force. It's too terrifying, Yin Chuan. Tongtian shouted. Yin Chuan looked at the golden cloud in the sky above the 3,000 sky dao and took a deep breath. A thin crack slowly appeared in the center of the cloud. A huge golden eye could be vaguely seen. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan hesitated to open it. Yin Chuan, that's an eye? Can it counterattack once it's opened? Tongtian asked in a low voice. Yes. Since completing the cycle of the heavenly Tao, this eye has the ability to store energy. It has already stored a terrifying amount of energy, but it can only be used once. The next time it's used, it has to wait until a large amount of energy is stored. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan explained. Store energy? How much energy is stored in this eye? The cycle of the heavenly Tao. It stores energy according to how much it devours. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said. Tongtian's expression changed, and his eyes shone brightly. What an amazing thing! Tongtian finally exclaimed. In the outside world, great Emperor Qinglong was getting more and more ferocious and irritated. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was as if he would attack great Emperor Qinglong with the stored energy as soon as the cycle of the heavenly Tao could not hold on. Among all the great emperors, Great Emperor Ziwei was number one. This had been a rumor since the Second Epoch. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared. Shadi narrowed his eyes. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. The rolling earth and rocks stopped instantly. The towering earth dragon suddenly collapsed. Most of it was absorbed into the cycle of the heavenly path and was digested in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei. Tongtian narrowed his eyes. In midair, Great Emperor Ziwei kept staring at Emperor Qinglong. There was a trace of light in his eyes. Boom, 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 boom. For streams of light shot over from the north. They stirred up gusts of wind and stopped abruptly behind Great Emperor Ziwei. Tanlang, Pejuan, Jumin, and Lianjin. Tongtian said in a low voice. What are they doing here? Jin Dayu said in a low voice. Not far away, Emperor Qinglong frowned as he looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and said, Great Emperor Ziwei, long time no see. How have you been? Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly. Yes, long time no see. Qing Long, you've just awakened. You've also had a great opportunity. Hmm? Emperor Qing Long raised his eyebrows. Great Emperor Ziwei, what do you mean by this? Emperor Qing Long asked in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly extended his right palm. Buzz! A long sword suddenly appeared in Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. The long sword trembled slightly and emitted waves of dark golden light. As soon as the sword appeared, Great Emperor Qing Long's eyes widened. How is this possible? How do you have this sword? Great Emperor Qing Long suddenly exclaimed. Are you the only one who has it? Great Emperor Ziwei laughed. The sword of force. You have one too? How is this possible? How can you have two? Great Emperor Qing Long was puzzled. Who said that there's only one sword in force? Of course, the attributes of the two swords are different, Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Great Emperor Qing Long shuddered. What do you want? Great Emperor Qing Long stared at Great Emperor Ziwei. We haven't seen each other for many years. I've already arranged a banquet in the Ziwei Heavenly Realm. I'm here to invite you. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Invite me? Ha ha! You're here to snatch my sword of force. Great Emperor Qing Long said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head and said, Snatch? Hey, no. If you come back with me, I can give you my sword of force. Oh! Great Emperor Qing Long was slightly taken aback. However, Greedy Wolf Pajuan and the others understood that there was no harm in giving their Lord Sword of Force to Great Emperor Qing Long. As long as Great Emperor Qing Long was refined, he would have to listen to their lord. Although Great Emperor Qing Long was envious, he still refused. Thank you for your kindness, Great Emperor Ziwei. We'll find another opportunity in the future. The future? Heh, I've traveled hundreds of millions of miles to invite you personally. How dare you refuse to give me face? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei, you and I are both great emperors. Please don't be so overbearing. Great Emperor Qing Long said in a low voice. From a moment he saw the second sword of force, Great Emperor Qing Long's arrogance dissipated by a lot. What if I insist that you go? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei, don't go too far. Great Emperor Qing Long immediately shouted. Weren't you the one just now? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. You, Greedy Wolf, Pajuan, Juman, Lianjin. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Yes, Great Emperor. I haven't seen Great Emperor Qing Long for many years. I'm delighted to see you. We'll spar in advance to improve each other's skills. The four of you will guard the surroundings. Don't disturb my spar with Great Emperor Qing Long. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes, the four of them replied. You. Great Emperor Qing Long's expression changed instantly. Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a sinister smile. Great Emperor Qing Long? Hell, let's begin. If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei, humph. Great Emperor Qing Long snorted coldly. He turned around and headed north. It was as if he didn't want to fight Great Emperor Ziwei. Road to the underworld, open. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the surroundings suddenly darkened. Chapter 1469. Road to the underworld, open. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the world suddenly turned dark. The sun was shining brightly just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it was pitch black. Countless ghosts were flying around. A series of mournful, ghostly wails came from all directions. The road to the underworld is open, and yin and yang are reversed. Tong Tian raised his eyebrows. Shadi narrowed his eyes. Road to the underworld? Sure enough, one of the 6 roads to the underworld is with Great Emperor Ziwei. Third brother, It seems that great Emperor Ziwei has accumulated a lot of resources in the second era. Meng Sanxing frowned. He has the strength. Let's go, let's retreat first. Shadi said. Yes. Meng Sanxing replied. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meng Sansheng, Shadi, and Emperor Min quickly flew out of the ghost-infested environment. Let's go. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said. Everyone flew toward the outside world. Stop right there. Defeating Army shouted. He wanted to stop Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan turned his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He ignored defeating armies and continued to fly toward the outside world. Tontian, Meng Rongrong, Bai Qi, Jindiyu, the 6 dragons, and Dugawudi surrounded silver-eyed Yin Chuan and quickly flew out of the dark place. With Tontian leading the way, their speed was much faster. Pajun still wanted to kill Yin Chuan and take revenge for the past. However, Tan Lang stopped defeating armies. My lord, this is important. Guard against the people from the heavenly realm. Tan Lang said. Yes. Defeating armies, Lien Zhen and Zhu Min answered. Boom! Loud noises came from the dark environment. Great Emperor Ziwei, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to capture me? Great Emperor Qinglong's voice came from the darkness. The people in this territory have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill them? Huh! Great Emperor Ziwei's voice came. Roar! Boom! The dragon's roar was accompanied by a roar as a huge battle broke out in the darkness. Yin Chuan's group also quickly flew out of the darkness. Out of the darkness, they flew over the distant sea and stopped on an island. How was this darkness? Instead, it was a pillar that resembled the great Tao, connecting the heavens and the earth. It shot straight into the 9 heavens, but this pillar was yellow in color. It was like a surging yellow river, rushing up into the sky against the current. Countless ghosts struggled painfully in the yellow river. What a magnificent yellow springs road. It actually covers the entire territory. This is an entire territory. Bai Qi exclaimed in shock. Yin Chuan nodded. Compared to Empress ZZ's road to the underworld, this one was much more majestic. Perhaps this is the true form of the Yellow Springs Road. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Boom! A loud sound came from the road to the underworld. Dragon of Luck, appear. Emperor Qinglong's voice rang out. Ong, ong, ong. 3 deep dragon roars were heard, and the road to the underworld churned. Countless ghosts screamed in shock. Smack! With a flick of its tail, a dark golden dragon could be vaguely seen emerging and charging into the road to the underworld again. Are these the 3 dragons that gathered the world's luck? Tontian asked in a deep voice. Not long ago, Emperor Qinglong refined the Sword of Force and extracted a large amount of the world's luck. In the end, he condensed the 3 dark golden dragons. Obviously, this was it. Boom! Ong! A loud sound was heard, accompanied by a mournful dragon roar. 7 stars destroy the world, subdue the dragon. Emperor Ziwei's voice came from inside. Rumble. Another series of sounds was heard. Let's retreat again. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said. Everyone looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan in confusion, but they did not refute him. Everyone continued to retreat into the distance, flying across the sea quickly. With Tontian leading the way, they soon crossed the sea and arrived at another territory. Even when they arrived at another territory, the battle in the distance seemed to have not ended. They waited for another 6 hours. Ong, 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 ong. A series of dragon roars shook the entire western outer continent. The dragon's roar was tragic, as if it had been cut into pieces. Is that the Lord's voice? No. The golden dragon screamed in horror. Is that Emperor Qinglong's scream? Bai Qi said in surprise. What a mournful voice. Jin Dayu said in surprise. Emperor Ziwei? Meng Rongrong exclaimed. Not only Meng Rongrong, but Tontian was also surprised. They had personally witnessed Emperor Qinglong's strength before. Even with such ferocious strength, he was still beaten by Emperor Ziwei to such a miserable state. At this moment, There were two focal points in the world. One was the eternal territory of the southern outer continent, and the other was this place. Wu Jiong, Golden Emperor, Dongfang Bubi, Shadi, Meng Sansheng, Wu Jiong, and other powerhouses were all staring at this place. Another hour passed. Break! Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the road to the underworld. A massive shock wave blasted out, causing the surrounding seawater to flow in the opposite direction towards the various domains. Whoosh! As the seawater exploded, the road to the underworld also slowly retreated. The original territory had been completely razed to the ground. Not a single living thing could survive. Tanlang, Pejun, Lin Zhun, and Zhu Min stood by Emperor Ziwei's side like stars surrounding the moon. Emperor Ziwei stood in the sky with his head held high. He was standing on a giant green dragon. The giant green dragon was covered in injuries as it floated above a great emperor's altar. Although the great emperor's altar was constantly healing Qinglong's injuries, Qinglong no longer had the strength to fight. Emperor Ziwei had used a chain to pierce through his body. Great Emperor Ziwei grabbed one end of the chain and looked around coldly. Wherever he looked, an aura of disdain for the world spread out. Congratulations, Lord! Tanlang and the others were overjoyed. Come back with me. Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. Boom! The group grabbed the imprisoned Great Emperor Qinglong and quickly shot away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared before everyone's eyes. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, the Golden Dragon, and the others all took a deep breath. What a powerful Emperor Ziwei! Jin Diyu said in disbelief. He was too powerful. Previously, Great Emperor Qinglong had already suppressed everyone to the point that they could not resist. However, in front of Emperor Ziwei, they were still so vulnerable. In just a few hours, Great Emperor Qinglong had been completely captured by Emperor Ziwei. Tong Tian took a deep breath. 16 levels of heaven. Emperor Ziwei must have reached 16 levels of heaven. Yin Tong, Yin Chuan nodded. 16 levels of heaven? Tong Tian clenched his fists. A strong desire flashed in his eyes. In another valley, Sha Di, Meng Sansheng, and Emperor Min had witnessed Emperor Ziwei's power with their own eyes. Third brother, Emperor Ziwei is so powerful. What should we do? Meng Sansheng frowned and asked worriedly. Emperor Ziwei is more powerful than I thought. However, some things have to be done. He's a serious threat to the realm of the gods. If he doesn't die, we'll never be able to turn the tables. Sha Di said in a low voice. Then, this is not something for you to worry about. I'll handle it. Quickly take the exchange beast back and hand it over to eldest brother. Sha Di said in a low voice. Yes. In the end, he shifted his gaze away from the little felt hat. Emperor Changsheng had a goal in mind. Even though one of the stars was sucked in by Miao, there were still 5 stars left. After Yin Chuan flew far away, Emperor Changsheng looked at Kong Huangtian again. Changsheng, time flies. Emperor Changsheng waved his hand. Boom! In an instant, everything in the surrounding space seemed to slow down. The recovery of the shattered void slowed down. The stars danced in the sky, slowed down as well. Even Yin Chuan's escape was slowed down. This is a time technique. Miao's eyes widened in shock. Emperor Changsheng actually knows the time technique, but he can't even compare to Hong Jun back then. Yin Chuan exclaimed. Emperor Changsheng only slowed down time. However, Hong Jun stopped time in the past. Even so, Emperor Changsheng instantly gained a huge advantage. Kong Huangtian slowed down, while Emperor Changsheng's speed didn't change. In an instant, he charged forward again. He stretched out his right hand and slashed out a destructive claw towards Kong Huangtian's chest. Kong Huangtian glared at Emperor Changsheng, and a fierce aura shot out. The surrounding space trembled violently. Xing, after breaking free from the time technique, Emperor Changsheng's sword vibrated and slashed towards Emperor Changsheng. Boom! The longevity Immortal Emperor's palm energy exploded into pieces. The sword energy didn't decrease at all. Instead, it left a huge wound on Emperor Changsheng's body. Roar! Emperor Changsheng, who was forced back, had a look of unwillingness on his face. Yin Chuan, you said that Emperor Changsheng's mind is being controlled? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Yes, it's Emperor Ziwei. Not only did he control Emperor Changsheng, but he also captured Qinglong just now. Perhaps Emperor Qinglong will soon be like Emperor Changsheng. Emperor Ziwei has expanded the world and is currently the strongest in the world. Yin Chuan shouted. Kong Huangtian's eyes narrowed. I know. It seems like I found the wrong person. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Kong Huangtian, Emperor Changsheng is my good friend. I wonder if you have a way to help him regain his consciousness? Yin Chuan shouted. I've heard of the Emperor Changsheng's purple star life refining art. No wonder Emperor Changsheng's strength is so weak. The person who is refined has his potential sealed. He can't use his extraordinary strength at all, let alone help me, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Emperor Ziwei's life refining art? How do I undo it? Yin Chuan shouted. There is only one way. Oh, kill Emperor Ziwei. Kill. Yin Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Yin Chuan had already transmitted everything that the silver-eyed Yin Chuan saw to his human form. With Emperor Ziwei's imposing aura, how could he kill him so easily? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Kong Huangtian asked indifferently. No, it's just Emperor Ziwei. I will definitely kill him one day. However, Emperor Changsheng won't be able to wait for that day. I wonder if you can restrain him? Yin Chuan pleaded. Kong Huangtian turned his head and glanced at Yin Chuan. He's like a mad dog now. I can restrain him, but I will have to pay a huge price. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. However, I inherited everything from the nest and have some understanding of the nest. You have a golden crow nest. It can trap Emperor Changsheng. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Golden crow nest? Yin Chuan looked at Meow's felt hat in shock. Meow. Meow said, puzzled. I will help you seal the longevity, Immortal Emperor. This golden crow nest is the fruit of Chao's painstaking efforts back then. After sealing the longevity, Immortal Emperor, don't let him out until Ziwei dies. If not, there will be endless trouble. Kong Huangtian shouted. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow naturally had no objections. Many thanks, Yin Chuan said sincerely. This was not the first time Kong Huangtian had helped him. Including the time Kong Huangtian had saved him from Emperor Ziwei, this was the second time Kong Huangtian had helped him. There's no need to thank me. Remember, you owe me a favor, Kong Huangtian said indifferently. A favor? Yin Chuan nodded. Indeed, it was impossible for them to restrain Emperor Changsheng with their current strength. They could only rely on Kong Huangtian. Restrain me? Emperor Changsheng pounced towards Yin Chuan and the others again. Peacock divine ability. Kong Huangtian roared. Buzz. Billions of peacock feathers suddenly appeared and wrapped around Emperor Changsheng. Kong Huangtian activated his peacock feathers with all his might. Quick! Kong Huangtian shouted. Emperor Changsheng, who was wrapped up, struggled frantically. It was as if he could break free from the peacock feathers in the blink of an eye. Meow. Meow immediately pounced forward. But halfway through, her speed slowed down. Meow widened her eyes. It wasn't that she was slow, but the time here was too slow. Under the effects of time, she couldn't reach Emperor Changsheng at all. Emperor Changsheng seemed to be about to break free from the peacock feathers. Yin Chuan's face was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Blood sea. Boom! Yin Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. Above the blood sea, a cypress tree appeared and spun rapidly. Rumble. The stars in the sky suddenly lit up. It wasn't just the stars in the shallow star layer. Hundreds of stars in the deep star layer also lit up. This time, it didn't work on Yin Chuan's palm. Instead, it went straight for Emperor Changsheng's star, the longevity giant star. Yin Chuan fought for control of the longevity giant star. Boom! A huge force rushed towards the longevity giant star. Buzz! The longevity giant star trembled slightly, but it instantly stabilized. The longevity giant star was too strong. Even the stars in the sky couldn't shake it, but still trembled slightly. With this tremble, Emperor Changsheng's power seemed to have a gap. But this gap was fatal for the eternal Emperor at this very moment. The time divine ability was instantly relieved. Meow. Meow Meow appeared in front of Emperor Changsheng in the blink of an eye and threw its felt hat at him. Boom! Just as Emperor Changsheng broke free from the countless peacock feathers, the hat instantly covered him. Buzz! The surrounding void suddenly fell silent. Of course, the main reason was that Emperor Changsheng's rebellion was that there were still loud noises in the surrounding void. The void was constantly recovering, and everything was recovering. Even the original 5 stars suddenly stopped moving at this moment. Phew! Yin Chuan exhaled softly. Meow. Yin Chuan, I'm awesome, right? Meow flew over and shouted excitedly. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Kong Huangtian looked at the little felt hat and then waved his sleeve. Within the palace, Kong Huangtian sat cross-legged. 3 figures stood in front of him. Yin Chuan, Peacock, and Blind Kong. Kong Huangtian, why did you summon us here? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Kong Huangtian looked at the 3 of them. In this battle with great Emperor Ziwei, I was determined to die. I hope to use this opportunity to break through my bottleneck and reach the 17th heavenly layer. Yin Chuan nodded with a frown. Peacock Z and Blind Kong also became serious. However, whether I can succeed or not is still unknown. Back then, when I challenged the nest, I was already prepared to sacrifice myself. Hence, before the challenge, I tried my best to guide the experts in the world, hoping that more experts would appear. In the end, I wasn't disappointed. 2 experts reached the 15th heavenly layer. It's the same today. I will guide all of you, especially for those with the peacock bloodline. Kong Huangtian said. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression changed. In Yin Chuan's first life, he was only at the peak of the 14th heavenly layer. Although he had a strong mentality, he didn't dare to be careless in front of Kong Huangtian. After all, Kong Huangtian was much stronger than him in his first life. If he could receive Kong Huangtian's guidance, it would be beneficial to him. Watch carefully. This is my lifetime of comprehension, Kong Huangtian said in a low voice. Boom! A powerful will rushed toward the 3 of them. Yin Chuan didn't feel any hostility. He closed his eyes and focused on comprehending. Buzz! A large amount of green light enveloped the 3 of them. All kinds of peacock secret techniques were transmitted to the 3 of them. Yin Chuan sensed the peacock's secret techniques. Suddenly, his body emitted a green light. His clothes turned green, and his hair turned green. Seeing Yin Chuan's green hair, Kong Huangtian's expression turned serious. Gradually, Yin Chuan's green hair turned into a green color. Yin Chuan was surrounded by a large number of peacock feathers. Behind him, a huge peacock phantom appeared. 6 hours later, buzz! Yin Chuan opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's clothes fluttered without any wind. My peacock bloodline is getting purer? Yin Chuan exclaimed. Kong Huangtian nodded. All the peacocks in the world came from me. The bloodline of all the descendants is getting thinner, and the grade of their blood is getting lower. Just now, when my will attacked your body, it raised your peacock bloodline to the same level as mine. The same level? Yin Chuan's expression changed. That's right. You can come and watch the battle with great emperors away. Your bloodline is already the same as mine. As long as you study the skills and secret techniques I used, you will be able to reach my level one day. Kong Huangtian nodded. Although Yin Chuan didn't know how extraordinary Kong Huangtian was, just the fact that his bloodline was purified allowed him to gain a lot. At the very least, Yin Chuan could use the so-called five-color divine light now. Many thanks, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Go! Kong Huangtian nodded. Yin Chuan also nodded. He opened the door and stepped out of the hall. Clang! The door closed. After a while, Peacock Z and Blind Kong slowly woke up. Many thanks, old ancestor, the two said respectfully. Kong Huangtian nodded. This time, I raise your bloodline to the same level as mine. This is also a foolproof plan. Oh, it would be best if I win. If I lose, all my strength and abilities will be transferred to one of the three of you. Whoever obtains it will have to protect the Kong clan, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Yes, Peacock Z's eyes lit up. Old ancestor, if that's the case, why didn't you tell Yin Chuan? Blind Kong asked doubtfully. Just now, I've already told him. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Kong Huangtian didn't tell the truth, but Peacock Z and Blind Kong didn't ask anymore. Old ancestor, you will definitely win. Peacock Z said with a smile. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. In front of the Golden Palace. Great Desolation Hua stood in front of Golden Emperor. Inform Yin Chuan to prepare to kill Great Emperor Ziwei. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Desolation Hua smiled and said, The Celestial Arch has already sent a message to the other Great Emperors. However, I don't know if the other Great Emperors will dare to make a move. Golden Emperor looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and shook his head. We can't wait anymore. It's too late. Oh, originally, I thought that the unification of the four realms would take 100 years. Haha, but that's not the case. Not long ago, I went to the heavenly demon realm to observe the situation of the other three realms. 100 years? Haha, we were wrong. The concept of distance doesn't exist in the void. The time we estimated in the past was all wrong. The void can't be judged by common sense. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Oh, you mean the four realms will merge soon? Desolation Hua's expression changed. Yes, in most a few years. No, it should be said that the four realms will merge in the next moment. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Ah, Desolation Hua's expression changed. So, we can't wait any longer. I want to be stronger, and so does Sha Di. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei must die as soon as possible. Golden Emperor said solemnly. Yes, I will report to the Celestial Arch. Moreover, before I came, the Celestial Arch asked me to tell you that Great Desolation Hua will never back down from what we promised. We will join you to kill Great Emperor Ziwei. Desolation Hua said. Okay, Golden Emperor nodded. The battle between Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Wei was not only known in the Yang realm, but also in the Netherworld. Countless experts in the Netherworld immediately received the news and rushed to the Yang realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch, Great Emperor White Tiger, and Great Emperor Xuanwu all quietly entered the Yang realm, waiting for the battle to begin. Yin Chuan in human form and Yin Chuan with silver eyes reunited in the Zhongtian continent. Meow, where's Meng Rongrong? Meow asked Yin Chuan. She has returned to the heavenly demon realm. Yin Chuan explained. Meow, what a pity. There's going to be a great battle soon. She actually left. Meow shook its head. Everyone laughed and found a high mountain to watch the battle. In a valley outside the Central Territory, a group of Great Emperor Qing Long's subordinates looked resentful. Great Emperor Ziwei? Bastard, we must save the Lord this time. Everyone was Great Emperor Qinglong's subordinates. Originally, when Great Emperor Qinglong refined the Sword of Force, everyone was in high spirits. Who would have thought that Great Emperor Qinglong would be captured by Great Emperor Ziwei? Everyone felt as if the sky had collapsed. Some people ran away, but a large number of them were prepared to take advantage of the battle between Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei to rescue Great Emperor Qinglong. In the Central Territory, although everything was as quiet as usual, but at this moment, countless experts had quietly arrived. Danger was everywhere, and people's hearts were all different. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. South of Ziwei Palace. Boom! A green streak of light shot out from the south. It instantly stopped in midair. Kong Huangtian, everyone who was quietly watching the battle, narrowed their eyes. He's here. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.